Chapter 24 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 24. The Slate. From that very next day, then, after he was received into the cottage on Glashruach, Gibbie, as a matter of course, took upon him the work his hand could find to do, and Janet averred to her husband that never had any of her daughters been more useful to her. At the same time, however, she insisted that Robert should take the boy out with him. She would not have him do woman's work, especially work for which she was herself perfectly able. She had not come to her years, she said, to learn idleset, and the boy would save Robert many a weary step among the hills. "He cannot speak to the dog," objected Robert, giving utterance to the first difficulty that suggested itself. "The dog canna speak himsel'," returned Janet, "and the wonder is he can understand. Wha kens but he may come full nigher one 'at's speechless like himsel'? Ye gie the cratur the chance, an' I shall warrant he'll make himsel' plain to the dog. Ye just try him. Tell ye him to tell the dog say and say, an' see what'll come o't." Robert made the experiment, and it proved satisfactory. As soon as he had received Robert's orders, Gibbie claimed Oscar's attention. The dog looked up in his face, noted every glance and gesture, and, partly from sympathetic instinct, that gift lying so near the very essence of life, partly from observation of the state of affairs in respect of the sheep, divined with certainty what the duty required of him was, and was off like a shot. "The twa dumb craturs understan' one anither better nor I understand either o' them," said Robert to his wife when they came home. And now indeed it was a blessed time for Gibbie. It had been pleasant down in the valley with the cattle and Donal, and foul weather sometimes, but now it was the full glow of summer. The sweet keen air of the mountain bathed him as he ran, entered into him, filled him with life like the new wine of the kingdom of God, and the whole world rose in its glory around him. Surely it is not the outspread sea, however the sight of its storms and its labouring ships may enhance the sense of safety to the onlooker, but the outspread land of peace and plenty, with its nestling houses, its well-stocked yards, its cattle feeding in the meadows, and its men and horses at labour in the fields, that gives the deepest delight to the heart of the poet. Gibbie was one of the meek, and inherited the earth. Throned on the mountain, he beheld the multiform goings-on of life, and in love possessed the whole. He was of the poet kind also, and now that he was a shepherd, saw everything with shepherd eyes. One moment to his fancy, the great sun above played the shepherd to the world, the winds were the dogs, and the men and women the sheep. The next, in higher mood, he would remember the good shepherd of whom Janet had read to him, and pat the head of the collie that lay beside him. Oscar too was a shepherd and no hireling. He fed the sheep, he turned them from danger and barrenness, and he barked well. "I'm the dumb dog," said Gibbie to himself, not knowing that he was really a copy in small of the good shepherd. "But maybe there may be mair nor ae gait o' barkin'." Then what a joy it was to the heaven-born obedience of the child, to hearken to every word, watch every look, divine every wish of the old man. Child Hercules could not have waited on mighty old Saturn as Gibbie waited on Robert. For he was to him the embodiment of all that was reverend and worthy, a very gulf of wisdom, a mountain of rectitude. Gibbie was one of those few elect natures to whom obedience is a delight, a creature so different from the vulgar that they have but one tentacle they can reach such with, that of contempt. "I just lo'e the bairn as the verra aipple o' my e'e," said Robert. "I can scarce conceive a wuss, but there's the cratur, wi' the grip o' 't. He seems to ken what's risin' in my min', an' in a moment he's up like the dog to be ready, an' looks at me waitin'." Nor was it long before the town-bred child grew to love the heavens almost as dearly as the earth. He would gaze and gaze at the clouds as they came and went, and watching them in the wind, weighing the heat and the cold, and marking many indications, known some of them perhaps only to himself, understood the signs of the earthly times at length nearly as well as an insect or a swallow, and far better than long-experienced old Robert. The mountain was Gibbie's very home, yet to see him far up on it, in the red glow of the setting sun, with his dog, as obedient as himself, hanging upon his every signal, one could have fancied him a shepherd boy come down from the plains of heaven to look after a lost lamb. Often, when the two old people were in bed and asleep, Gibbie would be out watching the moon rise. Seated, still as ruined god of Egypt, on a stone of the mountain side, islanded in space, nothing alive and visible near him, perhaps not even a solitary night wind blowing and ceasing like the breath of a man's life, and the awfully silent moon sliding up from the hollow of a valley below. If there be indeed a one spirit ever awake and aware, should it be hard to believe that that spirit should then hold common thought with a little spirit of its own? If the nightly mountain was the prayer closet of him who said he would be with his disciples to the end of the world, can it be folly to think he would hold talk with such a child, alone under the heaven, in the presence of the Father of both? Gibbie never thought about himself, therefore was there wide room for the entrance of the Spirit. Does the questioning thought arise to any reader, how could a man be conscious of bliss without the thought of himself? I answer the doubt. When a man turns to look at himself, that moment the glow of the loftiest bliss begins to fade. The pulsing fireflies throb paler in the passionate night. An unseen vapour steams up from the marsh and dims the star-crowded sky and the azure sea, and the next moment the very bliss itself looks as if it had never been more than a phosphorescent gleam, the summer lightning of the brain. For then the man sees himself but in his own dim mirror, whereas, ere he turned to look in that, he knew himself in the absolute clarity of God's present thought outbodying him. The shoots of glad consciousness that come to the obedient man surpass in bliss whole days and years of such ravined rapture as he gains whose weariness is ever spurring the sides of his intent towards the ever-retreating goal of his desires. I am a traitor even to myself, if I would live without my life. But I withhold my pen, for vain were the fancy, by treatise or sermon or poem or tale, to persuade a man to forget himself. He cannot if he would. Sooner will he forget the presence of a raging tooth. There is no forgetting of ourselves, but in the finding of our deeper, our true self, God's idea of us when he devised us, the Christ in us. Nothing but that self can displace the false, greedy, whining self, of which most of us are so fond and proud. And that self no man can find for himself, seeing of himself he does not even know what to search for. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God. Then there was the delight, fresh every week, of the Saturday gathering of the brothers and sisters, whom Gibbie could hardly have loved more, had they been of his own immediate kin. Dearest of all was Donal, whose greeting, "Weel, cratur," was heavenly in Gibbie's ears. Donal would have had him go down and spend a day, every now and then, with him in the nowt, as in old times. So soon the times grow old to the young. But Janet would not hear of it until the foolish tale of the brownie should have quite blown over. But I wuss," she added, as she said so, "I could win at something about his folk, or even where he came frae, or what they called him. Never a word has the cratur spoken." "Ye sud learn him to read, mither," said Donal. "Hoo wad I do that, laddie? I wad hae to learn him to speak first," returned Janet. "Let him come doon to me, and I'll try my hand," said Donal. Janet, notwithstanding, persisted in her refusal, for the present. By Donal's words set thinking of the matter, however, she now pondered the question day after day, how she might teach him to read, and at last the idea dawned upon her to substitute writing for speech. She took the shorter catechism, which, in those days, had always an alphabet as janitor to the gates of its mysteries. Who, with the catechism as a consequence even dimly foreboded, would even have learned it? And showed Gibbie the letters, naming each several times and going over them repeatedly. Then she gave him Donal's school slate, with a sklet pike, and said, "No, make a muckle A, cratur." Gibbie did so, and well too. She found that already he knew about half the letters. "He's no fool," she said to herself in triumph. The other half soon followed, and she then began to show him words, not in the catechism, but in the New Testament. Having told him what any word was, and led him to consider the letters composing it, she would desire him to make it on the slate, and he would do so with tolerable accuracy. She was not very severe about the spelling, if only it was plain he knew the word. Ere long he began to devise short ways of making the letters, and soon wrote with remarkable facility in a character modified from the printed letters. When at length Janet saw him take the book by himself, and sit pondering over it, she had not a doubt he was understanding it, and her heart leapt for joy. He had to ask her a good many words at first, and often the meaning of one and another, but he seldom asked a question twice, and as his understanding was far ahead of his reading, he was able to test a conjectured meaning by the sense or nonsense it made of the passage. One day she turned him to the paraphrases. Footnote: Metrical paraphrases of passages of Scripture, always to be found at the end of the Bibles printed for Scotland. End footnote. At once, to his astonishment, he found there all silent, yet still the same delight which Donal used to divide to him from the Book of Balance. His joy was unbounded. He jumped from his seat. He danced and laughed, and finally stood upon one leg. No other mode of expression but this, the expression of utter failure to express, was of avail to the relief of his feeling. One day, a few weeks after Gibbie had begun to read by himself, Janet became aware that he was sitting on his stool, in what had come to be called the Cratur's corner, more than usually absorbed in some attempt with slate and pencil, now ceasing, lost in thought, and now commencing anew. She went near and peeped over his shoulder. At the top of the slate he had written the word give, then the word giving, and below them gib, then gibbing. Upon these followed gib again, and he was now plainly meditating something further. Suddenly he seemed to find what he wanted, for in haste, almost as if he feared it might escape him, he added a y, making the word Gibby. Then first lifted his head, and looked round, evidently seeking her. She laid her hand on his head. He jumped up with one of his most radiant smiles, and holding out the slate to her, pointed with his pencil to the word he had just completed. She did not know it for a word, but sounded it as it seemed to stand, making the G's soft, as I dare say some of my readers, not recognizing in Gibbie the diminutive of Gilbert, may have treated its more accurate form. He shook his head sharply, and laid the point of his pencil upon the G of the give written above. Janet had been his teacher too long not to see what he meant, and immediately pronounced the word as he would have it. Upon this he began a wild dance, but sobering suddenly, sat down, and was instantly again absorbed in further attempt. It lasted so long that Janet resumed her previous household occupation. At length he rose, and with thoughtful, doubtful contemplation of what he had done, brought her the slate. There, under the foregone success, he had written the words Galatians and breath, and under them Galbraith. She read them all, and at the last, which, witnessing to his success, she pronounced to his satisfaction, he began another dance, which again he ended abruptly, to draw her attention once more to the slate. He pointed to the Gibbie first, and the Galbraith next, and she read them together. This time he did not dance, but seemed waiting some result. Upon Janet the idea was dawning that he meant himself, but she was thrown out by the cognomen's correspondence with that of the laird, which suggested that the boy had been merely attempting the name of the great man of the district. With this in her mind, and doubtfully feeling her way, she essayed the tentative of setting him right in the Christian name, and said, Thomas Galbraith. Gibbie shook his head as before, and again resumed his seat. Presently he brought her the slate, with all the rest rubbed out, and these words standing alone, Sir Gibbie Galbraith. Janet read them aloud, whereupon Gibbie began stabbing his forehead with the point of his slate pencil, and dancing once more in triumph. He had, he hoped, for the first time in his life conveyed a fact through words. "That's what they call ye, is it?" said Janet, looking motherly at him. "Sir Gibbie Galbraith?" Gibbie nodded vehemently. "It'll be some nickname the bairns hae gi'en him," said Janet to herself, but continued to gaze at him in questioning doubt of her own solution. She could not recall having ever heard of a Sir in the family, but ghosts of things forgotten kept rising formless and thin in the sky of her memory. Had she never heard of a Sir somebody Galbraith somewhere? And still she stared at the child, trying to grasp what she could not even see. By this time Gibbie was standing quite still, staring at her in return. He could not think what made her stare so at him. "Wha called ye that?" said Janet at length, pointing to the slate. Gibbie took the slate, dropped upon his seat, and after considerable cogitation and effort brought her the words, "Gibbie's Faffer." Janet for a moment was puzzled, but when she thought of correcting the P with a T, Gibbie entirely approved. "What was your father a cratur?" she asked. Gibbie, after a longer pause, and more evident labour than hitherto, brought her the enigmatical word ASOOTR, which, the Sir running about in her head, quite defeated Janet. Perceiving his failure, he jumped upon a chair, and reaching after one of Robert's Sunday shoes on the crap of the wall, the natural shelf running all round the cottage, formed by the top of the wall where the rafters rested, caught hold of it, tumbled with it upon his creepie, took it between his knees, and began a pantomime of the making or mending of the same, with such verisimilitude of imitation, that it was clear to Janet he must have been familiar with the processes collectively called shoemaking. And therewith she recognized the word on the slate, a suitor. She smiled to herself at the association of name and trade, and concluded that the Sir, at least, was a nickname. And yet, whether from the presence of some rudiment of an old memory, or from something about the boy that belonged to a higher style than his present showing, her mind kept swaying in an uncertainty whose very object eluded her. "What is it yer wull 'at we call ye, then, cratur?" she asked, anxious to meet the child's own idea of himself. He pointed to the gibbie. "Weel, Gibbie," responded Janet, and at the word, now for the first time addressed by her to himself, he began dancing more wildly than ever, and ended with standing motionless on one leg. Now first and at last he was fully recognized for what he was. "Weel, Gibbie, I s' ca' ye what ye think fit," said Janet, "an' noo gang yer wa's, Gibbie, an' see 'at Crummie's no ower far oot o' sicht." From that hour Gibbie had his name from the whole family. His Christian name only, however, Robert and Janet having agreed it would be wise to avoid whatever might possibly bring the boy again under the notice of the laird. The latter half of his name they laid aside for him, as parents do a dangerous or overvaluable gift to a child. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. Rumours. Almost from the first moment of his being domiciled on Glashgar, what with the good food, the fine exercise, the exquisite air, and his great happiness, Gibbie began to grow. And he took to growing so fast that his legs soon shot far out of his winsey garment. But of all places that was a small matter in Gormgarnet, where the kilt was as common as trousers. His wiry limbs grew larger without losing their firmness or elasticity. His chest, the effort in running uphill constantly alternated with the relief of running down, rapidly expanded, and his lungs grew hardy as well as powerful, till he became at length such in wind and muscle that he could run down a wayward sheep almost as well as Oscar. And his nerve grew also with his body and strength, till his coolness and courage were splendid. Never, when the tide of his affairs ran most in the shallows, had Gibbie had much acquaintance with fears, but now he had forgotten the taste of them, and would have encountered a wild Highland bull alone on the mountain as readily as tie Crummie up in her byre. One afternoon, Donal, having got a half holiday, by the help of a friend and the favour of Mistress Jean, came home to see his mother, and having greeted her, set out to find Gibbie. He had gone a long way, looking and calling without success, and had come in sight of a certain tiny loch, or tarn, that filled a hollow of the mountain. It was called the Deed Pot, and the old awe, amounting nearly to terror, with which in his childhood he had regarded it, returned upon him the moment he saw the dark gleam of it, nearly as strong as ever. An awe indescribable, arising from mingled feelings of depth and darkness, and lateral recesses, and unknown serpent-like fishes. The pot, though small in surface, was truly of unknown depth, and had elements of dread about it telling upon far less active imaginations than Donal's. While he stood gazing at it, almost afraid to go nearer, a great splash that echoed from the steep rocks surrounding it brought his heart into his mouth, and immediately followed a loud barking, in which he recognized the voice of Oscar. Before he had well begun to think what it could mean, Gibbie appeared on the opposite side of the loch, high above its level, on the top of the rocks forming its basin. He began instantly a rapid descent towards the water, where the rocks were so steep, and the footing so precarious, that Oscar wisely remained at the top, nor attempted to follow him. Presently the dog caught sight of Donal, where he stood on a lower level, whence the water was comparatively easy of access, and starting off at full speed, joined him with much demonstration of welcome. But he received little notice from Donal, whose gaze was fixed with much wonder and more fear on the descending Gibbie. Some 20 feet from the surface of the loch, he reached a point whence clearly, in Donal's judgment, there was no possibility of farther descent. But Donal was never more mistaken. For that instant Gibbie flashed from the face of the rock head foremost like a fishing bird into the lake. Donal gave a cry and ran to the edge of the water, accompanied by Oscar, who all the time had showed no anxiety, but had stood wagging his tail, and uttering now and then a little half-disappointed whine. Neither now were his motions as he ran other than those of frolic and expectancy. When they reached the loch, there was Gibbie already but a few yards from the only possible landing-place, swimming with one hand, while in the other arm he held a baby lamb, its head lying quite still on his shoulder. It had been stunned by the fall, but might come round again. Then first Donal began to perceive that the cratur was growing an athlete. When he landed, he gave Donal a merry laugh of welcome, but without stopping flew up the hill to take the lamb to its mother. Fresh from the icy water, he ran so fast that it was all Donal could do to keep up with him. The deed pot, then, taught Gibbie what swimming it could, which was not much, and what diving it could, which was more. But the nights of the following summer, when everybody on mountain and valley were asleep and the moon shone, he would often go down to the Daur, and throwing himself into its deepest reaches, spend hours in lonely sport with water and wind and moon. He had by that time learned things, knowing which a man can never be lonesome. The few goats on the mountain were for a time very inimical to him. So often did they butt him over, causing him sometimes severe bruises, that at last he resolved to try conclusions with them, and when next a goat made a rush at him, he seized him by the horns and wrestled with him mightily. This exercise once begun, he provoked engagements, until his strength and aptitude were such and so well known, that not a billy goat on Glashruach would have to do with him. But when he saw that every one of them ran at his approach, Gibbie, who could not bear to be in discord with any creature, changed his behaviour towards them, and took equal pains to reconcile them to him, nor rested before he had entirely succeeded. Every time Donal came home, he would bring some book of verse with him, and leading Gibbie to some hollow, shady or sheltered as the time required, would there read to him ballads or songs, or verse more stately, as mood or provision might suggest. The music, the melody and the cadence and the harmony, the tone and the rhythm, and the time and the rhyme, instead of growing common to him, rejoiced Gibbie more and more every feast, and with ever-growing reverence he looked up to Donal as a mighty master magician. But if Donal could have looked down into Gibbie's bosom, he would have seen something there beyond his comprehension. For Gibbie was already in the kingdom of heaven, and Donal would have to suffer before he would begin even to look about for the door by which a man may enter into it. I wonder how much Gibbie was indebted to his constrained silence during all these years. That he lost by it, no one will doubt. That he gained also, a few will admit. Though I should find it hard to say what and how great, I cannot doubt it bore an important part in the fostering of such thoughts and feelings and actions as were beyond the vision of Donal, poet as he was growing to be. While Donal read, rejoicing in the music both of sound and sense, Gibbie was doing something besides. He was listening with the same ears, and trying to see with the same eyes, which he brought to bear upon the things Janet taught him out of the book. Already those first weekly issues, lately commenced, of a popular literature had penetrated into the mountains of Gormgarnet. But whether Donal read Blind Harry from a thumbed old modern edition, or some new tale or neat poem from the Edinburgh press, Gibbie was always placing what he heard by the side, as it were, of what he knew, asking himself in this case and that what Jesus Christ would have done, or what he would require of a disciple. There must be one right way, he argued. Sometimes his innocence failed to see that no disciple of the Son of Man could, save by fearful failure, be in such circumstances as the tale or ballad represented. But whether successful or not in the individual inquiry, the boy's mind and heart and spirit, in this silent, unembarrassed brooding, as energetic as it was peaceful, expanded upwards when it failed to widen, and the widening would come after. Gifted from the first of his being, with such a rare drawing to his kind, he saw his utmost affection dwarfed by the words and deeds of Jesus, beheld more and more grand the requirements made of a man who would love his fellows as Christ loved them. When he sank foiled from any endeavour to understand how a man was to behave in certain circumstances, these or those, he always took refuge in doing something, and doing it better than before, leaped the more eagerly if Robert called him, spoke the more gently to Oscar, turned the sheep more careful not to scare them, as if by instinct he perceived that the only hope of understanding lies in doing. He would cleave to the skirt when the hand seemed withdrawn. He would run to do the thing he had learned yesterday, when as yet he could find no answer to the question of today. Thus, as the weeks of solitude and love and thought and obedience glided by, the reality of Christ grew upon him, till he saw the very rocks and heather and the faces of the sheep like him, and felt his presence everywhere and ever coming nearer. nor did his imagination aid only a little in the growth of his being. He would dream waking dreams about Jesus, gloriously childlike. He fancied he came down every now and then to see how things were going in the lower part of his kingdom, and that when he did so he made use of Glashgar and its rocks for his stair, coming down its granite scale in the morning, and again, when he had ended his visit, going up in the evening by the same steps. Then high and fast would his heart beat at the thought that some day he might come upon his path just when he had passed, see the heather lifting its head from the trail of his garment, or more slowly out of the prints left by his feet as he walked up the stairs of heaven, going back to his Father. Sometimes, when a sheep stopped feeding and looked up suddenly, he would fancy that Jesus had laid his hand on its head, and was now telling it that it must not mind being killed, for he had been killed, and it was all right. Although he could read the New Testament for himself now, he always preferred making acquaintance with any new portion of it first from the mouth of Janet. Her voice made the word more of a word to him. But the next time he read, it was sure to be what she had then read. She was his priestess. The opening of her Bible was the opening of a window in heaven. Her cottage was the porter's lodge to the temple. His very sheep were feeding on the temple stairs. Smile at such fancies if you will, but think also whether they may not be within sight of the greatest of facts. Of all teachings, that which presents a far distant God is the nearest to absurdity. Either there is none, or he is nearer to every one of us than our nearest consciousness of self. An unapproachable divinity is the veriest of monsters, the most horrible of human imaginations. When the winter came, with its frost and snow, Gibbie saved Robert much suffering. At first, Robert was unwilling to let him go out alone in stormy weather, but Janet believed that the child doing the old man's work would be specially protected. All through the hard time, therefore, Gibbie went and came, and no evil befell him. Neither did he suffer from the cold, for, a sheep having died towards the end of the first autumn, Robert, in view of Gibbie's coming necessity, had begged of his master the skin, and dressed it with the wool upon it, and of this, between the three of them, they made a coat for him, so that he roamed the hill like a savage in a garment of skin. It became, of course, before very long, well known about the country that Mr. Duff's crofters upon Glashgar had taken in and were bringing up a foundling. Some said an innocent, some said a wild boy, who helped Robert with his sheep, and Janet with her cow, but could not speak a word of either Gaelic or English. By and by, strange stories came to be told of his exploits, representing him as gifted with bodily powers as much surpassing the common, as his mental faculties were assumed to be under the ordinary standard. The rumour concerning him swelled, as well as spread, mainly from the love of the marvellous common in the region, I suppose, until, towards the end of his second year on Glashgar, the notion of Gibbie in the imaginations of the children of Daurside was that of an almost supernatural being, who had dwelt upon, or rather who had haunted, Glashgar from time immemorial, and of whom they had been hearing all their lives, and although they had never heard anything bad of him, that he was wild, that he wore a hairy skin, that he could do more than any other boy dared attempt, that he was dumb, and that yet, for this also was said, sheep and dogs and cattle, and even the wild creatures of the mountain could understand him perfectly. These statements were more than enough, acting on the suspicion and fear belonging to the savage in their own bosoms, to envelop the idea of him in a mist of dread, deepening to such horror in the case of the more timid and imaginative of them, that when the twilight began to gather about the cottages and farmhouses, the very mention of the beast loon o' Glashgar was enough, and that for miles up and down the river, to send many of the children scouring like startled hares into the house. Gibbie, in his atmosphere of human grace and tenderness, little thought what clouds of foolish fancies rising from the valleys below had by their distorting vapours made of him an object of terror to those whom at the very first sight he would have loved and served. Amongst these, perhaps the most afraid of him were the children of the gamekeeper, for they lived on the very foot of the haunted hill, near the bridge and gate of Glashruach, and the laird himself happened one day to be witness of their fear. He inquired the cause, and yet again was his enlightened soul vexed by the persistency with which the shadows of superstition still hung about his lands. Had he been half as philosophical as he fancied himself, he might have seen that there was not necessarily a single film of superstition involved in the belief that a savage roamed a mountain, which was all that Mistress MacPholp, depriving the rumour of its richer colouring, ventured to impart as the cause of her children's perturbation. But anything a hair's breadth out of the common was a thing hated of Thomas Galbraith's soul, and whatever another believed which he did not choose to believe, he set down at once as superstition. He held therefore immediate communication with his gamekeeper on the subject, who in his turn was scandalized that his children should have thus proved themselves unworthy of the privileges of their position, and given annoyance to the liberal soul of their master, and took care that both they and his wife should suffer in consequence. The expression of the man's face as he listened to the laird's complaint would not have been a pleasant sight to any lover of Gibbie, but it had not occurred either to master or man that the offensive being whose doubtful existence caused the scandal was the same towards whom they had once been guilty of such brutality, nor would their knowledge of the fact have been favourable to Gibbie. The same afternoon the laird questioned his tenant of the Mains concerning his cottars, and was assured that better or more respectable people were not in all the region of Gormgarnet. When Robert became aware, chiefly through the representations of his wife and Donal, of Gibbie's gifts of other kinds than those revealed to himself by his good shepherding, he began to turn it over in his mind, and by referred the question to his wife whether they ought not to send the boy to school, that he might learn the things he was so much more than ordinarily capable of learning. Janet would give no immediate opinion. She must think, she said, and she took 3 days to turn the matter over in her mind. Her questioning cogitation was to this effect: What need has a man to know anything but what the New Testament teaches him? Life was little to me before I began to understand its good news. Now it is more than good, it is grand. But then man is to live by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God, and everything came out of his mouth when he said, Let there be this, and let there be that. Whatever is true is his making, and the more we know of it, the better. Besides, how much less of the New Testament would I understand now if it were not for things I had gone through and learned before? "Ay, Robert," she answered without preface the 3rd day, "I'm thinking there's a heap o' things, gien I had them, 'at would help me to ken what the Master spak till. It wad be a sin no to let the laddie learn. But who'll tak the trouble needful to the learnin' of a poor dummie?" "Let him gang doon to the Mains, and herd wi' Donal," answered Robert. "He kens a hantle mair nor you or me or Gibbie either, and when he's learnt all 'at Donal can show him, it'll be time to think what's neist." "Weel," answered Janet, "nane can say but that's sense, Robert. And though I'm laith, for your sake mair nor my ain, to let the laddie gang, let him gang to Donal. I hope, atween the twa, they winna let them out among the corn." "The corn's maist cut it noo," replied Robert, "an' for the maitter o' that, twa guid consciences winna blaw ane anither out. But he needna gang ilka day. He can get a day to the learnin', an' the neist to thinkin' aboot it among the sheep. An' ony day 'at ye want to keep him, ye can keep him, for it winna be as gien he gaed to the school." Gibbie was delighted with the proposal. "Only," said Robert, in final warning, "dinna ye let them tak ye, Gibbie, an' score your back again, my cratur. An' dinna ye answer naebody when they speir what ye're called, onything mair nor jist Gibbie." The boy laughed and nodded, and, as Janet said, the bairn's nick was good as the best man's word. Now came a happy time for the 2 boys. Donal began at once to teach Gibbie Euclid and arithmetic. When they had had enough of that for a day, he read Scottish history to him, and when they had done what seemed their duty by that, then came the best of the feast, whatever tales or poetry Donal had laid his hands upon. Somewhere about this time it was that he first got hold of a copy of the Paradise Lost. He found that he could not make much of it, but he found also that, as before with the ballads, when he read from it aloud to Gibbie, his mere listening presence sent back a spiritual echo that helped him to the meaning. And when neither of them understood it, the grand organ roll of it, losing nothing in the Scotch vowling, delighted them both. Once they were startled by seeing the gamekeeper enter the field. The moment he saw him, Gibbie laid himself flat on the ground, but ready to spring to his feet and run. The man, however, did not come near them. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 26. The Gamekeeper. The second winter came, and with the first frost Gibbie resumed his sheepskin coat and the brogues and leggings which he had made for himself of deer hide, tanned with the hair. It pleased the 2 old people to see him so warmly clad. It pleased them also that, thus dressed, he always reminded them of some sacred personage undetermined, Jacob, or John the Baptist, or the man who went to meet the lion and be killed by him, in Robert's big Bible that is, in one or other of the woodcuts of the same. Very soon the stories about him were all stirred up afresh, and new rumours added. This one and that of the children declared they had caught sight of the beast loon running about the rocks like a goat. And one day a boy of Angus's own, who had been a good way up the mountain, came home nearly dead with terror, saying the beast loon had chased him a long way. He did not add that he had been throwing stones at the sheep, not perceiving anyone in charge of them. So one fine morning in December, having nothing particular to attend to, Angus shouldered his double-barrelled gun, and set out for a walk over Glashgar, in the hope of coming upon the savage that terrified the children. He must be off, that was settled. Where Angus was in authority, the outlandish was not to be suffered. The sun shone bright, and a keen wind was blowing. About noon he came in sight of a few sheep in a sheltered spot, where were little patches of coarse grass among the heather. On a stone, a few yards above them, sat Gibbie, not reading, as he would be half the time now, but busied with a Pan's pipes, which, under Donal's direction, he had made for himself, drawing from them experimental sounds, and feeling after the possibility of a melody. He was so much occupied that he did not see Angus approach, who now stood for a moment or two regarding him. He was hirsute as Esau, his head crowned with its own plentiful crop; even in winter he wore no cap; his body covered with the wool of the sheep, and his legs and feet with the hide of the deer, the hair, as in nature, outward. The deer skin Angus knew for what it was from afar, and concluding it the spoil of the only crime of which he recognized the enormity, whereas it was in truth part of a skin he had himself sold to a saddler in the next village to make sporrans of, boiled over with wrath, and strode nearer, grinding his teeth. Gibbie looked up, knew him, and starting to his feet turned to the hill. Angus, levelling his gun, shouted to him to stop, but Gibbie only ran the harder, nor once looked round. Idiotic with rage, Angus fired. One of his barrels was loaded with shot, the other with ball. Meaning to use the shot barrel, he pulled the wrong trigger, and liberated the bullet. It went through the calf of Gibbie's right leg, and he fell. It had, however, passed between two muscles without injuring either greatly, and had severed no artery. The next moment he was on his feet again and running, nor did he yet feel pain. Happily he was not very far from home, and he made for it as fast as he could, preceded by Oscar, who, having once by accident been shot himself, had a mortal terror of guns. Maimed as Gibbie was, he could yet run a good deal faster uphill than the rascal who followed him. But long before he reached the cottage the pain had arrived, and the nearer he got to it the worse it grew. In spite of the anguish, however, he held on with determination. To be seized by Angus and dragged down to Glashruach would be far worse. Robert Grant was at home that day, suffering from rheumatism. He was seated in the ingle nook, with his pipe in his mouth, and Janet was just taking the potatoes for their dinner off the fire, when the door flew open, and in stumbled Gibbie and fell on the floor. The old man threw his pipe from him, and rose trembling, but Janet was before him. She dropped down on her knees beside the boy, and put her arm under his head. He was white and motionless. "Hey, Robert Grant!" she cried. "He's bleedin'!" The same moment they heard quick yet heavy steps approaching. At once Robert divined the truth, and a great wrath banished rheumatism and age together. Like a boy he sprang to the crap of the wall, whence his yet powerful hand came back armed with a huge rusty old broadsword that had seen service in its day. 2 or 3 fierce tugs at the hilt proving the blade immovable in the sheath, and the steps being now almost at the door, he clubbed the weapon, grasping it by the sheathed blade, and holding it with the edge downward, so that the blow he meant to deal should fall from the round of the basket hilt. As he heaved it aloft, the grey old shepherd seemed inspired by the God of battles. The rage of 100 ancestors was welling up in his peaceful breast. His red eye flashed, and the few hairs that were left him stood erect on his head like the mane of a roused lion. Ere Angus had his second foot over the threshold, down came the helmet-like hilt, with a dull crash on his head, and he staggered against the wall. "Take ye that, Angus McPhulp!" panted Robert through his clenched teeth, following the blow with another from his fist that prostrated the enemy. Again he heaved his weapon, and standing over him where he lay, more than half stunned, said in a hoarse voice, "By the great God my maker, Angus McPhulp, gien ye seek to rise, I'll come down on ye again as ye lie. Here, Oscar, he's no un to hold any fair play with, mair nor a brute beast. Watch him, Oscar, and take him by the throat gien he move a finger." The gun had dropped from Angus's hand, and Robert, keeping his eye on him, secured it. "She's lood," muttered Angus. "Lie still, then," returned Robert, pointing the weapon at his head. "It'll be murder," said Angus, and made a movement to lay hold of the barrel. "Haud him down, Oscar!" cried Robert. The dog's paws were instantly on his chest, and his teeth grinning within an inch of his face. Angus vowed in his heart he would kill the beast on the first chance.
"It wad be blood for blood, Angus MacPholp," he went on. "Your hour's come, my man. That bairn's is not the first blood a man ye hae shed, an' it's time the scripture was fulfilt an' the hand o' man shed yours." "Ye're no gauin' to kill me, Rob Grant?" growled the fellow in growing fright. "I'm gauin' to see whether the shirra willna be persuadit to hang ye," answered the shepherd. "This maun be puttin' a stap till. Quaiet, or I'll brain ye, an' save him the trouble. Here, Janet, fess your pot o' patatas. I'm gauin' to toom the man's gun. Gien he daur to move, jist gie him the haill bailin', bree an' a' i' the ill face o' him. Gien ye lat him up, he'll kill us a'. Only tak care an' haud aff o' the dog, puir fella. I wad lay the stock o' your murderin' gun i' the fire, gien 'twarna 'at I reckon it's the laird's an' no yours. You're no fit to be trustit wi' a gun. Ye're waur nor a weaver." So saying, he carried the weapon to the door, and in terror lest he might, through wrath, or the pressure of dire necessity, use it against his foe, emptied its second barrel into the earth, and leaned it up against the wall outside. Janet obeyed her husband so far as to stand over Angus with the potato pot. How far she would have carried her obedience, had he attempted to rise, may remain a question. Doubtless a brave man doing his duty would have scorned to yield himself thus. But right and wrong had met face to face, and the wrong had a righteous traitor in his citadel. When Robert returned and relieved her guard, Janet went back to Gibbie, whom she had drawn towards the fire. He lay almost insensible, but in vain Janet attempted to get a teaspoonful of whisky between his lips. For as he grew older, his horror of it increased, and now, even when he was faint and but half conscious, his physical nature seemed to recoil from contact with it. It was with signs of disgust, rubbing his mouth with the back of each hand alternately, that he first showed returning vitality. In a minute or two more he was able to crawl to his bed in the corner, and then Janet proceeded to examine his wound. By this time his leg was much swollen, but the wound had almost stopped bleeding, and it was plain there was no bullet in it, for there were the two orifices. She washed it carefully and bound it up. Then Gibbie raised his head and looked somewhat anxiously round the room. "Ye're looking efter Angus?" said Janet. "He's yon'er upo' the floor, a twa yards frae ye. Dinna be fleyt. Yer father an' Oscar has him safe eneuch, I shall warrant." "Here, Janet!" cried her husband, "gien ye be through wi' the bairn, I maun be gaein'." "Hoot, Robert! Ye're no surely gaun to lea me an' puir Gibbie an' maunna stir i' the hoose alane wi' the murderin' man?" returned Janet. "'Deed I am, lass. Jist rin an' fess the bit tow 'at ye hing yer duds upo' at the washin', an' we'll bin' the feet an' the han's o' 'im." Janet obeyed and went. Angus, who had been quiet enough for the last 10 minutes, meditating and watching, began to swear furiously. But Robert paid no more heed than if he had not heard him; stood calm and grim at his head, with the clubbed sword heaved over his shoulder. When she came back, by her husband's directions, she passed the rope repeatedly round the keeper's ankles, then several times between them, drawing the bouts tightly together, so that, instead of the two sharing one ring, each ankle had now, as it were, a close-fitting one for itself. Again and again, as she tied it, did Angus meditate a sudden spring, but the determined look of Robert, and his feeling memory of the blows he had so unsparingly delivered upon him, as well as the weakening effect of that he had received on his head, caused him to hesitate until it was altogether too late. When they began to bind his hands, however, he turned desperate, and struck at both, cursing and raging. "Gien ye binna quiet, ye s' taste the dog's teeth," said Robert. Angus reflected that he would have a better chance when he was left alone with Janet, and yielded. "Troth," Robert went on, as he continued his task, "I hae no pity left for ye, Angus MacPholp, an' gien ye tauve ony mair, I'll lat at ye. I wad care no more to caw oot yer harns nor I wud to kill a tod. To be hanged for it, I wud be but prood. It's a fine thing to be hangt for a good cause, but ye'll be hangt for an ill one. Noo, Janet, fess a bun'le o' brackens for the byre, an' lay aneath his heid. We maunna be sairer upo' him nor the needcessity laid upo' us. I s' jist trail him aff at the door, an' a bit on to the fire, for he'll be cauld when he's quietit doon, an' syne I'll awa an' get word o' the shirra. Scotland's come till a pretty pass whan they shoot men wi' guns, as gien they war wull craturs to be pelt an' aiten. Care what set him, he may weel be a keeper o' game, for he's as ill a keeper o' his brither as auld Cain himsel'. But," he concluded, tying the last knot hard, "we'll e'en do what we can to keep the keeper." It was seldom Robert spoke at such length, but the provocation, the wrath, the conflict, and the victory, had set the blood rushing through his brain, and loosed his tongue like strong drink. "Ye'll tak yer denner afore ye gang, Robert?" said his wife. "Na, I can ait naething. I'll tak a bannock in my pouch. Ye can gie my dinner to Angus; he'll want heartenin' for the wuddie." So saying, he put the bannock in his pocket, flung his broad blue bonnet upon his head, took his stick, and ordering Oscar to remain at home and watch the prisoner, set out for a walk of 5 miles, as if he had never known such a thing as rheumatism. He must find another magistrate than the laird. He would not trust him where his own gamekeeper, Angus MacPholp, was concerned. "Keep your e'e upon him, Janet," he said, turning in the doorway. "Dinna lose sicht o' him afore I come back wi' the constable. Dinna lippen. I shall be back in 3 hours like." With these words he turned finally and disappeared. The mortification of Angus, as he lay thus trapped in the den of the beast loon, at being taken and bound by an old man, a woman, and a collie dog, was extreme. He went over the whole affair again and again in his mind, ever with a fresh burst of fury. It was in vain he excused himself on the ground that the attack had been so sudden and treacherous, and the precautions taken so complete. He had proved himself an ass, and the whole country would ring with mockery of him. He had sense enough, too, to know that he was in a serious as well as ludicrous predicament. He had scarcely courage enough to contemplate the possible result. If he could but get his hands free, it would be easy to kill Oscar and disable Janet. For the idiot, he counted him nothing. He had better wait, however, until there should be no boiling liquid ready to her hand. Janet set out the dinner, peeled some potatoes, and approaching Angus would have fed him. In place of accepting her ministration, he fell to abusing her with the worst language he could find. She withdrew without a word, and sat down to her own dinner, but finding the torrent of vituperation kept flowing, rose again, and going to the door, fetched a great jug of cold water from the pail that always stood there, and coming behind her prisoner, emptied it over his face. He gave a horrid yell, taking the douche for a boiling one. "You needna cry out like that at good cold water," said Janet, "but ye'll just abstain frae ony mair sic words in my hearing, or ye s' get the like ilka time ye brak oot." As she spoke, she knelt, and wiped his face and head with her apron. A fresh oath rushed to Angus's lips, but the fear of a second jugful made him suppress it, and Janet sat down again to her dinner. She could scarcely eat a mouthful, however, for pity of the rascal beside her, at whom she kept looking wistfully without daring again to offer him anything. While she sat thus, she caught a swift investigating look he cast on the cords that bound his hands, and then at the fire. She perceived at once what was passing in his mind. Rising, she went quickly to the byre, and returned immediately with a chain they used for tethering the cow. The end of it she slipped deftly round his neck and made it fast, putting the little bar through a link. "Ir ye gaun to hang me, ye she devil?" he cried, making a futile attempt to grasp the chain with his bound hands. "Ye'll be wantin' a drappy mair cauld watter, I'm thinkin'," said Janet. She stretched the chain to its length, and with a great stone drove the sharp iron stake at the other end of it into the clay floor. Fearing next that, bound as his hands were, he might get a hold of the chain and drag out the stake, or might even contrive to remove the rope from his feet with them, or that he might indeed with his teeth undo the knot that confined his hands themselves, she got a piece of rope and made a loop at the end of it, then watching her opportunity, passed the loop between his hands, noosed the other end through it, and drew the noose tight. The free end of the rope she put through the staple that received the bolt of the cottage door, and gradually, as he grew weary in pulling against her, tightened the rope until she had his arms at their stretch beyond his head. Not quite satisfied yet, she lastly contrived, in part by setting Oscar to occupy his attention, to do the same with his feet, securing them to a heavy chest in the corner opposite the door, upon which chest she heaped a pile of stones. If it pleased the Lord to deliver them from this man, she would have her honest part in the salvation. And now at last she believed she had him safe. Gibbie had fallen asleep, but he now woke, and she gave him his dinner, then read up and took her Bible. Gibbie had lain down again, and she thought he was asleep. Angus grew more and more uncomfortable, both in body and in mind. He knew he was hated throughout the country, and had hitherto rather enjoyed the knowledge, but now he judged that the popular feeling, by no means a mere prejudice, would tell against him committed for trial. He knew also that the magistrate to whom Robert had betaken himself was not over friendly with his master, and certainly would not listen to any intercession from him. At length, what with pain, hunger, and fear, his pride began to yield, and after an hour had passed in utter silence, he condescended to parley. "Janet Grant," he said, "lat me gang, an' I'll trouble you or yours no more." "Wadna ye think me some fool to hearken till ye?" suggested Janet. "I'll sweir ony lawfu' aith 'at ye like to lay upo' me," protested Angus, "'at I'll dee whatever ye please to require o' me." "I dinna doobt ye wad sweir, but what neist?" said Janet. "What neist but ye'll loose my han's?" rejoined Angus. "It's no mainner o' use mentionin' 't," replied Janet, "for, as ye ken, I'm under authority; an' yersel' h'ard my man tell me to tak unco precaution no to lat ye gang; for verily, Angus, ye hae conduckit yersel' this day more like ane possessed wi' a legion, than the douce family man 'at ye're supposit by the laird, yer master, to be." "Was ever man?" protested Angus. "Made sic a fool of, an' sae misguidit by a pair o' auld cottars like you an' Robert Grant." "Wi' the help o' the Lord, by means o' the dog," supplemented Janet. "I wuss frae my hert I hed the great red dragon in yer place, an' I wad watch him bonnie, I can tell ye, Angus MacPholp. I wadna be clear aboot giein' him his dinner, Angus." "Lat me gang, wuman, wi' yer red dragons! I'll hairm naebody. The puir idiot's no muckle the waur, an' I'll tak mair tent whan I fire anither time." "Wiser fowk nor me maun see to that," answered Janet. "Hoots, wuman! It was naething but an accident." "I kenna; but it'll be seen what Gibbie says." "Awva! his word's guid for naething." "For a penny or 1,000 poun'." "My wife'll be oot o' her wuts," pleaded Angus. "Wad ye like a drink o' milk?" asked Janet, rising. "I wad that," he answered. She filled her little teapot with milk, and he drank it from the spout, hoping she was on the point of giving way. "No," she said, when he had finished his draught. "Ye maun jist mak the best o' 't, Angus. Ony gait it's a guid lesson in patience to ye, an' that ye haena had ower aften, I'm thinkin'. Robert'll be here ere lang." With these words she set down the teapot and went out. It was time to milk her cow. In a little while Gibbie rose, tried to walk, but failed, and getting down on his hands and knees, crawled out after her. Angus caught a glimpse of his face as he crept past him, and then first recognized the boy he had lashed. Not compunction, but an occasional pang of dread lest he should have been the cause of his death, and might come upon his body in one of his walks, had served so to fix his face in his memory, that now he had a near view of him, pale with suffering and loss of blood, and therefore more like his former self, he knew him beyond a doubt. With a great shoot of terror he concluded that the idiot had been lying there silently gloating over his revenge, waiting only till Janet should be out of sight, and was now gone after some instrument wherewith to take it. He pulled and tugged at his bonds, but only to find escape absolutely hopeless. In gathering horror, he lay moveless at last, but strained his hearing towards every sound. Not only did Janet often pray with Gibbie, but sometimes as she read, her heart would grow so full, her soul be so pervaded with the conviction, perhaps the consciousness, of the presence of the man who had said he would be always with his friends, that sitting there on her stool, she would begin talking to him out of the very depths of her life, just as if she saw him in Robert's chair in the inglenook, at home in her cottage as in the house where Mary sat at his feet and heard his word. Then would Gibbie listen indeed, awed by very gladness. He never doubted that Jesus was there, or that Janet saw him all the time, although he could not. This custom of praying aloud she had grown into so long before Gibbie came to her, and he was so much and such a child, that his presence was no check upon the habit. It came in part from the intense reality of her belief, and was in part a willed fostering of its intensity. She never imagined that words were necessary; she believed that God knew her every thought, and that the moment she lifted up her heart, it entered into communion with him. But the very sound of the words she spoke seemed to make her feel nearer to the man who, being the eternal Son of the Father, yet had ears to hear and lips to speak, like herself. To talk to him aloud also kept her thoughts together, helped her to feel the fact of the thing she contemplated, as well as the reality of his presence. Now the byre was just on the other side of the turf wall against which was the head of Gibbie's bed, and through the wall Gibbie had heard her voice, with that something in the tone of it which let him understand she was not talking to Crummie, but to Crummie's maker, and it was therefore he had got up and gone after her; for there was no reason, so far as he knew or imagined, why he should not hear, as so many times before, what she was saying to the master. He supposed that as she could not well speak to him in the presence of a man like Angus, she had gone out to the byre to have her talk with him there. He crawled to the end of the cottage so silently that she heard no sound of his approach. He would not go into the byre, for that might disturb her, for she would have to look up to know that it was only Gibbie. He would listen at the door. He found it wide open, and peeping in, saw Crummie chewing away, and Janet on her knees with her forehead leaning against the cow, and her hands thrown up over her shoulder. She spoke in such a voice of troubled entreaty as he had never heard from her before, but which yet woke a strange vibration of memory in his deepest heart. Yes, it was his father's voice it reminded him of. So had he cried in prayer the last time he ever heard him speak. What she said was nearly this: "O Lord, gien ye wad but say what ye wad hae deen! Whan a body disna ken yer wull, she's jist driven to distraction. Thou knows, my maister, as weel's I can tell ye, 'at gien ye said till me, 'That man's gaein' to cut yer thro't, tak the tows frae him, an' lat him up,' I wad rin to do 't. It's no revenge, Lord; it's jist 'at I dinna ken. The man's dune me no ill 'cep as he's sair hurt at yer bonnie Gibbie. It's Gibbie 'at has to forgie 'im, an' syne me. But my man tellt me no to lat him up, an' hoo am I to be a wife sic as ye wull hae, O Lord, gien I dinna dee as my man tellt me? It wad ill befit me to lat my auld Robert gang sae far wantin' his dinner a' for naething. What wad he think whan he cam hame? O' coorse, Lord, gien ye tellt me, that wad mak a' the differ, for ye're Robert's maister as weel 's mine, an' yer wull wad satisfee him jist as weel 's me. I wad fain lat him gang, puir chiel, but I daurna. Lord, convert him to the truth. Lord, lat him ken what hate is. But, Lord, I wuss ye wad tell me what to do. Thy wull's the beginnin' an' mids an' en' o' a' things to me. I'm willin' eneuch to lat him gang, but he's Robert's pris'ner an' Gibbie's enemy. He's no my pris'ner an' no my enemy, an' I dinna think I hae the richt. An' wha kens but he micht gang shottin' mair fowk yet, 'cause I loot him gang. But he canna shot a hair wantin' thy wull, O Jesus, the Saviour o' man an' beast. An' ill wad I like to hae a han' in the hangin' o' him. He may deserve 't, Lord, I dinna ken, but I'm thinkin' ye made him no sae weel tempered as my Robert, for instance." Here her voice ceased, and she fell a moaning. Her trouble was echoed in dim pain from Gibbie's soul. That the prophetess who knew everything, the priestess who was at home in the very treasure house of the great king, should be thus abandoned to dire perplexity, was a dreadful, a bewildering fact. But now first he understood the real state of the affair and the purport of the old man's absence; also how he was himself potently concerned in the business. If the offence had been committed against Gibbie, then with Gibbie lay the power, therefore the duty of forgiveness. But verily, Gibbie's merit and his grace were in inverse ratio. Few things were easier for him than to love his enemies, and his merit in obeying the commandment was small indeed. No enemy had as yet done him in his immediate person the wrong he could even imagine it hard to forgive. No sooner had Janet ceased than he was on his way back to the cottage. On its floor lay one who had to be waited upon with forgiveness. Wearied with futile struggles, Angus found himself compelled to abide his fate, and was lying quite still when Gibbie re entered. The boy thought he was asleep, but on the contrary he was watching his every motion, full of dread. Gibbie went hopping upon one foot to the hole in the wall, where Janet kept the only knife she had. It was not there. He glanced round, but could not see it. There was no time to lose. Robert's returning steps might be heard any moment, and poor Angus might be hanged, only for shooting Gibbie. He hopped up to him and examined the knots that tied his hands. They were drawn so tight, in great measure by his own struggles, and so difficult to reach from their position, that he saw it would take him a long time to undo them. Angus thought with fresh horror he was examining them to make sure they would hold, and was so absorbed in watching his movements that he even forgot to curse, which was the only thing left him. Gibbie looked round again for a moment, as if in doubt, then darted upon the tongs there was no poker and thrust them into the fire, caught up the asthmatic old bellows, and began to blow the peats. Angus saw the first action, heard the second, and a hideous dismay clutched his very heart. The savage fool was about to take his revenge in pinches with the red hot tongs. He looked for no mercy, perhaps felt that he deserved none. Manhood held him silent until he saw him take the implement of torture from the fire, glowing, not red, but white hot, when he uttered such a terrific yell that Gibbie dropped the tongs, happily not the hot ends, on his own bare foot, but caught them up again instantly, and made a great hop to Angus. If Janet had heard that yell and came in, all would be spoiled. But the faithless keeper began to struggle so fiercely, writhing with every contortion, and kicking with every inch left possible to him, that Gibbie hardly dared attempt anything for dread of burning him, while he sent yell after yell as fast as mill wheels strike. With a sudden thought, Gibbie sprang to the door and locked it, so that Janet should not get in, and Angus, hearing the bolt, was the more convinced that his purpose was cruel, and struggled and yelled, with his eyes fixed on the glowing tongs, now fast cooling in Gibbie's hand. If, instead of glowering at the tongs, he had but lent one steadfast regard to the face of the boy whom he took for a demoniacal idiot, he would have seen his supposed devil smile the sweetest of human, troubled, pitiful smiles. Even then, I suspect, however, his eye being evil, he would have beheld in the smile only the joy of malice in the near prospect of a glut of revenge. In the meantime, Janet, in her perplexity, had, quite forgetful of the poor cow's necessities, abandoned Crummie, and wandered down the path as far as the shoulder her husband must cross ascending from the other side. Thither, a great rock intervening, so little of Angus's cries reached, that she heard nothing through the deafness of her absorbing appeal for direction to her shepherd, the master of men. Gibbie thrust the tongs again into the fire, and while blowing it, bethought him that it might give Angus confidence if he removed the chain from his neck. He lay down the bellows, and did so, but to Angus the action seemed only preparatory to taking him by the throat with the horrible implement. In his agony and wild endeavour to frustrate the supposed intent, he struggled harder than ever. But now Gibbie was undoing the rope fastened round the chest. This Angus did not perceive, and when it came suddenly loose in the midst of one of his fierce straining contortions, the result was that he threw his body right over his head, and lay on his face for a moment confused. Gibbie saw his advantage. He snatched the clumsy tool out of the fire, seated himself on the corresponding part of Angus's person, and seizing with the tongs the rope between his feet, held on to both in spite of his heaves and kicks. In the few moments that passed while Gibbie burned through a round of the rope, Angus imagined a considerable number of pangs, but when Gibbie rose and hopped away, he discovered that his feet were at liberty, and scrambled up, his head dizzy and his body reeling. But such was then the sunshine of delight in Gibbie's countenance, that even Angus stared at him for a moment, only, however, with a vague reflection on the inconsequentiality of idiots, to which succeeded the impulse to take vengeance upon him for his sufferings. But Gibbie still had the tongs, and Angus's hands were still tied. He held them out to him. Gibbie pounced upon the knots with hands and teeth. They occupied him some little time, during which Angus was almost compelled to take better cognizance of the face of the savage, and dull as he was to the good things of human nature, he was yet in a measure subdued by what he there looked upon rather than perceive, while he could scarcely mistake the hearty ministration of his teeth and nails. The moment his hands were free, Gibbie looked up at him with a smile, and Angus did not even box his ears. Holding by the wall, Gibbie limped to the door and opened it. With a nod meant for thanks, the gamekeeper stepped out, took up his gun from where it leaned against the wall, and hurried away down the hill. A moment sooner, and he would have met Janet, but she had just entered the byre again to milk poor Crummie. When she came into the cottage, she stared with astonishment to see no Angus on the floor. Gibbie, who had lain down again in much pain, made signs that he had let him go. Whereupon such a look of relief came over her countenance, that he was filled with fresh gladness, and was, if possible, more satisfied still with what he had done. It was late before Robert returned, alone, weary, and disappointed. The magistrate was from home. He had waited for him as long as he dared, but at length, both because of his wife's unpleasant position, and the danger to himself if he longer delayed his journey across the mountain, seeing it threatened a storm, and there was no moon, he set out. That he too was relieved to find no Angus there, he did not attempt to conceal. The next day he went to see him, and told him that, to please Gibbie, he had consented to say nothing more about the affair. Angus could not help being sullen, but he judged it wise to behave as well as he could, kept his temper therefore, and said he was sorry he had been so hasty, but that Robert had punished him pretty well, for it would be weeks before he recovered the blow on the head he had given him. So they parted on tolerable terms, and there was no further persecution of Gibbie from that quarter. It was some time before he was able to be out again, but no hour spent with Janet was lost. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. A voice. That winter, the old people were greatly tried with rheumatism, for not only were the frosts severe, but there was much rain between. Their children did all in their power to minister to their wants, and Gibbie was nurse as well as shepherd. He who, when a child, had sought his place in the live universe by attending on drunk people and helping them home through the midnight streets, might have felt himself promoted considerably in having the necessities of such as Robert and Janet to minister to, but he never thought of that. It made him a little mournful sometimes to think that he could not read to them. Janet, however, was generally able to read aloud. Robert, being also asthmatic, suffered more than she, and was at times a little impatient. Gibbie still occupied his heather bed on the floor, and it was part of his business as nurse to keep up a good fire on the hearth. Peats, happily, were plentiful. Awake for this cause, he heard in the middle of one night the following dialogue between the husband and wife. "I'm growing terrible old, Janet," said Robert. "It's a sair thing, this old age, and I canna bring myself content with it. Ye see, I canna been used till't." "That's true, Robert," answered Janet. "Gien we had been born old, We mitched by this time hae been at home with it. But syne what would I come o' the grand delight o' seeing old age rin hirplin aye frae the face o' the ancient o' days? I would fain be content with my lot, persisted Robert. But when I find myself sae helpless like, I canna get it out of my head 'at the Lord has forsaken me, and left me to make an ill best o't wanting him. I wouldna lat sic a thought come into my head, Robert, sae long as I kenned I couldna draw breath nor wag tongue wanting him. For in him we live and move and hae our being. Gin he be the life o' me, what for suld I terrible myself about that life? Ay, lass, but gin ye had this asked me, making a your breast as gin 'twere lined with a sandpaper as they had been litched 1,000, or 'twere Lucifer spunks upo ye, mitch be dreading to forget 'at the Lord was your life, for I canna tell ye it's no like having his breath i' your nostrils. My bonny lad, returned Janet with infinite tenderness. I mitch will forget it. I wouldna be half sae patient as yoursel, but just to help to had you up, I's tell you what I think I would ettle after. I would say to myself, gin he be the life o' me, I hae no business with ony mair o't nor he gives me. I hae but to take a breath, beat hard, beat easy, ane at a time, and let him see to the nest himsel. Here I am, and here's him, and that he winna lets ane mark come to ill, that I'm weel sure o'. And ye mitch just think to yourself, Robert, 'at as ye're born into the world, and here ye are old intil't, you may just think, I say it, who ye're just new-born an old man, and beginning to grow young, and that's your business, for neither you nor me can be that far frae home, Robert, and when we win there, we'll be young enough, I'm thinking, and no ower young, for we'll hae what they say you canna get down here, a pair o' old heads upon young shoulders. But I was may hae ye there, Janet, for I kenna what I do wanting ye, and would be unco stray but up yonder gin I had to gang me lane, and know ye to refer till, 'at kens the ways o' the place. I ken no more the ways o' the place nor yourself, Robert, though I'm thinking they'll be unco quiet and sensible, seeing 'at their man be gentlefolk. It's enough to me 'at it'll be in the house o' me master's father, and me master was weel content to gang to that hoose, and it might be something but ordinary 'at it was fit for him. But poor simple folk, like ourselves, it'll hae no need to hing them down the head and look like gowks at disna ken manners. Bairns are no expected to ken at the ways o' at Muckle Hoose, and they hae never been intil it in their lives afore. It's not that altogether 'at troubles me, Janet. It's mair 'at I'll be expecting to sing and look pleased like, and I div not ken who it'll be possible, and ye na get athin me sight, or me cry, or at the hearing o' me ears. Did you believe this, Robert? 'At we're a one? Just one in Christ Jesus? I canna will say. I'm no denying nothing 'at the book tells me. Ye ken me better nor that, Janet. But there's mony a thing it says 'at I dinna ken whether I believed at me ain hain, or whether it be only at a thing 'at ye believe, Janet, is just to me as gien as believe it to myself. And that's a sair thought, for a man canna be saved e'en by the proxy o' his ain wife. Weel, you're just muckle where I find mysel whiles, Robert, and I comfort mysel with the hope 'at we'll ken the thing there, 'at maybe we're but trying to believe here. But only gate ye hae proved weel 'at you and me's one, Robert. No, we ken frae Scripture 'at the Master came to make I one o' them 'at was at twa, and we ken also 'at he conquered death, say he would never let death make the ane 'at he had made ane until twa again. It's no reason to think it, for oucht I ken, what looks like a ganging away may be a comin' nearer, and there may be wise a comin' near till ane ither up yonners 'at we ken nothing about down here. There's that laddie Gibbie. I canna but think 'at gien he had the tongue to spake, or ane given he could make only soon, wi' sense intil't like singing, Say he would fain himself nearer tills nor he can ither knew. What kens but them at singing up there afore the throne may sing so bonny, at either poor o' their braws thotched. Their vera songs may be like the ladders for them to come doon upon, and hing about them at they hae left aheen them, till the time comes for them to gang and join them i' the green pastures about the tree o' life. More of the like talk followed, but these words concerning a propinquation and song, although their meaning was not very clear, took such a hold of Gibbie that he heard nothing after, but fell asleep thinking about them. In the middle of the following night Janet woke her husband. "Robert, Robert," she whispered in his ear, "hearken, I'm thinking yon might be some wee angel come down to say I ken ye poor folk." Robert, scarce daring to draw his breath, listened with his heart in his mouth. From somewhere, apparently within the four walls of the cottage, came a low, lovely, sweet song, something like the piping of a big bird, something like a small human voice. "It canna be an angel," said Robert at length, "for it's singing my Nanny's away." "And what for no an angel?" returned Janet. "Isna that just what ye micht be singing yoursel' after what ye was saying last night? I'm thinking there maun be a heap o' young angels up there, new died singing my Nanny's away." "Hoo, Janet! Ye ken there's neither marrying nor gaying in the marriage there." "What was saying onything about marrying or gaying in marriage, Robert? Is that to say it you and me's to be no more to ane anither nor ither folk? Nor it's no to say it 'cause marriage is no the wise o' the country, at there's to be nothing better i' the place out? What garred the master to say anything about it then?" "Just 'cause they had plagued him with spearing. He would never hae opened his mouth and anent it. It wasna ane of his subjects. Gien they hadna been at the ween pride pranket boo folk, I didna believe there was only angels, or spirits, o' only kin, but said that a man ain't died was aye and altogether died, and yet preter to believe in God himsel', for aught that. Thoch to bleck non plus, the master wi' spear and wilk o' saving a poor body at had been garred marry them all, would be the wife o' when they got up again." "A body mitch think it would be left to hersel' to say," suggested Robert. "She had come through Unix to hae some claim to be considered." "She main hae been a rich guidin," said Janet, "gien ilkans the saving one be wanting her again. But I's warrant she kenned weel Unic whilk o' them was her ain. But Robert, man, this is joking. No 'at it's your white blame, and it's no becomin' I do to pose sic a serious subject, and I'm feart. Aye, there, I thought as muckle. The wee sangies droppit itself athgither, hist as gien the LibriVox had fantin it until its nest. I doot we'll hear nae mair o' it." As soon as he could hear what they were saying, Gibbie had stopped to listen, and now they had stopped also, and there was an end. For weeks he had been picking out tunes on his Pan's pipes. Also he had lately discovered that although he could not articulate, he could produce tones, and had taught himself to imitate the pipes. Now to his delight he had found that the noises he made were recognized as song by his father and mother. From that time he was often heard crooning to himself. Before long he began to look about the heavens for airs to suit this or that song he came upon or heard from Donal. End of A Voice.
Chapter 28 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 28. The Wisdom of the Wise. Change, meantime, was in progress elsewhere, and as well upon the foot as high on the side of Glashruach, change which seemed all important to those who felt the grind of the glacier as it slipped. Thomas Galbraith of Glashruach, Esquire, whom no more than any other could negation save, was not enfranchised from folly, or lifted above belief in a lie by his hatred to what he called superstition. He had long fallen into what will ultimately prove the most degrading superstition of all, the worship of Mammon, and was rapidly sinking from deep to lower deep. First of all, this was the superstition of placing hope and trust in that which, from age to age, and on the testimony of all sorts of persons who have tried it, has been proved to fail utterly. Next, such was the folly of the man whose wisdom was indignant with the harmless imagination of simple people for daring to flutter its wings upon his land, that he risked what he loved best in the world, even better than mammon, the approbation of fellow worshippers, by investing in Welsh gold mines. The property of Glashruach was a good one, but not nearly so large as it had been, and he was anxious to restore it to its former dimensions. The rents were low, and it could but tardily widen its own borders, while of money he had little and no will to mortgage. To increase his money, that he might increase his property, he took to speculation, but had never had much success until that same year, when he disposed of certain shares at a large profit, nothing troubled by the conviction that the man who bought them, in ignorance of many a fact which the laird knew, must in all probability be ruined by them. He counted this success, and it gave him confidence to speculate further. In the meantime, with what he had thus secured, he reannexed to the property a small farm which had been for some time in the market, but whose sale he had managed to delay. The purchase gave him particular pleasure, because the farm not only marched with his home grounds, but filled up a great notch in the map of the property between Glashruach and the Mains, with which also it marched. It was good land, and he let it at once on his own terms to Mr. Duff. In the spring affairs looked rather bad for him, and in the month of May he considered himself compelled to go to London. He had a faith in his own business faculty quite as foolish as any superstition in Gormgarnet. There he fell into the hands of a certain man, whose true place would have been in the swell mob, and not in the House of Commons. A fellow who used his influence and facilities as member of Parliament in promoting bubble companies. He was intimate with an elder brother of the laird, himself member for a not unimportant borough, a man likewise of principles that love the shade, and between them they had no difficulty in making a tool of Thomas Galbraith, as chairman of a certain aggregate of iniquity whose designation will not, in some families, be forgotten for a century or so. During the summer, therefore, the laird was from home, working up the company, hoping much from it, and trying hard to believe in it, whipping up its cream, and perhaps himself taking the froth, certainly doing his best to make others take it, for an increase of genuine substance. He devoted the chamber of his imagination to the service of Mammon, and the brownie he kept there played him fine pranks. A smaller change, though of really greater importance in the end, was that in the course of winter one of Donal's sisters was engaged by the housekeeper at Glashruach chiefly to wait upon Miss Galbraith. Ginevra was still a silent, simple, unconsciously retiring, and therewith dignified girl, in whom childhood and womanhood had begun to interchange hues, as it were with the play of colours in a dove's neck. Happy they in whom neither has a final victory. Happy also all who have such women to love. At one moment Ginevra would draw herself up, bridle her grandmother would have called it, with involuntary recoil from doubtful approach. The next, Ginny would burst out in a merry laugh at something in which only a child could have perceived the mirth-causing element. Then again the woman would seem suddenly to re-enter and rebuke the child, for the sparkle would fade from her eyes, and she would look solemn, and even a little sad. The people about the place loved her, but from the stillness on the general surface of her behaviour, the far-away feeling she gave them, and the impossibility of divining how she was thinking except she chose to unbosom herself, they were all a little afraid of her as well. They did not acknowledge, even to themselves, that her evident conscientiousness bore no small part in causing that slight uneasiness of which they were aware in her presence. Possibly it roused in some of them such a dissatisfaction with themselves as gave the initiative to dislike of her. In the mind of her new maid, however, there was no strife, therefore no tendency to dislike. She was thoroughly well-meaning, like the rest of her family, and finding her little mistress dwell in the same atmosphere, The desire to be acceptable to her awoke at once, and grew rapidly in her heart. She was the youngest of Janet's girls, about 4 years older than Donal, not clever, but as sweet as honest, and full of divine service. Always ready to think others better than herself, the moment she saw the still face of Ginevra, she took her for a little saint, and accepted her as a queen whose will to her should be law. Ginevra, on her part, was taken with the healthy hue and honest eyes of the girl, and never felt any dislike to her touching her hair, nor lost her temper when she was awkward and pulled it. Before the winter was over, the bond between them was strong. One principal duty required of Nicie, her parents had named her after the mother of St. Paul's Timothy, was to accompany her mistress every fine day to the manse, 1.5 miles from Glashruach. For some time Ginevra had been under the care of Miss Makar, the daughter of the parish clergyman, an old gentleman of sober aspirations, to whom the last century was the Augustan age of English literature. He was genial, gentle, and a lover of his race, with much reverence for, and some faith in, a Scotch god, whose nature was summed up in a series of words beginning with omni. Partly that the living was a poor one, and her father old and infirm, Miss Makar, herself middle-aged, had undertaken the instruction of the little heiress, never doubting herself mistress of all it was necessary a lady should know. By nature she was romantic, but her romance had faded a good deal. Possibly, had she read the new poets of her age, the vital flame of wonder and hope might have kept not a little of its original brightness in her heart. But under her father's guidance she had never got beyond the night thoughts and the course of time. Both intellectually and emotionally, therefore, Miss Makar had withered instead of ripening. As to her spiritual carriage, she thought too much about being a lady to be thoroughly one. The utter graciousness of the ideal lady would blush to regard itself. She was both gentle and dignified, but would have done a nature inferior to Ginevra's injury by the way she talked of things right and wrong, as becoming or not becoming in a lady of position such as Ginevra would one day find herself. What lessons she taught her well. Her music was old-fashioned, of course, but I have a fancy that perhaps the older the music one learns first, the better, for the deeper is thereby the rooting of that which will have the atmosphere of the age to blossom in. But then to every lover of the truth, a true thing is dearer because it is old-fashioned, and dearer because it is new-fashioned. And true music, like true love, like all truth, laughs at the god Fashion, because it knows him to be but an ape. Every day, then, except Saturday and Sunday, Miss Makar had for 2 years been in the habit of walking or driving to Glashruach, and there spending the morning hours. But of late her father had been ailing, and as he was so old that she could not without anxiety leave him when suffering from the smallest indisposition, she had found herself compelled either to give up teaching Ginevra, or to ask Mr. Galbraith to allow her to go, when such occasion should render it necessary, to the manse. She did the latter. The laird had consented, and thence arose the duty required of Nicie. Mr. Makar's health did not improve as the spring advanced, and by the time Mr. Galbraith left for London, he was confined to his room, and Ginevra's walk to the manse for lessons had settled into a custom. End of chapter 28. Recording by Hannah Mary.
Chapter 29 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 29. The Beast Boy. One morning they found, on reaching the manse, that the minister was very unwell, and that in consequence Miss Makar could not attend to Ginevra. They turned, therefore, to walk home again. Now the manse, upon another route of Glashgar, was nearer than Glashruach to Nicie's home, and many a time as she went and came did she lift longing eyes to the ridge that hid it from her view. This morning Ginevra observed that every other moment Nicie was looking up the side of the mountain as if she saw something unusual upon it. Occasionally, indeed, when the winding of the road turned their backs to it, stopping and turning round to gaze. "What is the matter with you, Nicie?" she asked. "What are you looking at up there?" "I'm won'erin' what my mither'll be doin'," answered Nicie. "She's up there." "Up there!" exclaimed Ginny, and turning, stared at the mountain too, expecting to perceive Nicie's mother somewhere upon the face of it. "Na, na, missie, ye canna see her," said the girl. "She's no in sicht. She's ower ayont there. Only, gien we war up whaur ye see yon 2-3 sheep again' the lift, we could see the bit hoosie whaur her and my father bides." "How I should like to see your father and mother, Nicie!" exclaimed Ginevra. "Weel, I'm sure they wad be richt glad to see yersel', missie, ony time 'at ye like it to gang an' see 'em." "Why shouldn't we go now, Nicie? It's not a dangerous place, is it?" "No, missie. Glashgar is as quiet and weel behaved a hill as ony in the country," answered Nicie, laughing. "She's some puir, like the lave o' 's, an' hasna muckle to spare, but the sheep get a feow nibbles upon her, here an' there, an' my mither manages to keep a coo, an' get plenty o' milk frae her too." "Come then, Nicie, we have plenty of time. Nobody wants either you or me, and we shall get home before any one misses us." Nicie was glad enough to consent. They turned at once to the hill and began climbing. But Nicie did not know this part of it nearly so well as that which lay between Glashruach and the cottage, and after they had climbed some distance, often stopping and turning to look down on the valley below, the prospect of which, with its streams and river, kept still widening and changing as they ascended, they arrived at a place where the path grew very doubtful, and she could not tell in which of 2 directions they ought to go. "I'll take this way, and you take that, Nicie," said Ginevra, "and if I find there is no path my way, I will come back to yours, and if you find there is no path your way, you will come back to mine." It was a childish proposal, and one to which Nicie should not have consented, but she was little more than a child herself. Advancing a short distance in doubt, and the path reappearing quite plainly, she sat down, expecting her little mistress to return directly. No thought of anxiety crossed her mind. How should one, in broad sunlight, on a mountain side, in the first of summer, and with the long day before them? So there sitting in peace, Nicie fell into a maidenly reverie, and so there Nicie sat for a long time, half dreaming in the great light, without once really thinking about anything. All at once she came to herself. Some latent fear had exploded in her heart. Yes, what could have become of her little mistress? She jumped to her feet and shouted, "Missie! Missie Galbraith! Ginny!" But no answer came back. The mountain was as still as at midnight. She ran to the spot where they had parted, and along the other path. It was plainer than that where she had been so idly forgetting herself. She hurried on, wildly calling as she ran. In the meantime, Ginevra, having found the path indubitable, and imagining it led straight to the door of Nicie's mother's cottage, and that Nicie would be after her in a moment, thinking also to have a bit of fun with her, set off dancing and running so fast that by the time Nicie came to herself she was a good mile from her. What a delight it was to be thus alone upon the grand mountain, with the earth banished so far below, and the great rocky heap climbing and leading and climbing up and up towards the sky. Ginny was not in the way of thinking much about God. Little had been taught her concerning him, and nothing almost that was pleasant to meditate upon. Nothing that she could hide in her heart, and be dreadfully glad about when she lay alone in her little bed, listening to the sound of the burn that ran under her window. But there was in her soul a large wildness ready for the voice that should come crying to prepare the way of the king. The path was after all a mere sheep-track, and led her at length into a lonely hollow in the hillside, with a swampy peat bog at the bottom of it. She stopped. The place looked unpleasant, reminding her of how she always felt when she came unexpectedly upon Angus MacPholp. She would go no further alone. She would wait till Nicie overtook her. It must have been just in such places that the people possessed with devils, only Miss Macar always made her read the word demons, ran about. As she thought thus, a lone-hearted bird uttered a single wailing cry, strange to her ear. The cry remained solitary, unanswered, and then first suddenly she felt that there was nobody there but herself, and the feeling had in it a pang of uneasiness. But she was a brave child. Nothing frightened her much except her father. She turned and went slowly back to the edge of the hollow. Nicie must by this time be visible. In her haste and anxiety, however, Nicey had struck into another sheep track, and was now higher up the hill, so that Ginny could see no living thing nearer than in the valley below. Far down there, and it was some comfort in the desolation that now began to invade her, she saw upon the road, so distant that it seemed motionless, a cart with a man in it, drawn by a white horse. Never in her life before had she felt that she was alone. She had often felt lonely, but she had always known where to find the bodily presence of somebody. Now she might cry and scream the whole day, and nobody answer. Her heart swelled into her throat, then sank away, leaving a wide hollow. It was so eerie. But Nicey would soon come, and then all would be well. She sat down on a stone, where she could see the path she had come a long way back. But never and never did any Nicey appear. At last she began to cry. This process with Ginny was a very slow one, and never brought her much relief. The tears would mount into her eyes and remain there, little pools of baka, a long time before the crying went any further. But with time the pools would grow deeper, and swell larger, and at last, when they had become 2 huge little lakes, the larger from the slowness of their gathering, 2 mighty tears would tumble over the edges of their embankments, and roll down her white, mournful cheeks. This time many more followed, and her eyes were fast becoming fountains, when all at once a verse she had heard the Sunday before at church seemed to come of itself into her head. "Call upon me in the time of trouble, and I will answer thee." It must mean that she was to ask God to help her. Was that the same as saying prayers? But she wasn't good, and he wouldn't hear anybody that wasn't good. Then, if he was only the God of the good people, what was to become of the rest when they were lost on mountains? She had better try. It could not do much harm. Even if he would not hear her, he would not surely be angry with her for calling upon him when she was in such trouble. So thinking, she began to pray to what dim, distorted reflection of God there was in her mind. They alone pray to the real God, the maker of the heart that prays, who know his Son Jesus. If our prayers were heard only in accordance with the idea of God to which we seem to ourselves to pray, how miserably would our infinite wants be met! But every honest cry, even if sent into the deaf ear of an idol, passes on to the ears of the unknown God, the heart of the unknown Father. "O God, help me home again!" cried Ginevra, and stood up in her great loneliness to return. The same instant she spied, seated upon a stone a little way off, but close to her path, the beast boy. There could be no mistake. He was just as she had heard him described by the children at the gamekeeper's cottage. That was his hair sticking all out from his head, though the sun in it made it look like a crown of gold or a shining mist. Those were his bare arms, and that was dreadful indeed. Bare legs and feet she was used to, but bare arms! Worst of all, making it absolutely certain he was the beast boy, he was playing upon a curious kind of whistling thing, making dreadfully sweet music to entice her nearer that he might catch her and tear her to pieces. Was this the answer God sent to the prayer she had offered in her sore need, the beast boy? She asked him for protection and deliverance, and here was the beast boy. She asked him to help her home, and there, right in the middle of her path, sat the beast boy waiting for her. Well, it was just like what they said about him on Sundays in the churches, and in the books Miss Macar made her read. But the horrid creature's music should not have any power over her. She would rather run down to the black water glooming in those holes and be drowned than the beast boy should have her to eat. Most girls would have screamed, but such was not Ginny's natural mode of meeting a difficulty. With fear, she was far more likely to choke than to cry out. So she sat down again and stared at him. Perhaps he would go away when he found he could not entice her. He did not move, but kept playing on his curious instrument. Perhaps, by returning into the hollow, she could make a circuit, and so pass him lower down the hill. She rose at once and ran. Now Gibbie had seen her long before she saw him, but from experience was afraid of frightening her. He had therefore drawn gradually near, and sat as if unaware of her presence. Treating her as he would a bird with which he wanted to make better acquaintance, he would have her get accustomed to the look of him before he made advances. But when he saw her run in the direction of the swamp, knowing what a dangerous place it was, he was terrified, sprung to his feet, and darted off to get between her and the danger. She heard him coming like the wind at her back, and whether from bewilderment, or that she did intend throwing herself into the water to escape him, Instead of pursuing her former design, she made straight for the swamp. But was the beast boy ubiquitous? As she approached the place, there he was, on the edge of a great hole half full of water, as if he had been sitting there for an hour. Was he going to drown her in that hole? She turned again and ran towards the descent of the mountain, but there Gibbie feared a certain precipitous spot, and besides, there was no path in that direction. So Ginevra had not run far before again she saw him right in her way. She threw herself on the ground in despair, and hid her face. After thus hunting her as a cat might a mouse, or a lion a man, what could she look for but that he would pounce upon her and tear her to pieces? Fearfully expectant of the horrible grasp, she lay breathless. But nothing came. Still she lay, and still nothing came. Could it be that she was dreaming? In dreams generally the hideous thing never arrived, but she dared not look up. She lay and lay, weary and still, with the terror slowly ebbing away out of her. At length to her ears came a strange, sweet voice of singing, such a sound as she had never heard before. It seemed to come from far away. What if it should be an angel God was sending, in answer after all to her prayer, to deliver her from the beast boy? He would of course want some time to come, and certainly no harm had happened to her yet. The sound grew and grew, and came nearer and nearer, but although it was song, she could distinguish no vowel melody in it, nothing but a tone melody, a crooning, as it were, ever upon one vowel in a minor key. It came quite near at length, and yet even then had something of the far-away sound left in it. It was like the wind of a summer night inside a great church bell in a deserted tower. It came close and ceased suddenly, as if, like a lark, the angel ceased to sing the moment he lighted. She opened her eyes and looked up. Over her stood the beast boy, gazing down upon her. Could it really be the beast boy? If so, then he was fascinating her, to devour her the more easily, as she had read of snakes doing to birds. But she could not believe it. Still, she could not take her eyes off him, that was certain. But no marvel! From under a great crown of reddish gold looked out two eyes of heaven's own blue, and through the eyes looked out something that dwells behind the sky in every blue thing. What if the angel, to try her, had taken to himself the form of the beast boy? No beast boy could sing like what she had heard, or look like what she now saw. She lay motionless, flat on the ground, her face turned sideways upon her hands, and her eyes fixed on the heavenly vision. Then a curious feeling began to wake in her of having seen him before, somewhere, ever so long ago. And that sight of him as well as this had to do with misery, with something that made a stain that would not come out. Yes, it was the very face, only larger and still sweeter, of the little naked child whom Angus had so cruelly lashed. That was ages ago, but she had not forgotten, and never could forget either the child's back, or the lovely innocent white face that he turned round upon her. If it was indeed he, perhaps he would remember her. In any case, she was now certain he would not hurt her. While she looked at him thus, Gibbie's face grew grave. Seldom was his grave when fronting the face of a fellow creature, but now he too was remembering and trying to recollect. As through a dream of sickness and pain he saw a face like the one before him, yet not the same. Ginevra recollected first, and a sweet, slow, diffident smile crept like a dawn up from the depth of her underworld to the sky of her face, but settled in her eyes and made two stars of them. Then rose the very sun himself in Gibbie's, and flashed a full response of daylight, a smile that no woman, girl, or matron could mistrust. From brow to chin his face was radiant. The sun of this world had made his nest in his hair, but the smile below it seemed to dim the aureole he wore. Timidly, yet trustingly, Ginevra took one hand from under her cheek, and stretched it up to him. He clasped it gently. She moved, and he helped her to rise. "I've lost Nicie," she said. Gibbie nodded, but did not look concerned. "Nicie is my maid," said Ginevra. Gibbie nodded several times. He knew who Nicie was rather better than her mistress. "I left her away back there, a long, long time ago, and she has never come to me," she said. Gibbie gave a shrill, loud whistle that startled her. In a few seconds, from somewhere unseen, a dog came bounding to him over stones and heather. How he spoke to the dog, or what he told him to do, she had not an idea, but the next instant Oscar was rushing along the path she had come, and was presently out of sight. So full of life was Gibbie, so quick and decided was his every motion, so full of expression his every glance and smile, that she had not yet begun to wonder he had not spoken. Indeed, she was hardly yet aware of the fact. She knew him now for a mortal, but, just as it had been with Donal and his mother, he continued to affect her as a creature of some higher world, come down on a mission of good will to men. At the same time she had, oddly enough, a feeling as if the beast boy were still somewhere not far off, held aloof only by the presence of the angel who had assumed his shape. Gibbie took her hand, and led her towards the path she had left. She yielded without a movement of question. But he did not lead her far in that direction. He turned to the left, up the mountain. It grew wilder as they ascended, but the air was so thin and invigorating, the changes so curious and interesting, as now they skirted the edge of a precipitous rock, now scrambled up the steepest of paths by the help of the heather that nearly closed over it, and the reaction of relief from the terror she had suffered so exciting that she never for a moment felt tired. Then they went down the side of a little burn, a torrent when the snow was dissolving, and even now a good stream, whose dance and song delighted her. It was the same, as she learned afterwards, to whose song under her window she listened every night in bed, trying in vain to make out the melted tune. Ever after she knew this, it seemed, as she listened, to come straight from the mountain to her window, with news of the stars and the heather and the sheep. They crossed the burn and climbed the opposite bank. Then Gibbie pointed, and there was the cottage, and there was Nicey coming up the path to it, with Oscar bounding before her. The dog was merry, but Nicey was weeping bitterly. They were a good way off, with another larger burn between, but Gibbie whistled, and Oscar came flying to him. Nicey looked up, gave a cry, and like a sheep to her lost lamb, came running. "Oh, missy!" she said, breathless, as she reached the opposite bank of the burn, and her tone had more than a touch of sorrowful reproach in it. "What garred ye run away?" "There was a road, Nicey, and I thought you would come after me." "I was a muckle geese, missy, but I'm glad I had gotten you. Come away and see my mother." "Yes, Nicey, we'll tell her all about it. You see, I haven't got a mother to tell, so I will tell yours." From that hour, Nicey's mother was a mother to Ginny as well. "Anither o' his lambs to feed," she said to herself. If a woman be a mother, she may have plenty of children. Never before had Ginny spent such a happy day, drunk such milk as Crummie's, or eaten such cakes as Janet's. She saw no more of Gibbie. The moment she was safe, he and Oscar were off again to the sheep, for Robert was busy cutting peats that day, and Gibbie was in sole charge. Eager to know about him, Ginevra gathered all that Janet could tell of his story, and in return told the little she had seen of it, which was the one dreadful point. "Is he a good boy, Mistress Grant?" she asked. "The best boy ever I kenned. Better nor my ain Donal, and he was the best afore him," answered Janet. Ginny gave a little sigh, and wished she were good. "When saw ye Donal?" asked Janet of Nicey. "No this long time. No sin I was here last," answered Nicey, who did not now get home so often as the rest. "I was thinkin'," returned her mother, "ye should maist see him noo, frae the back o' the Muckle Hoose, for he was tellin' me he was with the knot in the new meadow upo' the Lorrie bank, 'at Missy's papa bought frae James Glass." "Oh, is he there?" said Nicey. "I'll maybe get sicht, gien I dinna get word o' him. He cam ance to the kitchen door to see me, but Mistress MacFarlane wadna lat him in. She would hae nae loons comin' aboot the place, she said. I said it hoo he was my brither. She said, says she, that was naething to her, and she would hae no brithers. My sister might come whiles, she said, gien she camna ower often, but lasses had naething to do with brithers. Wha was to tell who was or who wasna my brither? I tell't her 'at a' my brithers was weel kenned for douce lads, and she tell't me to haud my tongue and no speyk up, and I could hae jist gien her a good clout o' the lug, I was that angered wi' her." "She'll be sorry for it some day," said Janet with a quiet smile. "And what a body's sure to be sorry for, ye may as well forgie them at once." "Hoo ken ye, mither, she'll be sorry for it?" asked Nicey, not very willing to forgive Mistress MacFarlane. "'Cause the maister says 'at we'll hae to pay the uttermost farden. There's naebody 'ill be lattin' off. We maun dee oor neebour richt." But mayna the master hisself forgive her? Suggested Nicey, a little puzzled. Lassie, said her mother solemnly, ye dinna surely think 'at the Lord's forgiveness is to lat folk off unrepentit? That would be a strange favour to grant them. He winna hurt mair nor he can help, but the groom maun make way for the grace. I'm sure it was sae when I gied you your whups, lass. I'll no say about some o' the first o' ye, for at that time I didna ken so weel what I was aboot, and was mair angert whiles nor there was any occasion for. Took my beam to dang their motes. I hae been sair troubled about it many's a time. Eh, mither! said Nicey, shocked at the idea of her reproaching herself about anything concerning her children. I'm weel sure there's no ane of 'em would think, not to say such a thing. I daur say ye're right there, lass. I think whiles a woman's bairns are like the God they came frae, aye ready to forgive her anything. Ginevra went home with a good many things to think about. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 30. The Lorrie Meadow. It was high time, according to agricultural economics, that Donal Grant should be promoted a step in the ranks of labour. A youth like him was fit for horses in their work, and looked idle in a field with cattle. But Donal was not ambitious, at least in that direction. He was more and more in love with books, and learning, and the music of thought and word, and he knew well that no one doing a man's work upon a farm could have much time left for study. Certainly not a quarter of what the herd boy could command. Therefore, with his parents' approval, he continued to fill the humbler office, and receive the scantier wages belonging to it. The day following their adventure on Glashgar, in the afternoon, Nicey, being in the grounds with her little mistress, proposed that they should look whether they could see her brother down in the meadow of which her mother had spoken. Ginevra willingly agreed, and they took their way through the shrubbery to a certain tall hedge which divided the grounds from a little grove of larches on the slope of a steep bank descending to the Lorrie, on the other side of which lay the meadow. It was a hawthorn hedge, very old, and near the ground very thin, so that they easily found a place to creep through. But they were no better on the other side, for the larches hid the meadow. They went down through them, therefore, to the bank of the little river, the largest tributary of the Daur from the roots of Glashgar. "There he is!" cried Nicey. "I see him," responded Ginny, "with his cows all about the meadow." Donal sat a little way from the river, reading. "He's aye at his book," said Nicey. "I wonder what book it is," said Ginny. "That would be ill to say," answered Nicey. "Donal reads a hantle o' books, mair his mither says, nor she doubts he can weel get the good o'." "Do you think it's Latin, Nicey?" "Ow, I dare say. But no, it canna be Latin, for look, he's laughing, an' he couldna do that gien 'twar Latin. I'm thinking it'll be a story. There's a heap o' them printit noo, they tell me, or 'deed maybe it may be a sang. He thinks a heap o' sangs. I heard my mither ance say she was some feared Donal may hae ta'en to makin' sangs himsel'. No 'at there was ony ill i' that, she said, gien there wasna ony ill in the songs themselves, but it was just some triflin' like, she said. An' they look for better frae Donal, wi' all his book learn, an' his Euclid, or what ca' they it, nor makin' sangs." "What's Euclid, Nicey?" "You may weel speir, missy, but I hae ill tellin' ye. It's a curious name till a book, an' minds me o' naething but when the lid o' yer ee yeuks. An' as to what lies atween the twa brods o't, I ken no more nor the man in the mune." "I should like to ask Donal what book he has got," said Ginny. "I'll cry till him, an' ye can speir," said Nicey. "Donal! Donal!" Donal looked up, and seeing his sister, came running to the bank of the stream. "Canna ye come ower, Donal?" said Nicey. "Here's Miss Galbraith wants to speir ye a question." Donal was across in a moment, for here the water was nowhere over a foot or two in depth. "Oh, Donal, you've wet your feet!" cried Ginevra. Donal laughed. "What ill 'll that do me, mem?" "None, I hope," said Ginny. "But it might, you know." "I micht hae been droont," said Donal. "Nicey," said Ginny with dignity, "your brother is laughing at me." "Na, na, mem," said Donal apologetically. "I was only so glaid to see you and Nicey 'at I forgot my mainners." "Then," returned Ginny, quite satisfied, Would you mind telling me what book you were reading?" "It's a book o' ballads," answered Donal. "I'll read ane of them till ye, gien ye like, mem." "I should like very much," responded Ginny. "I've read all my own books till I'm tired of them, and I don't like papa's books. And do you know, Donal," here the child woman's voice grew solemn sad, "I'm very sorry, and I'm frightened to say it, and if you weren't Nicey's brother I couldn't say it to you, but I am very tired of the Bible too." "That's a pity, mem," replied Donal. "I would hae ye no tell onybody that, for them 'at likes it no a hair better themselves 'll tak ye for a warden or a heathen for sayin' it. Jist gang ye up to my mither, an' tell her all aboot it. She's aye fair to a body, an' never thinks ill o' onybody 'at says the truth, when it's no for contrariness. She says 'at a heap o' ill comes o' folk no speakin' oot what they ken, or what they're thinkin', but aye guessin' at what they dinna ken, an' what ither folk's a thinkin'." "Ay," said Nicey, "it wad be a gey change warl' gien folk gaed to my mither, an' did as she wad hae them. She says folk sud never tell but the ill they ken o' themsel's, an' the good they ken o' ither folk. An' that's jist the contrair, ye ken, missy, to what folk maistly dis do." A pause naturally followed, which Ginny broke. "I don't think you told me the name of the book you were reading, Donal," she said. "Gien ye would sit down a minute, mem," returned Donal, "here's a bonny goiny spot. I would read a bit till ye, an' see gien ye liked it, afore I tell ye the name o' 't." She dropped at once on the little goiny bed, gathered her frock about her ankles, and said, "Sit down, Nicey. It's so kind of Donal to read something to us. I wonder what it's going to be." She uttered everything in a deliberate, old-fashioned way, with precise articulation, and a certain manner that an English mother would have called priggish, but which was only the outcome of Scotch stiffness, her father's rebukes, and her own sense of propriety. Donal read the ballad of Kemp Owen. I don't think I understand it," said Ginevra. "It is very dreadful, and I don't know what to think. Tell me about it, Donal. Do you know what it means, Nicey?" "No a glimp, missy," answered Nicey. Donal proceeded at once to an exposition. He told them that the serpent was a lady, enchanted by a wicked witch, who, after she had changed her, twisted her 3 times round the tree, so that she could not undo herself, and laid the spell upon her that she should never have the shape of a woman, until a knight kissed her as often as she was twisted round the tree. Then, when the night did come, at every kiss a coil of her body unwound itself, until at the last kiss she stood before him the beautiful lady she really was. "What a good, kind, brave knight!" said Ginevra. "But it's no true, ye ken, missy," said Nicey, anxious that she should not be misled. "It's naething but Donal's nonsense." "Nonsense here, nonsense there," said Donal. "I see a heap o' sense intil 't. But nonsense or no, Nicey, it's none o' my nonsense. I wuss it war. It's hun'erds o' years auld, that ballant, I s' warrant." "It's beautiful," said Ginevra, with decision and dignity. "I hope he married the lady, and they lived happy ever after." "I dinna ken, mem. The man 'at made the ballant, I daur say, thought him weel paid gien the body leddy said thank ye to him." "Oh, but Donal, that wouldn't be enough. Would it, Nicey?" "Weel, ye see, missy," answered Nicey, "he but gae her 3 kisses. That wasna so muckle to war upon a body." "But a serpent! A serpent's mouth, Nicey!" Here, unhappily, Donal had to rush through the burn without leave taking, for Hornie was attempting a trespass, and the 2 girls, thinking it was time to go home, rose and climbed to the house at their leisure. The rest of the day Ginevra talked of little else than the serpent lady and the brave knight, saying now and then what a nice boy that Donal of Nicey's was. Nor was more than the gentlest hint necessary to make Nicey remark the next morning that perhaps, if they went down again to the Lorrie, Donal might come and bring the book. But when they reached the bank and looked across, they saw him occupied with Gibbie. They had their heads close together over a slate, upon which now the one, now the other, seemed to be drawing. This went on, and they never looked up. Ginny would have gone home, and come again in the afternoon, but Nicey instantly called Donal. He sprang to his feet and came to them, followed by Gibbie. Donal crossed the burn, but Gibbie remained on the other side, and when presently Donal took his book of ballads from his pocket, and the little company seated themselves, stood with his back to them, and his eyes on the nowt. That morning they were not interrupted. Donal read to them for a whole hour, concerning which reading, and Ginevra's reception of it, Nicey declared she could not see what for they made sic a work about a wheen auld ballants ane after anither.
"They're no half so bonny as the paraphrases, Donal," she said.
After this, Ginevra went frequently with Nicie to see her mother, and learned much of the best from her. Often also they went down to the Lorrie, and had an interview with Donal, which was longer or shorter as Gibbie was there or not to release him. Ginny's life was now far happier than it had ever been. New channels of thought and feeling were opened, new questions were started, new interests awaked, so that, instead of losing by Miss Machar's continued inability to teach her, she was learning far more than she could give her, learning it too with the pleasure which invariably accompanies true learning. Little more than child as she was, Donal felt from the first the charm of her society, and she by no means received without giving, for his mental development was greatly expedited thereby. Few weeks passed before he was her humble squire, devoted to her with all the chivalry of a youth for a girl whom he supposes as much his superior in kind as she is in worldly position. His sole advantage in his own judgment, and that which alone procured him the privilege of her society, being that he was older, and therefore knew a little more. So potent and genial was her influence on his imagination, that, without once thinking of her as their object, he now first found himself capable of making verses, such as they were, and one day, with his book before him, it was Burns, and he had been reading the Gowan poem to Ginevra and his sister, he ventured to repeat, as if he had read them from the book, the following. They halted a little, no doubt, in rhythm, neither were perfectly rhymed, but for a beginning they had promise. Gibbie, who had thrown himself down on the other bank and lay listening, at once detected the change in the tone of his utterance, and before he ceased, had concluded that he was not reading them, and that they were his own. Rin, Bernie, clatter, to the sea win. Gien I was a water, so would I rin. Blaw wind, coloured clean, here and hine away. Gien I was a wind, wadna I blaw. Shine, old sun, shine strong and fine. Gien I was the sun's son, hearty I would shine. Hardly had he ended, when Gibbie's pipes began from the opposite side of the water, and, true to time and cadence and feeling, followed with just the one air to suit the song, from which Donal, to his no small comfort, understood that one at least of his audience had received his lilt. If the poorest nature in the world responds with the tune to the mightiest master's song, he knows, if not another echo should come back, that he has uttered a true cry. But Ginevra had not received it, and being therefore of her own mind and not of the song's, was critical. It is of the true things it does not, perhaps cannot receive, that human nature is most critical. "That one is nonsense, Donal," she said. "Isn't it now? How could a man be a burn, or a wind, or the sun? But poets are silly. Papa says so." In his mind, Donal did not know which way to look. Physically, he regarded the ground. Happily, at that very moment, Hornie caused a diversion, and Gibbie understood what Donal was feeling too well to make even a pretence of going after her. I must to his praise record the fact that, instead of wreaking his mortification upon the cow, Donal spared her several blows out of gratitude for the deliverance her misbehaviour had wrought him. He was in no haste to return to his audience. To have his first poem thus rejected was killing. She was but a child who had so unkindly criticized it, but she was the child he wanted to please, and for a few moments life itself seemed scarcely worth having. He called himself a fool, and resolved never to read another poem to a girl so long as he lived. By the time he had again walked through the burn, however, he was calm and comparatively wise, and knew what to say. "Div ye hear yon burn after ye gang to your bed, Mim?" he asked Ginevra as he climbed the bank, pointing a little lower down the stream to the mountain brook which there joined it. "Always," she answered. "It runs right under my window." "What kind o' a din dis't it make?" he asked again. "It is different at different times," she answered. "It sings and chatters in summer, and growls and cries and grumbles in winter, or after rain up in Glashgar." "Div ye think the burn's ony happier in the summer, Mem?" "No, Donal. The burn has no life in it, and therefore can't be happier one time than another." "Weel, Mem, I would just like to speir what waur is it to fancy yersel a burn, than to fancy the burn a body, one time singin' and chatterin', and the next growlin' and grumblin'." "Well, but Donal, can a man be a burn?" "Well, Mem, no, at least not in this warl', an' at his ain will. But whan ye're lyin' hearkenin' to the burn, did ye never imagine yersel runnin' down wi' it, down to the sea?" "No, Donal. I always fancy myself going up the mountain where it comes from, and running about wild there in the wind, when all the time I know I'm safe and warm in bed." "Weel, maybe that's better yet, I wadna say," answered Donal.
But just the night, for a change like, ye turn and gang down with it, in your thoughts I mean. Lie and hearken hearty till it the night, when you're in your bed. Hearken till a sound runs away wi' ye like, and ye forget all about yourself, and think yoursel away wi' the burn, runnin' through this and through that, through stans and birks and bracken, through heather and plowed land and corn and woods and gardens, aye singin', and aye changin' your tune accordin', till it wins to the muckle roarin' sea in his a tent. And the first night 'at the wind's up and away, do the same mem wi' the wind. Get upon the back o' it, like, as gien it was your muckle horse, and just ride him to the death. And efter that, gien ye dinna maybe just wuss 'at ye was a burn or a blowin' wind, either would be a sair loss to the universe. Ye wudna, I'm thinkin', be so ready to find fault wi' the child 'at made yon bit sangy."
"Are you vexed with me, Donal? I'm so sorry," said Ginevra, taking the earnestness of his tone for displeasure.
"Na, mem, ye're ower good and ower bonny," answered Donal, "to be a vex to onybody. But it wud be a vex to hear such a cratur as you speaking like one o' the fools o' the warl', 'at believe in naething but what comes in at the holes o' their heid."
Ginevra was silent. She could not quite understand Donal, but she felt she must be wrong somehow, and of this she was the more convinced when she saw the beautiful eyes of Gibbie fixed in admiration and brimful of love upon Donal. The way Donal kept his vow, never to read another poem of his own to a girl, was to proceed that very night to make another for the express purpose, as he lay awake in the darkness. The last one he ever read to her in that meadow was this:
"What gars ye sing," said the herd laddie, "what gars ye sing sae lood?" "To tice them out o' the yard, laddie, the worms for my daily food." And aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout. "Is no for the worms, sir," said the herd, "they comena for your sang." "Think ye sae, sir?" answered the bird, "maybe ye're no in the wrang." But aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout. "Sing ye young sorrow to beguile, or to give old fear the flegs?" "Na," quo' the mavis, "it's but to wile my wee things out o' her eggs." And aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout. The mistress is plenty for that same gear, though ye sang that airin' lo late. It's to draw the dead frae the moul so drear, and open the kirkyard gate. And aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout. Na, it's a better song nor your ain, though ye hae notes o' feck. It would make auld Barebones there sae fain as to lift the muckle sneck. But aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout. Better ye sing nor a burn in the moon, nor a wave o'er a sand that flows, nor a wind wi' the glintin' stars aboon, and aneath the roses and rose. And aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout. "But I'll speir ye nae more, sir," said the herd. "I fear what ye might say next." "Ye wad but wonder the more," said the bird, "to see the thoughts in my breast." And aye he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creepit in and out. And ane he took, and twa he let gang, but still he carrolled stout.
I doubt whether Ginevra understood this song better than the first, but she was now more careful of criticizing, and when by degrees it dawned upon her that he was the maker of these and other verses he read, she grew half afraid of Donal, and began to regard him with big eyes. He became, from a herd boy, an unintelligible person, therefore a wonder. For brought thus face to face with the maker of verses, she could not help trying to think how he did the thing. And as she felt no possibility of making verses herself, it remained a mystery and an astonishment, causing a great respect for the poet to mingle with the kindness she felt towards Nicey's brother. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 31. Their Reward. By degrees, Gibbie had come to be well known about the Mains in Glashruach. Angus's only recognition of him was a scowl in return for his smile, but as I have said, he gave him no farther annoyance, and the tales about the beast loon were dying out from Daurside. Jean Mavor was a special friend to him, for she knew now well enough who had been her brownie, and made him welcome as often as he showed himself with Donal. Fergus was sometimes at home, sometimes away, but he was now quite a fine gentleman, a student of theology, and only condescendingly cognizant of the existence of Donal Grant. All he said to him when he came home a Master of Arts was, that he had expected better of him. He ought to be something more than heard by this time. Donal smiled and said nothing. He had just finished a little song that pleased him, and could afford to be patronized. I am afraid, however, he was not contented with that, but in his mind's eye measured Fergus from top to toe. In the autumn, Mr. Galbraith returned to Glashruach, but did not remain long. His schemes were promising well, and his self-importance was screwed yet a little higher in consequence. But he was kinder than usual to Ginevra. Before he went, he said to her that, as Mr. Macar had sunk into a condition requiring his daughter's constant attention, he would find her an English governess as soon as he reached London. Meantime, she must keep up her studies by herself as well as she could. Probably he forgot all about it, for the governess was not heard of at Glashruach, and things fell into their old way. There was no spiritual traffic between the father and daughter, consequently Ginevra never said anything about Donal or Gibbie, or her friendship for Nicie. He had himself to blame altogether. He had made it impossible for her to talk to him. But it was well he remained in ignorance, and so did not put a stop to the best education she could at this time of her life have been having, such as neither he nor any friend of his could have given her. It was interrupted, however, by the arrival of the winter, a wild time in that region, fierce storm alternating with the calm of death. After howling nights, in which it seemed as if all the poltergeister of the universe must be out on a disembodied lark, the mountains stood there in the morning solemn still, each with his white turban of snow unrumpled on his head, in the profoundest silence of blue air, as if he had never in his life passed a more thoughtful, peaceful time than the very last night of all. To such feet as Ginevra's, the cottage on Glashgar was for months almost as inaccessible as if it had been in Sirius. More than once, the dower was frozen thick. For weeks every beast was an absolute prisoner to the byre, and for months was fed with straw and turnips and potatoes and oil cake. Then was the time for stories. And often in the long dark, while yet it was hours too early for bed, would Ginevra go with Nicie, who was not much of a raconteuse, to the kitchen, to get one of the other servants to tell her an old tale. For even in his own daughter and his own kitchen, the great laird could not extinguish the accursed superstition. Not a glimpse did Ginevra get all this time of Donal or of Gibbie. At last, like one of its own flowers in its own bosom, the spring began again to wake in God's thought of his world, and the snow, like all other deaths, had to melt and run, leaving room for hope. Then the summer woke smiling as if she knew she had been asleep, and the two youths and the two maidens met yet again on Lorrie bank, with the brown water falling over the stones, the gold nuggets of the broom hanging over the water, and the young larchwoods scenting the air all up the brae side between them and the house, which the tall hedge hid from their view. The four were a year older, a year nearer trouble, and a year nearer getting out of it. Ginevra was more of a woman, Donal more of a poet, Nicie as nice and much the same, and Gibbie, if possible, more a foundling of the universe than ever. He was growing steadily, and showed such freedom and ease, and his motions were all so rapid and direct, that it was plain at a glance the beauty of his countenance was in no manner or measure associated with weakness. The mountain was a grand nursery for him, and the result, both physical and spiritual, corresponded. Janet, who, better than anyone else, knew what was in the mind of the boy, revered him as much as he revered her. The first impression he made upon her had never worn off, had only changed its colour a little. More even than a knowledge of the truth is a readiness to receive it, and Janet saw from the first that Gibbie's ignorance at its worst was but room vacant for the truth. When it came, it found bolt nor bar on door or window, but had immediate entrance. The secret of this power of reception was, that to see a truth and to do it was one and the same thing with Gibbie. To know and not do would have seemed to him an impossibility, as it is in vital idea a monstrosity. This unity of vision and action was the main cause also of a certain daring simplicity in the exercise of the imagination, which so far from misleading him reacted only in obedience, which is the truth of the will, the truth therefore of the whole being. He did not do the less well for his sheep that he fancied they knew when Jesus Christ was on the mountain, and always at such times both fed better and were more frolicsome. He thought Oscar knew it also, and interpreted a certain look of the dog by the supposition that he had caught a sign of the bodily presence of his maker. The direction in which his imagination ran forward was always that in which his reason pointed, and so long as Gibbie's fancies were bud blooms upon his obedience, his imagination could not be otherwise than in harmony with his reason. Imagination is a poor root, but a worthy blossom, and in a nature like Gibbie's its flowers cannot fail to be lovely. For no outcome of a man's nature is so like himself as his imaginations, except it be his fancies indeed. Perhaps his imaginations show what he is meant to be, his fancies what he is making of himself. In the summer, Mr. Galbraith, all unannounced, reappeared at Glashruach, but so changed that, startled at the sight of him, Ginevra stopped midway in her advance to greet him. The long thin man was now haggard and worn. He looked sourer too, and more suspicious, either that experience had made him so, or that he was less equal to the veiling of his feelings in dignified indifference. He was annoyed that his daughter should recognize an alteration in him, and turning away, leaned his head on the hand whose arm was already supported by the mantelpiece, and took no further notice of her presence. But perhaps conscience also had something to do with this behaviour. Ginevra knew from experience that the sight of tears would enrage him, and with all her might repress those she felt beginning to rise. She went up to him timidly, and took the hand that hung by his side. He did not repel her, that is, he did not push her away, or even withdraw his hand, but he left it hanging lifeless, and returned with it no pressure upon hers, which was much worse. "Is anything the matter, papa?" she asked with trembling voice. "I am not aware that I have been in the habit of communicating with you on the subject of my affairs," he answered, "nor am I likely to begin to do so where my return after so long an absence seems to give so little satisfaction." "Oh, papa, I was frightened to see you looking so ill." "Such a remark upon my personal appearance is but a poor recognition of my labours for your benefit, I venture to think, Jenny," he said. He was at the moment contemplating, as a necessity, the sale of every foot of the property her mother had brought him. Nothing less would serve to keep up his credit, and gain time to disguise more than one failing scheme. Everything had of late been going so badly that he had lost a good deal of his confidence and self-satisfaction, but he had gained no humility instead. It had not dawned upon him yet that he was not unfortunate, but unworthy. The gain of such a conviction is to a man enough to outweigh infinitely any loss that even his unworthiness can have caused him, for it involves some perception of the worthiness of the truth, and makes way for the utter consolation which the birth of that truth in himself will bring. As yet, Mr. Galbraith was but overwhelmed with care for a self which, so far as he had to do with the making of it, was of small value indeed, although in the possibility, which is the birthright of every creature, it was not less than that of the wretchedest of dog-licked Lazaruses, of a value by himself unsuspected and inappreciable. That he should behave so cruelly to his one child was not unnatural to that self with which he was so much occupied. Failure had weakened that command of behaviour which so frequently gains the credit belonging only to justice and kindness, and a temper which never was good, but always feeling the chain, was ready at once to show its ugly teeth. He was a proud man, whose pride was always catching cold from his heart. He might have lived 100 years in the same house, with a child that was not his own, without feeling for her a single movement of affection. The servants found more change in him than Ginevra did. His relations with them, if not better conceived than his paternal ones, had been less evidently defective. Now he found fault with every one, so that even Joseph dared hardly open his mouth, and said he must give warning. The day after his arrival, having spent the morning with Angus walking over certain fields, much desired, he knew, of a neighbouring proprietor, inwardly calculating the utmost he could venture to ask for them with a chance of selling, he scolded Ginevra severely on his return, because she had not had lunch, but had waited for him, whereas a little reflection might have shown him she dared not take it without him. Naturally, therefore, she could not now eat, because of a certain sensation in her throat. The instant he saw she was not eating, he ordered her out of the room. He would have no such airs in his family. By the end of the week, he arrived on the Tuesday, such a sense of estrangement possessed Ginevra that she would turn on the stair and run up again, if she heard her father's voice below. Her aversion to meeting him he became aware of, and felt relieved in regard to the wrong he was doing his wife, by reflecting upon her daughter's behaviour towards him. for he had a strong constitutional sense of what was fair, and a conscience disobeyed becomes a cancer. In this evil mood he received from someone, all his life Donal believed it was Fergus, a hint concerning the relations between his daughter and his tenant's herd-boy. To describe his feelings at the bare fact that such a hint was possible would be more labour than the result would repay. What, his own flesh and blood, the heiress of Glashruach, derive pleasure from the boorish talk of such a companion? It could not be true, when the mere thought, without the belief of it, filled him with such indignation. He was overwhelmed with a righteous disgust. He did himself the justice of making himself certain before he took measures, but he never thought of doing them the justice of acquainting himself first with the nature of the intercourse they held. But it mattered little, for he would have found nothing in that to give him satisfaction, even if the thing itself had not been outrageous. He watched and waited, and more than once pretended to go from home. At last, one morning, from the larch wood, he saw the unnatural girl seated with her maid on the bank of the river, the cowherd reading to them, and on the other side the dumb idiot lying listening. He was almost beside himself. With what, I can hardly define. In a loud voice of bare command he called her to come to him. With a glance of terror at Nicie, she rose, and they went up through the larches together. I will not spend my labour upon a reproduction of the verbal torrent of wrath, wounded dignity, disgust, and contempt with which the father assailed his shrinking, delicate, honest-minded woman-child. For Nicie, he dismissed her on the spot. Not another night would he endure her in the house, after her abominable breach of confidence. She had to depart without even a good-bye from Ginevra, and went home weeping in great dread of what her mother would say. "Lassie," said Janet, when she heard her story, "gin anybody be to blame it's mysel', for ye loot me ken ye gaed whiles wi' your bonny missie to hae a news wi' Donal, and I saw and see naught as wrong intil it. But the folk o' this warl' has ither ways o' judgin' o' things, and I maun bethink mysel' what lesson o' the serpent's wisdom I hae to learn frae it. Ye're welcome hame, my bonny lass. Ye canna aye keep the wee closet ready, for ony o' ye it micht come unexpeckit." Nicie, however, had not long to occupy the closet, for those of her breed were in demand in the country. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 32. Prologue. Ever since he became a dweller in the air of Glashgar, Gibbie, mindful of his first visit thereto, and of his grand experience on that occasion, had been in the habit, as often as he saw reason to expect a thunderstorm and his duties would permit, of ascending the mountain, and there on the crest of the granite peak awaiting the arrival of the tumult. Everything antagonistic in the boy, everything that could naturally find relief or pleasure or simple outcome in resistance or contention, debarred as it was by the exuberance of his loving kindness from obtaining satisfaction or alleviation in strife with his fellows, found it wherever he could encounter the forces of nature, in personal wrestle with them where possible, and always in wildest sympathy with any uproar of the elements. The absence of personality in them allowed the coexistence of sympathy and antagonism in respect of them. Except those truths awaking delight at once calm and profound, of which so few know the power, and the direct influence of human relation, Gibbie's emotional joy was more stirred by storm than by anything else. And with all forms of it he was so familiar, that, young as he was, he had unconsciously begun to generalize on its phases. Towards the evening of a wondrously fine day in the beginning of August, a perfect day of summer in her matronly beauty, it began to rain. All the next day the slopes and stairs of Glashgar were alternately glowing in sunshine and swept with heavy showers, driven slanting in strong gusts of wind from the northwest. How often he was wet through and dried again that day, Gibbie could not have told. He wore so little that either took but a few moments, and he was always ready for a change. The wind and the rain together were cold, but that only served to let the sun shine deeper into him when it returned. In the afternoon there was less sun, more rain, and more wind, and at last the sun seemed to give it up. The wind grew to a hurricane, and the rain strove with it which should inhabit the space. The whole upper region was like a huge mortar, in which the wind was the pestle, and with innumerable gyres vainly ground at the rain. Gibbie drove his sheep to the refuge of a pen on the lower slope of a valley that ran at right angles to the wind, where they were sheltered by a rock behind, forming one side of the enclosure, and dykes of loose stones forming the others, at a height there was no tradition of any flood having reached. He then went home, and having told Robert what he had done, and had his supper, set out in the early failing light to ascend the mountain. A great thunderstorm was at hand, and was calling him. It was almost dark before he reached the top, but he knew the surface of Glashgar nearly as well as the floor of the cottage. Just as he had fought his way to the crest of the peak in the face of one of the fiercest of the blasts abroad that night, a sudden rush of fire made the heavens like the smoke-filled vault of an oven. And at once the thunder followed, in a succession of single sharp explosions without any roll between. The mountain shook with the windy shocks, but the first of the thunderstorm was the worst, and it soon passed. The wind and the rain continued, and the darkness was filled with the rush of the water everywhere wildly tearing down the sides of the mountain. Thus heaven and earth held communication in torrents all the night. Down the steeps of the limpid air they ran to the hard sides of the hills, where at once, as if they were no longer at home and did not like the change, they began to work mischief. To the ears and heart of Gibbie their noises were a mass of broken music. Every spring and autumn the floods came, and he knew them, and they were welcome to him in their seasons. It required some care to find his way down through the darkness and the waters to the cottage, but as he was neither in fear nor in haste, he was in little danger, and his hands and feet could pick out the path where his eyes were useless. When at length he reached his bed, it was not for a long time to sleep, but to lie awake and listen to the raging of the wind all about and above and below the cottage, and the rushing of the streams down past it on every side. To his imagination it was as if he lay in the very bed of the channel by which the waters of heaven were shooting to the valleys of the earth. And when he fell asleep at last, his dream was of the rush of the river of the water of life from under the throne of God, and he saw men drink thereof, and every one as he drank straightway knew that he was one with the Father, and one with every child of his throughout the infinite universe. He woke, and what remained of his dream was love in his heart, and in his ears the sound of many waters. It was morning. He rose, and dressing hastily opened the door. What a picture of grey storm rose outspread before him! The wind fiercely invaded the cottage, thick charged with water drops, and stepping out he shut the door in haste, lest it should blow upon the old people in bed and wake them. He could not see far on any side, for the rain that fell, and the mist and steam that rose, upon which the wind seemed to have no power. But wherever he did see, there water was running down. Up the mountain he went. He could hardly have told why. Once, for a moment, as he ascended, the veil of the vapour either rose or was torn asunder, and he saw the great wet gleam of the world below. By the time he reached the top, it was as light as it was all the day, but it was with a dull yellow glare, as if the sun were obscured by the smoke and vaporous fumes of a burning world which the rain had been sent to quench. It was a wild, hopeless scene, as if God had turned his face away from the world, and all nature was therefore drowned in tears. No Rachel weeping for her children, but the whole creation crying for the Father and refusing to be comforted. Gibbie stood gazing and thinking. Did God like to look at the storm he made? If Jesus did, would he have left it all and gone to sleep, when the wind and waves were howling and flinging the boat about like a toy between them? He must have been tired, surely. With what? Then first Gibbie saw that perhaps it tired Jesus to heal people. That every time what cured man or woman was life that went out of him, and that he missed it perhaps, not from his heart, but from his body. And if it were so, then it was no wonder if he slept in the midst of a right splendid storm. And upon that Gibbie remembered what St. Matthew says just before he tells about the storm, that he cast out the spirits with his word, and healed all that were sick, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, Himself took our infirmities, and bare our sicknesses. That moment it seemed as if he must be himself in some wave-tossed boat, and not upon a mountain of stone, for Glashgar gave a great heave under him, then rocked and shook from side to side a little, and settled down so still and steady, that motion and the mountain seemed again two ideas that never could be present together in any mind. The next instant came an explosion, followed by a frightful roaring and hurling, as of mingled water and stones, and on the side of the mountain beneath him he saw what, through the mist, looked like a cloud of smoke or dust rising to a height. He darted towards it. As he drew nearer, the cloud seemed to condense, and presently he saw plainly enough that it was a great column of water shooting up and out from the face of the mountain. It sank and rose again with the alternation of a huge pulse. The mountain was cracked, and through the crack, with every throb of its heart, the life-blood of the great hull of the world seemed beating out. Already it had scattered masses of gravel on all sides, and down the hill a river was shooting in sheer cataract, raving and tearing, and carrying stones and rocks with it like foam. Still and still it pulsed and rushed and ran, borne like another Xanthus, a river full grown, from the heart of the mountain. Suddenly Gibbie, in the midst of his astonishment and awful delight, noted the path of the new stream, and from his knowledge of the face of the mountain, perceived that its course was direct for the cottage. Down the hill he shot after it, as if it were a wild beast that his fault had freed from its cage. He was not terrified. One believing like him in the perfect love and perfect will of a Father of men as the fact of facts fears nothing. Fear is faithlessness. But there is so little that is worthy the name of faith, that such a confidence will appear to most not merely incredible, but heartless. The Lord himself seems not to have been very hopeful about us, for he said, "When the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on the earth?" A perfect faith would lift us absolutely above fear. It is in the cracks, crannies, and gulfy faults of our belief, the gaps that are not faith, that the snow of apprehension settles, and the ice of unkindness forms. The torrent had already worn for itself a channel. What earth there was, it had swept clean away to the rock, and the loose stones it had thrown up aside, or hurled with it in its headlong course. But as Gibbie bounded along, following it with a speed almost equal to its own, he was checked in the midst of his hearty haste by the sight, a few yards away, of another like terror, another torrent issuing from the side of the hill, and rushing to swell the valley stream. Another and another he saw with growing wonder as he ran. Before he reached home he passed some 6 or 8, and had begun to think whether a second deluge of the whole world might not be at hand, commencing this time with Scotland. 2 of them joined the one he was following, and he had to cross them as he could. The others he saw near and farther off, one foaming deliverance after another, issuing from the entrails of the mountain, like imprisoned demons, that, broken from their bonds, ran to ravage the world with the accumulated hate of dreariest centuries. Now and then a huge boulder, loosened from its bed by the trail of this or that watery serpent, would go rolling, leaping, bounding down the hill before him, and just in time he escaped one that came springing after him as if it were a living thing that wanted to devour him. Nor was Glashgar the only torrent-bearing mountain of Gormgarnet that day, though the rain prevented Gibbie from seeing anything of what the rest of them were doing. The fountains of the great deep were broken up, and seemed rushing together to drown the world. And still the wind was raging, and the rain tumbling to the earth, rather in sheets than in streams. Gibbie at length forsook the bank of the new torrent to take the nearest way home, and soon reached the point whence first, returning in that direction, he always looked to see the cottage. For a moment he was utterly bewildered. No cottage was to be seen. From the top of the rock against which it was built, shot the whole mass of the water he had been pursuing, now dark with stones and gravel, now grey with foam or glassy in the lurid light. "Oh, Jesus Christ!" he cried, and darted to the place. When he came near, to his amazement there stood the little house, unharmed, the very centre of the cataract. For a few yards on the top of the rock, the torrent had a nearly horizontal channel, along which it rushed with unabated speed to the edge, and thence shot clean over the cottage, dropping only a dribble of rain on the roof from the underside of its half-arch. The garden ground was gone, swept clean from the bare rock, which made a fine smooth chute for the water a long distance in front. He darted through the drizzle and spray, reached the door, and lifted the latch. The same moment he heard Janet's voice in joyful greeting. "No, no, come away, laddie," she said. "Who would have thought we would have to leave the rock to win out of the water? We're but waiting you to gang. Come, Robert, we'll away down the hill." She stood in the middle of the room in her best gown as if she had been going to church, her Bible, a good-sized octavo, under her arm, with a white handkerchief folded round it, and her umbrella in her hand. "He that believeth shall not make haste," she said, "but he maun not tempt the Lord either. Drink that milk, Gibbie, and put a bannock in your pouch, and come away." Robert rose from the edge of the bed, staff in hand, ready too. He also was in his Sunday clothes. Oscar, who could make no change of attire, but was always ready, and had been standing looking up in his face for the last 10 minutes, wagged his tail when he saw him rise, and got out of his way. On the table were the remains of their breakfast of oatcake and milk. The fire Janet had left on the hearth was a spongy mass of peat, as wet as the winter before it was dug from the bog, so they had had no porridge. The water kept coming in splashes down the lum, the hillocks of the floor were slimy, and in the hollows little lakes were gathering. The lowest film of the torrent water ran down the rock behind, and making its way between rock and roof, threatened soon to render the place uninhabitable. "What's the use o' luddening yoursel' wi' the umbrell?" said Robert. "You'll get it all drookit." "Oh, I'll just take it," replied Janet, with a laugh in acknowledgment of her husband's fun. "It'll hold the rain on blint me." "That's gien ye be able to hold it up. I doubt the wind'll be ower sair upon it. I'm thinking though it'll be mair to hold your book dry." Janet smiled and made no denial. "No, Gibbie," she said, "ye gang and loose Crummie, but ye'll hae to lead her. She winna be to caw in such a wind as this, and no plain road afore her." "Whaur do ye think of goin'?" asked Robert, who, satisfied as usual with whatever might be in his wife's mind, had not till this moment thought of asking her where she meant to take refuge. "We'll just make for the Mains, gien ye be agreeable, Robert," she answered. "It's there we belong till, and in weather like this naebody would refuse bield till a beggar, no to say Mistress Jean till her own folk." With that she led the way to the door and opened it. "His voice was like the sound o' many waters," she said to herself softly, as the liquid thunder of the torrent came in the louder. Gibbie shot round the corner to the byre, whence through all the roar every now and then they had heard the cavernous mooing of Crummie, piteous and low. He found a stream a foot deep running between her fore and hind legs, and did not wonder that she wanted to be on the move. Speedily he loosed her, and fastening the chain tether to her halter, led her out. She was terrified at sight of the falling water, and they had some trouble in getting her through behind it, but presently after she was making the descent as carefully and successfully as any of them. It was a heavy undertaking for the two old folk to walk all the way to the Mains, and in such a state of the elements. But where there is no choice, we do well to make no difficulty. Janet was half troubled that her mountain, and her foundation on the rock, should have failed her, but consoled herself that they were but shadows of heavenly things and figures of the true, and that a mountain or a rock was in itself no more to be trusted than a horse or a prince or the legs of a man. Robert plodded on in contented silence, and Gibbie was in great glee, singing after his fashion all the way, though now and then half choked by the fierceness of the wind round some corner of rock, filled with raindrops that stung like hailstones. By and by Janet stopped and began looking about her. This naturally seemed to her husband rather odd in the circumstances. "What are ye after, Janet?" he said, shouting through the wind from a few yards off, by no means sorry to stand for a moment, although any recovering of his breath seemed almost hopeless in such a tempest. "I want to lay my umbrella in safety," answered Janet, "gien I could but perceive a suitable spot. Ye was right, Robert, it's mair wealth nor I can get the good of." "Hoots, fling it from ye then, lass," he returned. "Is this a day to be thinking o' world's gear?" "What for no, Robert?" she rejoined. "One day's as good as anither for thinking about onything the right gait." "What," retorted Robert, "when we attain our lives in our hand, and can no more than hope we may carry them through safe?" "What's that 'at ye call our lives, Robert? The Maester never made muckle o' the savin' o' sic like as them. It seems to me they're nothing but a kind o' world's gear themselves." "And yet," argued Robert, "ye'll take thought about an old umbrell? Whaur's your consistency, lass?" "Gien I were troubled about my life," said Janet, "I could ill spare thought for an old umbrell. But they both trouble me so little, 'at I may as well just look after them both. It's old and castin' and bow ribbit, it's true, but it would ill become me to drop it without a thought, when him 'at could make her love said gather up the fragments 'at nothing be lost. Na," she continued, still looking about her, "I maun just do my duty by the old umbrell, San come of it likes, I care na." So saying, she walked to the lee side of a rock, and laid the umbrella close under it, then a few large stones upon it to keep it down. I may add that the same umbrella, recovered, and with 2 new ribs, served Janet to the day of her death. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 33. The Mains. They reached at length the valley road. The water that ran in the bottom was the Lorrie. 3 days ago it was a lively little stream, winding and changing within its grassy banks, here resting silent in a deep pool, there running and singing over its pebbles. Now it had filled and far overflowed its banks, and was a swift river. It had not yet so far up the valley encroached on the road, but the torrents on the mountain had already in places much injured it, and with considerable difficulty they crossed some of the new-made gullies. When they approached the bridge, however, by which they must cross the Lorrie to reach the Mains, their worst trouble lay before them. For the enemy, with whose reinforcements they had all the time been descending, showed himself ever in greater strength the farther they advanced, and here the road was flooded for a long way on both sides of the bridge. There was therefore a good deal of wading to be done, but the road was an embankment, there was little current, and in safety at last they ascended the rising ground on which the farm buildings stood. When they reached the yard, they sent Gibbie to find shelter for Crummie, and themselves went up to the house. "The Lord preserve us!" cried Jean Mavor, with uplifted hands when she saw them enter the kitchen. "He'll do that, mem," returned Janet with a smile. "But what can he do? Gin ye be drawn out to the hills, what's to come of us in the how? I would ken that," said Jean. "The water's not up to your door yet," remarked Janet. "God forbid!" retorted Jean, as if the very mention of such a state of things was too dreadful to be polite. "But your wit." "Wit's not the word," said Robert, trying to laugh, but failing from sheer exhaustion, and the beginnings of an asthmatic attack. The farmer, hearing their voices, came into the kitchen. A middle-sized and middle-aged, rather coarse-looking man, with keen eyes, who took snuff amazingly. His manner was free with a touch of satire. He was proud of driving a hard bargain, but was thoroughly hospitable. He had little respect for person or thing, but showed an occasional touch of tenderness. "Hoot, Rob," he said roughly as he entered, "I thought ye had mair sense. What's brought ye here at sic a time?" But as he spoke he held out his snuff-box to the old man. "Fell necessity, sir," answered Robert, taking a good pinch. "Necessity?" retorted the farmer. "Was ye out a meal?" "Out a dry meal, I doubt by this time, sir," replied Robert. "Hoots, I wuss we were all in like necessity. Well up upon the hill instead of down here upon the how. It's just clean ridiculous. You should have kenned better at your age, Rob. You should have thought twice, man." "'Deed, sir," answered Robert, quietly finishing his pinch of snuff. "There was small need and less time to think, and Glashruach burstin', and the water comin' ower the tap o' the bit hoosie as gien 'twere a muckle owershot wheel, and not a place for folk to bide in. Ye dinna think Janet and me would be twa sic old fools as put on our Sunday clothes to swim in, gien we thought to see things as we left them when we gaed back. Ye see, sir, though the house be faunt upon a rock, it's maist bigot o' fells, and the foundations aye look even to see o't again. When the force o' the water grows less, it'll come down upon the riggin' with the hale weight of it." "Ay," said Janet in a low voice, "the live stones mun come to the live rock to big the house it'll stand." "What think ye, Mr. Fergus, you 'at's goin' to be a minister?" said Robert, referring to his wife's words, as the young man looked in at the door of the kitchen. "Let him be," interposed his father, blowing his nose with unnecessary violence. "Setna him preachin' afore his time. Fess the whuskey, Fergus, and gie old Robert a dram. Haith, gien the water be rinnin' ower the tap o' your house, man, it was time to flit. Fess 2 or 3 glasses, Fergus. We have need of something that's not water. It's perfectly ridiculous." Having taken a little of the whisky, the old people went to change their clothes for some Jean had provided, and in the meantime she made up her fire and prepared some breakfast for them. "And whaur's your dummy?" she asked as they re-entered the kitchen. "He had poor Crummie to look efter," answered Janet, "but he might ha' been in or this time." "He'll be wi' Donal in the byre, no doubt," said Jean. "He's aye some shy o' comin' in wantin' an inveet." She went to the door and called with a loud voice across the yard, through the wind and the clashing torrents. "Donal! Send Dummy in till his breakfast." "He's away till his sheep," cried Donal in reply. "Preserve us! The cratur'll be lost," said Jean. "Less likely nor any man about the place," bawled Donal, half angry with his mistress for calling his friend Dummy. "Gibbie kens better what he's about nor any two 'at thinks him a fool 'cause he canna let out such stuff and nonsense as they canna hold in." Jean went back to the kitchen, only half reassured concerning her brownie, and far from contented with his absence. But she was glad to find that neither Janet nor Robert appeared alarmed at the news. "I wuss the cratur had had some breakfast," she said. "He has a piece in his pouch," answered Janet. "He's no unprovided with what can be made mair o'." "I dinna rightly understand ye there," said Jean. "Ye canna hae failt to remark, mem," answered Janet, "'at when the maester set himself to feed the hungerin' thousands, he took intil his hand what there was, and wrought upon that to make mair o' 't. I hae wussed sometimes that the laddie with the 5 barley loaves and the 2 small fishes hadna been there that day. I would fain ken hoo the master wad hae managed wantin' anything to begin upon. As it was, he aye hang what he did upon something his father had done afore him." "Hoots!" returned Jean, who looked upon Janet as a lover of conundrums. "Ye're aye wrastlin' with run knots and took mouthfuls." "Oh, no, no I," answered Janet. "Only whiles, when the spirit o' spierin' gets the upper hand o' me for a season. I doubt that same spirit 'll lead ye far from the still waters some day, Janet," said Jean, stirring the porridge vehemently. "Oh, I think not," answered Janet very calmly. "When the master says, 'What's that to thee?' I take care he hasna to say it twice, but just get up and follow him." This was beyond Jean, but she held her peace, for though she feared for Janet's orthodoxy, and had a strong opinion of the superiority of her own common sense, in which, as in the case of all who pride themselves in the same, there was a good deal more of the common than of the sense, she had the deepest conviction of Janet's goodness, and regarded her as a sort of heaven-favoured idiot, whose utterances were somewhat privileged. Janet, for her part, looked upon Jean as "an honest woman, who'll get a heap o' light some day." When they had eaten their breakfast, Robert took his pipe to the barn, saying there was not much danger of fire that day. Janet washed up the dishes and sat down to her book, and Jean went out and in, attending to many things. Meantime the rain fell, the wind blew, the water rose. Little could be done beyond feeding the animals, threshing a little corn in the barn, and twisting straw ropes for the thatch of the ricks of the coming harvest, if indeed there was a harvest on the road, for as the day went on it seemed almost to grow doubtful whether any ropes would be wanted, while already not a few of last year's ricks from farther up the country were floating past the mains, down the Daur to the sea. The sight was a dreadful one, had an air of the day of judgment about it to farmers' eyes. From the mains, to right and left beyond the rising ground on which the farm buildings stood, everywhere as far as the bases of the hills, instead of fields, was water, yellow-brown, here in still expanse or slow progress, there sweeping along in fierce current. The quieter parts of it were dotted with trees, divided by hedges, shaded with ears of corn. Upon the swifter parts floated objects of all kinds. Mr. Duff went wandering restlessly from one spot to another, finding nothing to do. In the gloaming, which fell the sooner that a rain blanket miles thick wrapped the earth up from the sun, he came across from the barn, and entering the kitchen, dropped weary with hopelessness on a chair. "I can weel understan'," he said, "what for the Lord should set down Bony, and set up Louis, but what for he should gar corn grow, and syne send a spate to swim away with it, that's mair nor mortal man can see the sense o'. Haud your tongue, Janet. I'm no sayin' there's anything wrong. I'm sayin' nothing but the sair truth, and I cannot see the what for of it. I cannot see the good o' it till anybody. Things on the road to the German Ocean. The land's just meltin' away into the sea." Janet sat silent, knitting hard at a stocking she had got hold of that Jean had begun for her brother. She knew argument concerning the uses of adversity was vain with a man who knew of no life but that which consisted in eating and drinking, sleeping and rising, working and getting on in the world, As to such things existing only that they may subserve a real life, he was almost as ignorant, notwithstanding he was an elder of the church, as any heathen. From being nearly in the centre of its own land, the farmsteading of the Mains was at a considerable distance from any other. But there were 2 or 3 cottages upon the land, and as the evening drew on, another aged pair, who lived in one only a few hundred yards from the house, made their appearance, and were soon followed by the wife of the foreman with her children, who lived farther off. Quickly the night closed in, and Gibbie was not come. Robert was growing very uneasy. Janet kept comforting and reassuring him. "There's one thing," said the old man. "Oscar's with him." "Ay," responded Janet, unwilling, in the hearing of others, to say a word that might seem to savour of rebuke to her husband, yet pained that he should go to the dog for comfort. "Ay, he's a well-made animal, Oscar. There's been a fourth o' sheep care pittin' intil him. You see, him 'at made him, being a shepherd himself, kens what's wanted o' the dog." None but her husband understood what lay behind the words. "Oscar's no with him," said Donal. "The dog came to me in the byre, long after Gibbie was away, greetin' like and looking for him." Robert gave a great sigh, but said nothing. Janet did not sleep a wink that night. She had so many to pray for. Not Gibbie only, but every one of her family was in perils of waters, all being employed along the valley of the Daur. It was not, she said, confessing to her husband her sleeplessness, that she was afraid. She was only keeping them company, and holding the gate open, she said. The latter phrase was her picture paraphrase for praying. She never said she prayed. She held the gate open. The wonder is but small that Donal should have turned out a poet. The dawn appeared, but the farm had vanished. Not even heads of growing corn were anywhere more to be seen. The loss would be severe, and John Duff's heart sank within him. The sheep which had been in the mown clover field that sloped to the burn were now all in the cornyard, and the water was there with them. If the rise did not soon cease, every rick would be afloat. There was little current, however, and not half the danger there would have been had the houses stood a few hundred yards in any direction from where they were. "Tak your breakfast, John," said his sister. "Let them take it hungers," he answered. "Tak, or you'll no hae the what to save," said Jean. Thereupon he fell to and ate, if not with appetite, then with a will that was wondrous. The flood still grew, and still the rain poured, and Gibbie did not come. Indeed, no one any longer expected him, whatever might have become of him. Except by boat, the Mains was inaccessible now, they thought. Soon after breakfast, notwithstanding, a strange woman came to the door. Jean, who opened it to her knock, stood and stared speechless. It was a grey-haired woman, with a more disreputable look than her weather-flouted condition would account for. "Gran with her for the ducks," she said. "Where come ye frae?" returned Jean, who did not relish the freedom of her address. "Frae or by," she answered. "And who won ye here?" "Upon my 2 legs." Jean looked this way and that over the watery waste, and again stared at the woman in growing bewilderment. They came afterwards to the conclusion that she had arrived, probably half drunk, the night before, and passed it in one of the outhouses. "Your legs maun be longer nor they look then, woman," said Jean, glancing at the lower part of the stranger's person. The woman only laughed, a laugh without any laughter in it. "What's your wool, now 'at you are here?" continued Jean with severity. "You came not to the Mains to tell them there what kind o' weather it was." "I came where I could win," answered the woman. "And for my wool, that's nothing to nobody, no. It's not as it was once, though gien I could get it, there might be mair nor me the better for it. And sae as you would gang the length o' glass o' whusky—" "You s' get nae whusky here," interrupted Jean with determination. The woman gave a sigh, and half turned away as if she would depart. But, however she might have come, it was plainly impossible she should depart and live. "Woman," said Jean, "ken and I care nothing about ye, and mair, I dinna like ye, nor the look o' ye. And gien it war a fine simmer night 'at a body could lie there out, or gang the farther, I would stick the door in your face, but that I darena do the day against my neighbours so. So ye can come in and sit down, and my mind spoken, ye s' get what'll hold the life in ye, and a puckle straw in the barn. Only ye maun just have a quiet sough, for the goodman disna like tramps." "Tramps here, tramps there!" exclaimed the woman, starting into high displeasure. "I would hae ye ken I'm an honest woman and no tramp." "Ye sudna look so like one then," said Jean coolly. But come your ways in, and I shall say nothing so long as ye behave." The woman followed her, took the seat pointed out to her by the fire, and sullenly ate, without a word of thanks, the cakes and milk handed her, but seemed to grow better tempered as she ate, though her black eyes glowed at the food with something of disgust and more of contempt. She would rather have had a gill of whisky than all the milk on the mains. On the other side of the fire sat Janet, knitting away busily with a look of ease and leisure. She said nothing, but now and then cast a kindly glance out of her grey eyes at the woman. There was an air of the lost sheep about the stranger, which, in whomsoever she might see it, always drew her affection. "She maun be one of them the maester came to call," she said to herself. But she was careful to suggest no approach, for she knew the sheep that has left the flock has grown wild, and is more suspicious and easily startled than one in the midst of its brethren. With the first of the light, some of the men on the farm had set out to look for Gibbie, well knowing it would be a hard matter to touch Glashgar. About 9 they returned, having found it impossible. One of them, caught in a current and swept into a hole, had barely escaped with his life. But they were unanimous that the dummy was better off in any cave on Glashgar than he would be in the best bedroom at the Mains if things went on as they threatened. Robert had kept on going to the barn and back again to the kitchen all the morning, consumed with anxiety about the son of his old age. But the barn began to be flooded, and he had to limit his prayer walk to the space between the door of the house and the chair where Janet sat, knitting busily, and praying with countenance untroubled, amidst the rush of the seaward torrents, the mad howling and screeching of the wind, and the lowing of the imprisoned cattle. "O Lord," she said in her great trusting heart, "gin my bonny man be drowning in the water, or deeing a cold on the hillside, hold his hand. Binna far frae him, O Lord, dinna let him be fleyt." To Janet, what we call life and death were comparatively small matters, but she was very tender over suffering and fear. She did not pray half so much for Gibbie's life as for the presence with him of him who is at the deathbed of every sparrow. She went on waiting, and refused to be troubled. True, she was not his bodily mother, but she loved him far better than the mother who, in such a dread for her child, would have been mad with terror. The difference was, that Janet loved up as well as down. Loved down so widely, so intensely, because the Lord of life, who gives his own to us, was more to her than any child can be to any mother, and she knew he could not forsake her Gibbie, and that his presence was more and better than life. She was unnatural, was she? Inhuman? Yes, if there be no such heart and source of humanity as she believed in. If there be, then such calmness and courage and content as hers are the mere human and natural condition to be hungered after by every aspiring soul. Not until such condition is mine shall I be able to regard life as a godlike gift, except in the hope that it is drawing nigh. Let him who understands understand better. Let him not say the good is less than perfect, or excuse his supineness and spiritual sloth by saying to himself that a man can go too far in his search after the divine, can sell too much of what he has to buy the field of the treasure. Either there is no Christ of God, or my all is his. Robert seemed at length to have ceased his caged wondering. For a quarter of an hour he had been sitting with his face buried in his hands. Janet rose, went softly to him, and said in a whisper, "Is Gibbie waur off, Robert, in this water upon Glashgar, nor the disciples in the boat upon yon loch o' Galilee, and the maester no come to them? Robert, my ain man, dinna gar the master say to ye, 'O ye a little faith, wherefore did ye doubt?' Take heart, man, the maester winna have his men be cowards." "Ye're right, Janet, ye're aye right," answered Robert, and rose. She followed him into the passage. "Where are ye going, Robert?" she said. "I wish I could tell ye," he answered. "I'm just hungerin' to be my lane. I wish I had never left Glashgar. There's aye room there. Or gin I could win out among the rigs. There's none of them left, but there's the rooks. They're no summin yet. I want to gang to the Lord, but I maunna wait Willie Mackay's claws." "It's a sair pity," said Janet, "'at the men folk disna learn to weave stockins, or dee something or other with their hands. Mony's the time my stockin's been maist as good as a closet to me, though I couldna just gang into it. But what matters it? A prayer in the heart is sure to find the road out. The heart's the last place it can hold on in. A praying heart has nae roof till it." She turned and left him. Comforted by her words, he followed her back into the kitchen and sat down beside her. "Gibbie'll be here, mayhap, when ye least look for him," said Janet. Neither of them caught the wild, eager gleam that lighted the face of the strange woman at those last words of Janet. She looked up at her with the sharpest of glances, but the same instant compelled her countenance to resume its former expression of fierce indifference, and under that became watchful of everything said and done. Still the rain fell and the wind blew. The torrents came tearing down from the hills and shot madly into the rivers. The rivers ran into the valleys and deep in the lakes that filled them. On every side of the mains, from the foot of Glashgar to Gormdhu, all was one yellow and red sea, with roaring currents and vortices numberless. It burrowed holes. It opened long deserted channels and watercourses. Here it deposited inches of rich mould, there yards of sand and gravel. Here it was carrying away fertile ground, leaving behind only bare rock or shingle where the corn had been waving. There it was scooping out the bed of a new lake. Many a thick, soft lawn of loveliest grass, dotted with fragrant shrubs and rare trees, vanished, and nothing was there when the waters subsided but a stony waste or a gravelly precipice. Woods and copses were undermined, and trees and soil together swept into the wash. Sometimes the very place was hardly there to say it knew its children no more. Houses were torn to pieces, and their contents, as from broken boxes, sent wandering on the brown waste, through the grey air to the discoloured sea, whose saltness for a long way out had vanished with its hue. Haymows were buried to the very top in sand. Others went sailing bodily down the mighty stream. Some of them followed or surrounded, like big ducks, by a great brood of ricks for their ducklings. Huge trees went past, as if shot down an alpine slide, cottages and bridges of stone giving way before them. Wooden mills, thatched roofs, great mill wheels went dipping and swaying and hobbling down. From the upper windows of the mains, looking towards the chief current, they saw a drift of everything belonging to farms and dwelling houses that would float. Chairs and tables, chests, carts, saddles, chests of drawers, tubs of linen, beds and blankets, work-benches, harrows, gurnals, planes, cheeses, churns, spinning wheels, cradles, iron pots, wheelbarrows. All these and many other things hurried past as they gazed. Everybody was looking, and for a time all had been silent. "Lord save us!" cried Mr. Duff with a great start, and ran for his telescope. A four-post bed came rocking down the river, now shooting straight for a short distance, now slowly wheeling, now shivering, struck by some swifter thing, now whirling giddily round in some vortex. The soaked curtains were flacking and flying in the great wind, and, yes, the telescope revealed it. There was a figure in it. Dead or alive the farmer could not tell, but it lay still. A cry burst from them all, but on swept the strange boat, bound for the world beyond the flood, and none could stay its course. The water was now in the stable, and cow-houses and barn. A few minutes more and it would be creeping into the kitchen. The Daur and its tributary, the Lorrie, were about to merge their last difference on the floor of Jean's parlour. Worst of all, a rapid current had set in across the farther end of the stable, which no one had as yet observed. Jean bustled about her work as usual, nor, although it was so much augmented, would accept help from any of her guests until it came to preparing dinner, when she allowed Janet and the foreman's wife to lend her a hand. The tramp wife she would not permit to touch plate or spoon, knife or potato. The woman rose in anger at her exclusion, and leaving the house, waded to the barn. There she went up the ladder to the loft where she had slept, and threw herself on her straw bed. As there was no doing any work, Donal was out with two of the men, wading here and there where the water was not too deep, enjoying the wonder of the strange looks and curious conjunctions of things. None of them felt much of dismay at the havoc around them. Beyond their chests with their Sunday clothes, and at most 2 clean shirts, neither of the men had anything to lose worth mentioning, and for Donal, he would gladly have given even his books for such a ploy. "There's one thing, mither," he said, entering the kitchen, covered with mud, a rabbit in one hand and a large salmon in the other. "We're no like to starve, with salmon in the hedges and mappies in the trees." His master questioned him with no little incredulity. It was easy to believe in salmon anywhere, but rabbits in trees? "I catched it in the branches of a lerk," Donal answered. "Easy enough, for it couldna rin far, and was mair flate at the water nor at me. But for the salmon, haith I was ower and ower wi' it in the water, efter I gruppit it, ere I could call it my ain." Before the flood subsided, not a few rabbits were caught in trees, mostly spruce firs and larches. For salmon, they were taken everywhere, among grass, corn, and potatoes, in bushes and hedges and cottages. One was caught on a lawn with an umbrella. One was reported to have been found in a press-bed. Another coiled round in a pot hanging from the crook, ready to be boiled, only that he was alive and undressed. Donal was still being cross-questioned by his master when the strange woman re-entered. Lying upon her straw, she had seen through the fanlight over the stable door the swiftness of the current there passing, and understood the danger. "I doubt," she said, addressing no one in particular, "the gale o' the stable winna stand abune another half-hour." "In mun fa, then," said the farmer, taking a pinch of snuff in hopeless serenity, and turning away. "Hoots," said the woman, "dinna speak that gait, sir. It's no wise-like. Take a dram and take heart, and dinna fling the calf after the cow. Whaur's your bottle, sir?" John paid no heed to her suggestion, but Jean took it up. "The bottle's whaur ye usna lay hand upon it," she said. "Weel, gien ye hae nae mercy upon your whisky, ye should hae some upon your horse beast, Sonny-gate," said the woman indignantly. "What mean ye by that?" returned Jean, with hard voice and eye of blame. "Ye might at the least gie the poor things a chance," the woman rejoined. "How would ye do that?" said Jean. "Gien ye loose them, they would but take to the water with fear, and drown the sooner." "Na, na, Jean," interposed the farmer. "They would take care of themselves to the last, and I hold to the driest, just as ye would yoursel." "Allowin'," said the stranger, replying to Jean, yet speaking rather as if to herself, while she thought about something else, "I wad raither drown Suman nor tied by the head. But what's the good o' doctorin' where there's anything to be done? Ye hae whaur to put them. What kind is the flowers up the stairs, sir?" she asked abruptly, turning full on her host with a flash in her deep-set black eyes. "Oh, good dale flowers. What ither?" answered the farmer. "It's the walls, woman, not the flowers we have to be concernt about in this weather. Gien the jice be strong, and we'll set into the walls, what for sudna ye take the horse up the stair into your bedrooms? It'll be all to the good o' the walls, for the weight o' the beasts'll be upon them to hold them doon, and the hale hoose again' the water. And gien I was you, I would put the best o' the kye and the nowt into the parlour and the kitchen here. I'm thinking we'll lose them all else, for the byre walls 'll gang afore the house." Mr. Duff broke into a strange laughter. "Wad ye no take up the carpets first, woman?" he said. "I would," she answered. "That gangs on spirit, gien there was time. But I tell ye there's none, and ye'll buy 2 or 3 carpets for the price o' 1 horse." "Haith, the woman's in the right!" he cried, suddenly waking up to the sense of the proposal, and shot from the house. All the women, Jean making no exception to any help now, rushed to carry the beds and blankets to the garret. Just as Mr. Duff entered the stable from the nearer end, the opposite gable fell out with a great splash, letting in the wide level vision of turbidly raging waters, fading into the obscurity of the wind-driven rain. While he stared aghast, a great tree struck the wall like a battering ram, so that the stable shook. The horses, which had been for some time moving uneasily, were now quite scared. There was not a moment to be lost. Duff shouted for his men, 1 or 2 came running, and in less than a minute more those in the house heard the iron-shod feet splashing and stamping through the water, as one after another the horses were brought across the yard to the door of the house. Mr. Duff led by the halter his favourite, Snowball, who was a good deal excited, plunging and rearing so that it was all he could do to hold him. He had ordered the men to take the others first, thinking he would follow more quietly. But the moment Snowball heard the first thundering of hoofs on the stair, he went out of his senses with terror, broke from his master, and went plunging back to the stable. Duff darted after him, but was only in time to see him rush from the further end into the swift current, where he was at once out of his depth, and was instantly caught and hurried, rolling over and over from his master's sight. He ran back into the house and up to the highest window. From that he caught sight of him a long way down, swimming. Once or twice he saw him turned heels over head, only to get his neck up again presently, and swim as well as before, but at last it was in the direction of the Daur, which would soon, his master did not doubt, sweep his carcass into the North Sea. With troubled heart he strained his sight after him as long as he could distinguish his lessening head, but it got amongst some wreck, and unable to tell any more whether he saw it or not, he returned to his men with his eyes full of tears. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 34. Glashruach. As soon as Gibbie had found a stall for Crummie and thrown a great dinner before her, he turned and sped back the way he had come. There was no time to lose if he would have the bridge to cross the Lorrie by, and his was indeed the last foot that ever touched it. Guiding himself by well-known points yet salient, for he knew the country perhaps better than any man born and bred in it, he made straight for Glashgar, itself hid in the rain. Now wading, now swimming, now walking along the top of a wall, now caught and baffled in a hedge, Gibbie held stoutly on. Again and again he got into a current, and was swept from his direction. But he soon made his leeway good, and at length clear of the level water, and with only the torrents to mind, seated himself on a stone under a rock a little way up the mountain. There he drew from his pocket the putty-like mass to which the water had reduced the cakes with which it was filled, and ate it gladly, eyeing from his shelter the slanting lines of the rain, and the rushing sea from which he had just emerged. So lost was the land beneath the water, that he had to think to be certain under which of the roofs, looking like so many foundered Noah's arks, he had left his father and mother. Ah, yonder were cattle, a score of heads, listlessly drifting down, all the swim out of them, their long horns like bits of dry branches knocking together. There was a pig, and there another, and alas, yonder floated 6 helpless sponges of sheep. At sight of these last he started to his feet, and set off up the hill. It was not so hard a struggle as to cross the water, but he had still to get to the other side of several torrents far more dangerous than any current he had been in. Again and again he had to ascend a long distance before he found a possible place to cross at, but he reached the fold at last. It was in a little valley opening on that where lay the tarn. Swollen to a lake, the waters of it were now at the very gate of the pen. For a moment he regretted he had not brought Oscar, but the next he saw that not much could with any help have been done for the sheep, beyond what they could, if at liberty, do for themselves. Left where they were, they would probably be drowned. If not, they would be starved, but if he let them go they would keep out of the water, and find for themselves what food and shelter were to be had. He opened the gate, drove them out and a little way up the hill, and left them. By this time it was about 2 o'clock, and Gibbie was very hungry. He had had enough of the water for one day, however, and was not inclined to return to the mains. Where could he get something to eat? If the cottage were still standing, and it might be, he would find plenty there. He turned towards it. Great was his pleasure when, after another long struggle, he perceived that not only was the cottage there, but the torrent gone. Either the flow from the mountain had ceased, or the course of the water had been diverted. When he reached the Glashburn, which lay between him and the cottage, he saw that the torrent had found its way into it, probably along with others of the same brood, for it was frightfully swollen, and went shooting down to Glashruach like one long cataract. He had to go a great way up before he could cross it. When at length he reached home, he discovered that the overshooting stream must have turned aside very soon after they left, for the place was not much worse than then. He swept out the water that lay on the floor, took the driest peats he could find, succeeded with the tinder-box and sulphur match at the first attempt, lighted a large fire, and made himself some water brose, which is not only the most easily cooked of dishes, but is as good as any for a youth of capacity for strong food. His hunger appeased, he sat resting in Robert's chair, gradually drying, and falling asleep, slept for an hour or so. When he woke, he took his New Testament from the crap of the wall, and began to read. Of late he had made a few attempts upon one and another of the epistles, but not understanding what he read, had not found profit, and was on the point of turning finally from them for the present, when his eye falling on some of the words of St. John, his attention was at once caught, and he had soon satisfied himself, to his wonder and gladness, that his first epistle was no sealed book any more than his gospel. To the 3rd chapter of that epistle he now turned, and read until he came to these words: Hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. What learned him that? Said Gibbie to himself. Janet had taught him to search the teaching of the apostles for what the Master had taught them. He thought, and at last remembered. This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you. "And here am I," said Gibbie to himself, "sittin' here in Idleseat, wi' my fire and my brose and my Bible and all the world aneath Glashgar lyin' in a spate. I canna lay down my life to save their souls. I maun save for them what I can. It may be but a hen or a calf. I maun do the works o' him 'at sent me. He's aye savin' at men." The Bible was back in its place, and Gibbie out of the door the same moment. He had not an idea what he was going to do. All he yet understood was that he must go down the hill, to be where things might have to be done, and that before the darkness fell. He must go where there were people. As he went, his heart was full of joy, as if he had already achieved some deliverance. Down the hill he went singing and dancing. If mere battle with storm was a delight to the boy, what would not a mortal tussle with the elements for the love of men be? The thought itself was a heavenly felicity, and made him happy as a lover. His first definitively directive thought was, that his nearest neighbours were likely enough to be in trouble. The folk at the Muckle House. He would go thither straight. Glashruach, as I have already said, stood on one of the roots of Glashgar, where the mountain settles down into the valley of the Daur. Immediately outside its principal gate ran the Glashburn. On the other side of the house, within the grounds, ran a smaller hill stream, already mentioned as passing close under Ginevra's window. Both these fell into the Lorrie. Between them the mountain sloped gently up for some little distance, clothed with forest. On the side of the smaller burn, however, the side opposite the house, the ground rose abruptly. There also grew firs, but the soil was shallow, with rock immediately below, and they had not come to much. Straight from the mountain, between the two streams, Gibbie approached the house, through larches and pines, raving and roaring in the wind. As he drew nearer, and saw how high the house stood above the valley and its waters, he began to think he had been foolish in coming there to find work. But when he reached a certain point whence the approach from the gate was visible, he started, stopped, and stared. He rubbed his eyes. No, he was not asleep and dreaming by the cottage fire. The wind was about him, and the firs were howling and hissing. There was the cloudy mountain, with the Glashburn 50 times its usual size, darting like brown lightning from it. But where was the iron gate, with its 2 stone pillars, crested with wolf's heads? Where was the bridge? Where was the wall and the gravelled road to the house? Had he mistaken his bearings? Was he looking in a wrong direction? Below him was a wide, swift, fiercely rushing river, where water was none before. No, he made no mistake. There was the rest of the road, the end of it next the house. That was a great piece of it that fell frothing into the river and vanished. Bridge and gate and wall were gone utterly. The burn had swallowed them, and now, foaming with madness, was roaring along a great way within the grounds, and rapidly drawing nearer to the house, tearing to pieces and devouring all that defended it. There, what a mouthful of the shrubbery it gobbled up! Slowly, graciously, the tall trees bowed their heads and sank into the torrent, but the moment they touched it, shot away like arrows. Would the foundations of the house outstand it? Were they as strong as the walls of Babylon, yet if the water undermined them, down they must. Did the laird know that the enemy was within his gates? Not with all he had that day seen and gone through had Gibbie until now gathered any notion of the force of rushing water. Rousing himself from his bewildered amazement, he darted down the hill. If the other burn was behaving in like fashion, then indeed the fate of the house was sealed. But no, huge and wild as that was also, it was not able to tear down its banks of rock. From that side the house did not seem in danger. Mr. Galbraith had gone again, leaving Ginevra to the care of Mistress MacFarlane, with a strict order to both, and full authority to the latter to enforce it, that she should not set foot across the threshold on any pretext, or on the smallest expedition, without the housekeeper's attendance. He must take Joseph with him, he said, as he was going to the Duke's, but she could send for Angus upon any emergency. The laird had of late been so little at home that the establishment had been much reduced. Mistress MacFarlane did most of the cooking herself, had quarrelled with the housemaid and not yet got another, and Nicey dismissed, and the kitchen-maid gone to visit her mother, was left alone in the house with her mistress, if such we can call her who was really her prisoner. At this moment, however, she was not alone, for on the other side of the fire sat Angus, not thither attracted by any friendship for the housekeeper, but by the glass of whisky of which he sipped as he talked. Many a flood had Angus seen, and some that had done frightful damage, but never one that had caused him anxiety, and although this was worse than any of the rest, he had not yet a notion how bad it really was. For, as there was nothing to be done out of doors, and he was not fond of being idle, He had been busy all the morning in the wood-house, sawing and splitting for the winter store, and working the better that he knew what honorarium awaited his appearance in the kitchen. In the wood-house he only heard the wind and the rain and the roar. He saw nothing of the flood. When he entered the kitchen it was by the back door, and he sat there without the smallest suspicion of what was going on in front. Ginevra had had no companion since Nicie left her, and her days had been very dreary. But this day had been the dreariest in her life. Mistress MacFarlane made herself so disagreeable that she kept away from her as much as she could, spending most of her time in her own room, with her needlework and some books of poetry she had found in the library. But the poetry had turned out very dull, not at all like what Donal read, and throwing one of them aside for the 10th time that day, she wandered listlessly to the window, and stood there gazing out on the wild confusion, the burn roaring below, the trees opposite ready to be torn to pieces by the wind, and the valley beneath covered with stormy water. The tumult was so loud that she did not hear a gentle knock at her door. As she turned away, weary of everything, she saw it softly open, and there to her astonishment stood Gibbie, come, she imagined, to seek shelter, because their cottage had been blown down. Calculating the position of her room from what he knew of its windows, he had, with the experienced judgment of a mountaineer, gone to it almost direct. "You mustn't come here, Gibbie," she said, advancing. "Go down to the kitchen, to Mistress MacFarlane. She will see to what you want." Gibbie made eager signs to her to go with him. She concluded that he wanted her to accompany him to the kitchen and speak for him, but knowing that would only enrage her keeper with them both, she shook her head, and went back to the window. She thought as she approached it there seemed a lull in the storm, but the moment she looked out she gave a cry of astonishment and stood staring. Gibbie had followed her as softly as swiftly, and looking out also saw good cause indeed for her astonishment. The channel of the raging burn was all but dry. Instantly he understood what it meant. In his impotence to persuade, he caught the girl in his arms and rushed with her from the room. She had faith enough in him by this time not to struggle or scream. He shot down the stair with her and out of the front door. Her weight was nothing to his excited strength. The moment they issued, and she saw the Glashburn raving along through the lawn, with little more than the breadth of the drive between it and the house, she saw the necessity of escape, though she did not perceive half the dire necessity for haste. Every few moments a great gush would dash out 12 or 15 yards over the gravel and sink again, carrying many feet of the bank with it, and widening by so much the raging channel. "Put me down, Gibbie," she said. "I will run as fast as you like." He obeyed at once. "Oh!" she cried, "Mistress MacFarlane! I wonder if she knows! Run and knock at the kitchen window." Gibbie darted off, gave 3 loud hurried taps on the window, came flying back, took Ginevra's hand in his, drew her on till she was at her full speed, turned sharp to the left round the corner of the house, and shot down to the empty channel of the burn. As they crossed it, even to the inexperienced eyes of the girl, it was plain what had caused the phenomenon. A short distance up the stream, the whole facing of its lofty right bank had slipped down into its channel. Not a tree, not a shrub, not a bed of moss was to be seen. All was bare, wet rock. A confused heap of mould, with branches and roots sticking out of it in all directions, lay at its foot, closing the view upward. The other side of the heap was beaten by the raging burn. They could hear, though they could not see it. Any moment the barrier might give way and the water resume its course. They made haste, therefore, to climb the opposite bank. In places it was very steep, and the soil slipped so that often it seemed on its way with them to the bottom, while the wind threatened to uproot the trees to which they clung, and carry them off through the air. It was with a fierce scramble they gained the top. Then the sight was a grand one. The arrested water swirled and beat and foamed against the landslip, then rushed to the left through the wood, over bushes and stones, a raging river, the wind tearing off the tops of its waves to the Glashburn, into which it plunged, swelling yet higher its huge volume. Rapidly it cut for itself a new channel. Every moment a tree fell and shot with it like a rocket. Looking up its course, they saw it come down the hillside a white streak, and burst into boiling brown and roar at their feet. The wind nearly swept them from their place, but they clung to the great stones and saw the airy torrent, as if emulating that below it, fill itself with branches and leaves and lumps of foam. Then first Ginevra became fully aware of the danger in which the house was, and from which Gibbie had rescued her. Augmented in volume and rapidity by the junction of its neighbour, the Glashburn was now within a yard, so it seemed from that height at least, of the door. But they must not linger. The nearest accessible shelter was the cottage, and Gibbie knew it would need all Ginevra's strength to reach it. Again he took her by the hand. "But where's Mistress MacFarlane?" she said. "Oh, Gibbie, we mustn't leave her." He replied by pointing down to the bed of the stream. There were she and Angus crossing. Ginevra was satisfied when she saw the gamekeeper with her, and they set out as fast as they could go, ascending the mountain, Gibbie eager to have her in warmth and safety before it was dark. Both burns were now between them and the cottage, which greatly added to their difficulties. The smaller burn came from the tarn, and round that they must go, else Ginevra would never get to the other side of it. And then there was the Glashburn to cross. It was an undertaking hard for any girl, especially such for one unaccustomed to exertion. And what made it far worse was that she had only house shoes, which were continually coming off as she climbed. But the excitement of battling with the storm, the joy of adventure, and the pleasure of feeling her own strength, sustained her well for a long time. And in such wind and rain, the absence of bonnet and cloak was an advantage, so long as exertion kept her warm. Gibbie did his best to tie her shoes on with strips of her pocket-handkerchief, but when at last they were of no more use, he pulled off his corduroy jacket, tore out the sleeves, and with strips from the back tied them about her feet and ankles. Her hair also was a trouble. It would keep blowing in her eyes, and in Gibbie's too, and that sometimes with quite a sharp lash. But she never lost her courage, and Gibbie, though he could not hearten her with words, was so ready with smile and laugh, was so cheerful, even merry, so fearless, so free from doubt and anxiety, while doing everything he could think of to lessen her toil and pain, that she hardly felt in his silence any lack. While often, to rest her body and withdraw her mind from her sufferings, he made her stop and look back on the strange scene behind them. It was getting dark when they reached the only spot where he judged it possible to cross the Glashburn. He carried her over, and then it was all downhill to the cottage. Once inside it, Ginevra threw herself into Robert's chair, and laughed and cried and laughed again. Gibbie blew up the peats, made a good fire, and put on water to boil. Then opened Janet's drawers, and having signified to his companion to take what she could find, went to the cow-house, threw himself on a heap of wet straw, worn out, and had enough to do to keep himself from falling asleep. A little rested, he rose and re-entered the cottage, when a merry laugh from both of them went ringing out into the storm. The little lady was dressed in Janet's work-day garments, and making porridge. She looked very funny. Gibbie found plenty of milk in the dairy under the rock, and they ate their supper together in gladness. Then Gibbie prepared the bed in the little closet for his guest, and she slept as if she had not slept for a week. Gibbie woke with the first of the dawn. The rain still fell, descending in spoonfuls rather than drops. The wind kept shaping itself into long hopeless howls, rising to shrill yells that went drifting away over the land, and then the howling rose again. Nature seemed in despair. There must be more for Gibbie to do. He must go again to the foot of the mountain, and see if there was anybody to help. They might even be in trouble at the Mains. Who could tell? Ginevra woke, rose, made herself as tidy as she could, and left her closet. Gibbie was not in the cottage. She blew up the fire, and finding the pot ready beside it with clean water, set it on to boil. Gibbie did not come. The water boiled. She took it off, but being hungry, put it on again. Several times she took it off and put it on again. Gibbie never came. She made herself some porridge at last. Everything necessary was upon the table, and as she poured it into the wooden dish for the purpose, she took notice of a slate beside it, with something written upon it. The words were, "I will come back as soon as I can." She was alone then. It was dreadful, but she was too hungry to think about it. She ate her porridge, and then began to cry. It was very unkind of Gibbie to leave her, she said to herself. But then, he was a sort of angel, and doubtless had to go and help somebody else. There was a little pile of books on the table, which he must have left for her. She began examining them, and soon found something to interest her, so that an hour or two passed quickly. But Gibbie did not return, and the day went wearily. She cried now and then, made great efforts to be patient, succeeded pretty well for a while, and cried again. She read and grew tired a dozen times, ate cakes and milk, cried afresh, and ate again. Still Gibbie did not come. Before the day was over she had had a good lesson in praying. For here she was, one who had never yet acted on her own responsibility, alone on a bare mountainside, in the heart of a storm which seemed as if it would never cease, and not a creature knew where she was but the dumb boy, and he had left her. If he should never come back, what would become of her? She could not find her way down the mountain, and if she could, where was she to go with all Daurside under water? She would soon have eaten up all the food in the cottage, and the storm might go on forever. Who could tell? Or who could tell whether, when it was over, and she got down to the valley below, she should not find it a lifeless desert, everybody drowned, and herself the only person left alive in the world. Then the noises were terrible. She seemed to inhabit noise. Through the general roar of wind and water and rain, every now and then came a sharper sound, like a report or crack, followed by a strange low thunder, as it seemed. They were the noises of stones carried down by the streams, grinding against each other, and dashed stone against stone, and of rocks falling and rolling, and bounding against their fast-rooted neighbours. When it began to grow dark, her misery seemed more than she could bear, but then happily she grew sleepy, and slept the darkness away. With the new light came new promise and fresh hope. What should we poor humans do without our God's nights and mornings? Our ills are all easier to help than we know, except the one ill of a central self, which God himself finds it hard to help. It no longer rained so fiercely, the wind had fallen, and the streams did not run so furious a race down the sides of the mountain. She ran to the burn, got some water to wash herself. She could not spare the clear water, of which there was some still left in Janet's pails, and put on her own clothes, which were now quite dry. Then she got herself some breakfast, and after that tried to say her prayers, but found it very difficult, for do what she might to model her slippery thoughts, she could not help, as often as she turned herself towards him, seeing God like her father, the laird. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 35. The Whelp. Gibbie sped down the hill through a worse rain than ever. The morning was close, and the vapours that filled it were like smoke burned to the hue of the flames whence it issued. Many a man that morning believed another great deluge begun, and all measures relating to things of this world lost labour. Going down his own side of the Glashburn, the nearest path to the valley, the gamekeeper's cottage was the first dwelling on his way. It stood a little distance from the bank of the burn, opposite the bridge and gate, while such things were. It had been with great difficulty, for even Angus did not know the mountains so well as Gibbie, that the gamekeeper reached it with the housekeeper the night before. It was within 2 gunshots of the house of Glashruach, yet to get to it they had to walk miles up and down Glashgar. A mountain in storm is as hard to cross as a sea. Arrived, they did not therefore feel safe. The tendency of the Glashburn was indeed away from the cottage, as the grounds of Glashruach sadly witnessed, but a torrent is double-edged, and who could tell? The yielding of one stone in its channel might send it to them. All night Angus watched, peering out ever again into the darkness, but seeing nothing save 3 lights that burned above the water. One of them he thought at the mains. The other 2 went out in the darkness, but that only in the dawn. When the morning came, there was the Glashburn meeting the Lorrie in his garden. But the cottage was well built, and fit to stand a good siege, while any moment the waters might have reached their height. By breakfast time, however, they were round it from behind. There is nothing like a flood for revealing the variations of surface, the dips and swells of a country. In a few minutes they were isolated, with the current of the Glashburn on one side, and that of the Lorrie in front. When he saw the water come in at front and back doors at once, Angus ordered his family up the stair. The cottage had a large attic, with dormer windows, where they slept. He himself remained below for some time longer, in that end of the house where he kept his guns and fishing tackle. There he sat on a table, preparing nets for the fish that would be left in the pools, and not until he found himself afloat did he take his work to the attic. There the room was hot, and they had the window open. Mistress MacPholp stood at it, looking out on the awful prospect, with her youngest child, a sickly boy, in her arms. He had in his a little terrier pup, greatly valued of the gamekeeper. In a sudden outbreak of peevish wilfulness, he threw the creature out of the window. It fell on the sloping roof, and before it could recover itself, being too young to have the full command of 4 legs, rolled off.
The doggie's in the water!"
cried Mistress McPholp in dismay. Angus threw down everything with an ugly oath, for he had given strict orders not one of the children should handle the whelp, jumped up, and got out on the roof. From there he might have managed to reach it, so high now was the water, had the little thing remained where it fell, but already it had swam a yard or 2 from the house. Angus, who was a fair swimmer and an angry man, threw off his coat and plunged after it, greatly to the delight of the little one, caught the pup with his teeth by the back of the neck, and turned to make for the house. Just then a shrub, swept from the hill, caught him in the face, and so bewildered him that, before he got rid of it, he had blundered into the edge of the current, which seized and bore him rapidly away. He dropped the pup, and struck out for home with all his strength, but he soon found the most he could do was to keep his head above water, and gave himself up for lost. His wife screamed in agony. Gibbie heard her as he came down the hill, and ran at full speed towards the cottage. About 100 yards from the house, the current bore Angus straight into a large elder tree. He got into the middle of it, and there remained trembling, the weak branches breaking with every motion he made, while the stream worked at the roots, and the wind laid hold of him with fierce leverage. In terror, seeming still to sink as he sat, he watched the trees dart by like battering rams in the swiftest of the current. The least of them diverging would tear the elder tree with it. Brave enough in dealing with poachers, Angus was not the man to gaze with composure in the face of a sure, slow death, against which no assault could be made. Many a man is courageous because he has not conscience enough to make a coward of him. But Angus had not quite reached that condition, and from the branches of the elder tree showed a pale, terror-stricken visage. Amidst the many objects on the face of the water, Gibbie, however, did not distinguish it, and plunging in, swam round to the front of the cottage to learn what was the matter. There the wife's gesticulations directed his eyes to her drowning husband. But what was he to do? He could swim to the tree well enough, and he thought back again, but how was that to be made of service to Angus? He could not save him by main force. There was not enough of that between them. If he had a line, and there must be plenty of lines in the cottage, he would carry him the end of it to haul upon. That would do. If he could send it to him, that would be better still, for then he could help at the other end, and would be in the right position upstream to help farther if necessary, for down the current alone was the path of communication open. He caught hold of the eaves and scrambled onto the roof, but in the folly and faithlessness of her despair, the woman would not let him enter. With a curse caught from her husband, she struck him from the window, crying, "Ye saw no come in here, and my man drownin' yonner! Gang till him, ye coward!" Never had poor Gibbie so much missed the use of speech. On the slope of the roof he could do little to force an entrance, therefore threw himself off it to seek another, and betook himself to the windows below. Through that of Angus's room he caught sight of a floating anchor cask. It was the very thing. And there on the walls hung a quantity of nets and cordage. But how to get in? It was a sash window, and of course swollen with the wet, therefore not to be opened, and there was not a square in it large enough to let him through. He swam to the other side, and crept softly onto the roof, and over the ridge, but a broken slate betrayed him. The woman saw him, rushed to the fireplace, caught up the poker, and darted back to defend the window. "Ye shall no come in here, I tell ye!" she screeched, "and my man sticking in yon bordry bush!" Gibbie advanced. She made a blow at him with the poker. He caught it, wrenched it from her grasp, and threw himself from the roof. The next moment they heard the poker at work, smashing the window. "He'll be in and murder us all!" cried the mother, and ran to the stair, while the children screamed and danced with terror. But the water was far too deep for her. She returned to the attic, barricaded the door, and went again to the window to watch her drowning husband. Gibbie was inside in a moment, and seizing the cask, proceeded to attach it to a strong line. He broke a bit from a fishing rod, secured the line round the middle of it with a notch, put the stick through the bunghole in the bilge, and corked up the hole with a net float. Happily he had a knife in his pocket. He then joined strong lines together until he thought he had length enough, secured the last end to a bar of the grate, and knocked out both sashes of the window with an axe. A passage thus cleared, he floated out first a chair, then a creepie, and one thing after another, to learn from what point to start the barrel. Seeing and recognizing them from above, Mistress McPholp raised a terrible outcry. In the very presence of her drowning husband, such a wanton dissipation of her property roused her to fiercest wrath, for she imagined Gibbie was emptying her house with leisurely revenge. Satisfied at length, he floated out his barrel, and followed with the line in his hand, to aid its direction if necessary. It struck the tree. With a yell of joy, Angus laid hold of it, and hauling the line taut and feeling it secure, committed himself at once to the water, holding by the barrel and swimming with his legs, while Gibbie, away to the side with a hold of the rope, was swimming his hardest to draw him out of the current. But a weary man was Angus when at length he reached the house. It was all he could do to get himself in at the window and crawl up the stair. At the top of it he fell benumbed on the floor. By the time that, repentant and grateful, Mistress MacPholp bethought herself of Gibbie, not a trace of him was to be seen. And Angus, contemplating his present experience in connection with that of Robert Grant's cottage, came to the conclusion that he must be an emissary of Satan who on 2 such occasions had so unexpectedly rescued him. Perhaps the idea was not quite so illogical as it must seem. For how should such a man imagine any other sort of messenger taking an interest in his life? He was confirmed in the notion when he found that a yard of the line remained attached to the grate, but the rest of it with the anchor was gone. Fit bark for the angel he imagined Gibbie to ride the stormy waters withal. While they looked for him in water and on the land, Gibbie was again in the room below, carrying out a fresh thought. With the help of the table, he emptied the cask, into which a good deal of water had got. Then he took out the stick, corked the bunghole tight, laced the cask up in a piece of net, attached the line to the net, and wound it about the cask by rolling the latter round and round, took the cask between his hands, and pushed from the window straight into the current of the Glashburn. In a moment it had swept him to the Lorrie. By the greater rapidity of the former, he got easily across the heavier current of the latter, and was presently in water comparatively still, swimming quietly towards the mains, and enjoying his trip none the less that he had to keep a sharp lookout. If he should have to dive, to avoid any drifting object, he might lose his barrel. Quickly now, had he been so minded, he could have returned to the city, changing vessel for vessel, as one after another went to pieces. Many a house roof offered itself for the voyage. Now and then a great water wheel, horizontal and helpless, devoured of its element. Once he saw a cradle come gyrating along, and urging all his might intercepted it, but hardly knew whether he was more sorry or relieved to find it empty. When he was about half-way to the mains, a whole fleet of ricks bore down upon him. He boarded one, and scrambled to the top of it, keeping fast hold of the end of his line, which unrolled from the barrel as he ascended. From its peak he surveyed the wild scene. All was running water. Not a human being was visible, and but a few house roofs, of which for a moment it was hard to say whether or not they were of those that were afloat. Here and there were the tops of trees, showing like low bushes. Nothing was uplifted except the mountains. He drew near the mains. All the ricks in the yard were bobbing about, as if amusing themselves with a slow contradance, but they were as yet kept in by the barn and a huge old hedge of hawthorn. What was that cry from far away? Surely it was that of a horse in danger. It brought a lusty equine response from the farm. Where could horses be with such a depth of water about the place? Then began a great lowing of cattle. But again came the cry of the horse from afar, and Gibbie, this time recognizing the voice as Snowball's, forgot the rest. He stood up on the very top of the rick, and sent his keen glance round on all sides. The cry came again and again, so that he was satisfied in what direction he must look. The rain had abated a little, but the air was so thick with vapour that he could not tell whether it was really an object he seemed to see white against the brown water far away to the left, or a fancy of his excited hope. It might be Snowball on the turnpike road, which thereabout ran along the top of a high embankment. He tumbled from the rick, rolled the line about the barrel, and pushed vigorously for what might be the horse. It took him a weary hour. In so many currents was he caught, one after the other, all straining to carry him far below the object he wanted to reach. An object it plainly was before he had got half-way across, and by, as plainly, it was Snowball, testified to ears and eyes together. When at length he scrambled on the embankment beside him, the poor, shivering, perishing creature gave a low neigh of delight. He did not know Gibbie, but he was a human being. He was quite cowed and submissive, and Gibbie at once set about his rescue. He had reasoned, as he came along, that if there were beasts at the mains, there must be room for Snowball, and thither he would endeavour to take him. He tied the end of the line to the remnant of the halter on his head, the other end being still fast to the barrel, and took to the water again. Encouraged by the power upon his head, the pressure namely of the halter, the horse followed, and they made for the Mains. It was a long journey, and Gibbie had not breath enough to sing to Snowball, but he made what noise he could, and they got slowly along. He found the difficulties far greater now that he had to look out for the horse as well as for himself. None but one much used to the water could have succeeded in the attempt, or could indeed have stood out against its weakening influence and the strain of the continued exertion together so long. At length his barrel got waterlogged, and he sent it adrift. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 36. The Brander. Mistress Croale was not, after all, the last who arrived at the Mains. But that the next arrival was accounted for scarcely rendered it less marvellous than hers. Just after the loss of Snowball, came floating into the farmyard over the top of the gate with such astonishment of all who beheld, that each seemed to place more confidence in his neighbour's eyes than in his own, a woman on a raft, with her 4 little children seated around her, holding the skirt of her gown above her head and out between her hands for a sail. She had made the raft herself, by tying some bars of a paling together, and crossing them with what other bits of wood she could find. A brander she called it, which is Scotch for a gridiron, and thence for a grating. Nobody knew her. She had come down the Lorrie. The farmer was so struck with admiration of her invention, daring, and success, that he vowed he would keep the brander as long as it would stick together, and as it could not be taken into the house, he secured it with a rope to one of the windows. When they had the horses safe on the first floor, they brought the cattle into the lower rooms, but it became evident that if they were to have a chance, they also must be got up to the same level. Thereupon followed a greater tumult than before, such a banging of heads and hind quarters, of horns and shoulders against walls and partitions, such a rushing and thundering that the house seemed in more danger from within than from without, for the cattle were worse to manage than the horses, and one moment stubborn as a milestone, would the next start into a frantic rush. One poor wretch broke both her horns clean off against the wall, at a sharp turn of the passage. And after 2 or 3 more accidents, partly caused by over-haste in the human mortals, Donal begged that the business should be left to him and his mother. His master consented, and it was wonderful what Janet contrived to effect by gentleness, coaxing, and suggestion. When Horny's turn came, Donal began to tie ropes to her hind hoofs. Mr. Duff objected. "Ye dinna ken her so well as I do, sir," answered Donal. "She would caw her horns intil the man o' war 'at angered her. And up yonner ye could not get a whack at her, for hurting on 'at did not deserve it. I should do her no mischief, I should warrant. You just leave her to me, sir." His master yielded. Donal tied a piece of rope round each hind pastern, if cows have pasterns, and made a loop at the end. The moment she was at the top of the stair, he and his mother dropped each a loop over a horn. "No, she'll neither stick nor fling," said Donal. She could but bellow, and paw with her forefeet. The strangers were mostly in Fergus's bedroom. The horses were all in their owners, and the cattle were in the remaining room. Bursts of talk amongst the women were followed by fits of silence. Who could tell how long the flood might last? Or indeed whether the house might not be undermined before morning, or be struck by one of those big things of which so many floated by, and give way with one terrible crash. Mr. Duff, while preserving a tolerably calm exterior, was nearly at his wits' end. He would stand for half an hour together with his hands in his pockets, looking motionless out of a window, murmuring now and then to himself, "This is clean ridic'lous." But when anything had to be done, he was active enough. Mistress Croale sat in a corner, very quiet, and looking not a little cowed. There was altogether more water than she liked. Now and then she lifted her lurid black eyes to Janet, who stood at one of the windows, knitting away at her master's stocking, and casting many a calm glance at the brown waters and the strange drift that covered them. But if Janet turned her head and made a remark to her, she never gave back other than curt, if not rude, reply. In the afternoon, Jean brought the whiskey bottle. At sight of it, Mistress Croale's eyes shot flame. Jean poured out a glassful, took a sip, and offered it to Janet. Janet declining it, Jean, invaded possibly by some pity of her miserable aspect, offered it to Mistress Croale. She took it with affected coolness, tossed it off at a gulp, and presented the glass, not to the hand from which she had taken it, but to Jean's other hand, in which was the bottle. Jean cast a piercing look into her greedy eyes, and taking the glass from her, filled it, and presented it to the woman who had built and navigated the brander. Mistress Croale muttered something that sounded like a curse upon scrimp measure, and drew herself farther back into the corner, where she had seated herself on Fergus's portmanteau. "I doubt we hae an Ocken in the camp, a Jonah into the ship," said Jean to Janet as she turned, bottle and glass in her hands, to carry them from the room. "Na, neither so good nor so ill," replied Janet. "Folk 'at's been ill-guided, no kennin' whaur their help lies, whiles takes to the bottle. But this is but a day o' punishment, not a day o' judgment yet, and I'm thinking the worst is near han ower. Gin only Gibbie were here." Jean left the room, shaking her head, and Janet stood alone at the window as before. A hand was laid on her arm. She looked up. The black eyes were close to hers, and the glow that was in them gave the lie to the tone of indifference with which Mistress Croale spoke. "Ye hae mair nor once made mention o' one connected wi' ye, by the name o' Gibbie," she said. "Ay," answered Janet, sending for the serpent to aid the dove. "And what may be your will wi' him?" "Oh, naething," returned Mistress Croale. "I kenned one o' the name lang syne it was lost sight o'." "There's Gibbies here and Gibbies there," remarked Janet, probing her. "Well, I wat," she answered peevishly, for she had had whisky enough only to make her cross, and turned away, muttering, however, in an undertone, but not too low for Janet to hear, "But there's no mony wee Sir Gibbies, or the world wouldna be sae dooms like hell." Janet was arrested in her turn. Could the fierce, repellent, whisky-craving woman be the mother of her gracious Gibbie? Could she be, and look so lost? But the loss of him had lost her, perhaps. Anyhow, God was his father, whoever was the mother of him. "Hoo came ye to tyne your bairn, woman?" she asked. But Mistress Croale was careful also, and had her reasons. "He ran frae the bloody han'," she said enigmatically. Janet recalled how Gibbie came to her, scored by the hand of cruelty. Were there always innocents in the world, who in their own persons, by the will of God, unknown to themselves, carried on the work of Christ, filling up that which was left behind of the sufferings of their Master? Women, children, infants, idiots, creatures of sufferance, with souls open to the world to receive wrong, that it might pass and cease? Little furnaces they of the consuming fire, to swallow up and destroy by uncomplaining endurance the divine destruction. "Who came he by the bonny nickname?" she asked at length. "Nickname!" retorted Mistress Croale fiercely. "I think I hear ye. His ain name and title, by law and right, as sure as ever there was a King James that first put his hand to the making o' baronets. As it's often I ha' heard Sir George, the father of him, tell the same." She ceased abruptly, annoyed with herself, as it seemed, for having said so much. "Ye wouldna be my lady yourself, wad ye, mem?" suggested Janet in her gentlest voice. Mistress Croale made her no answer. Perhaps she thought of the days when she alone of women did the simplest of woman's offices for Sir George. Anyhow, it was one thing to rush of herself to the verge of her secret, and quite another to be fooled over it. "Is it lang sin ye lost him?" asked Janet, after a bootless pause. "Ay," she answered, gruffly and discourteously, in a tone intended to quench interrogation. But Janet persisted. "Wad ye ken him again, gin ye saw him?" "Ken him! I would ken him gin he had grown a grandfather. Ken him, quo' she. Wha ever kenned him as I did? Bairnet he was, and wadna ken him gin he were dead and an angel made o' him. But weel I wot it's little differ that would make." She rose in her excitement, and going to the other window, stood gazing vacantly out upon the rushing sea. To Janet it was plain she knew more about Gibbie than she was inclined to tell, and it gave her a momentary sting of apprehension. "What was about him ye would ken so well?" she asked in a tone of indifference, as if speaking only through the meshes of her work. "I'll ken them 'at speers afore I tell," she replied sullenly. But the next instant she screamed aloud, "Lord God Almighty! Yon's him! Yon's himself!" and stretching out her arms, dashed a hand through a pane, letting in an eddying swirl of wind and water, while the blood streamed unheeded from her wrist. The same moment Jean entered the room. She heard both the cry and the sound of the breaking glass. "Care what set the beggar wife?" she exclaimed. "Gang from the window, ye randy!" Mistress Croale took no heed. She stood now staring from the window, still as a statue, except for the panting motion of her sides. At the other window stood Janet, gazing also with blessed face. For there, like a Triton on a seahorse, came Gibbie through the water on Snowball, swimming wearily. He caught sight of Janet at the window, and straightway his countenance was radiant with smiles. Mistress Croale gave a shuddering sigh, drew back from her window, and betook herself again to her dark corner. Jean went to Janet's window, and there beheld the triumphal approach of her brownie, saving from the waters the lost and lamented Snowball. She shouted to her brother, "John! John! Here's your Snowball! Here's your Snowball!" John ran to her call, and beside himself with joy when he saw his favourite come swimming along, threw the window wide, and began to bawl the most unnecessary directions and encouragements, as if the exploit had been brought thus far towards a happy issue solely through him, while from all the windows Gibbie was welcomed with shouts and cheers and congratulations. "Lord preserve us!" cried Mr. Duff, recognizing the rider at last. "It's Rob Grant's innocent! Wha would have thought it?" "The Lord's babes and sucklings are gay culpable whiles," remarked Janet to herself. She believed Gibbie had more faculty than any of her own, Donal included, nor did she share the prevalent prejudice of the city that heart and brains are mutually antagonistic. For in her own case she had found that her brains were never worth much to her until her heart took up the education of them. But the intellect is, so much oftener than by love, seen and felt to be sharpened by necessity and greed, that it is not surprising such a prejudice should exist. "Tak him round to the door! Where got ye him? You would best get him in at the window upon the stair. He'll be maist hungered. Ye'll be some wet, I'm thinking. Come away up the stair and tell us all about it." A score of such conflicting shouts assailed Gibbie as he approached, and he replied to them all with the light of his countenance. When they arrived at the door, they found a difficulty waiting them. The water was now so high that Snowball's head rose above the lintel, and though all animals can swim, they do not all know how to dive. A tumult of suggestions immediately broke out, but Donal had already thrown himself from a window with a rope, and swum to Gibbie's assistance. The two understood each other, and heeding nothing the rest were saying, held their own communications. In a minute the rope was fastened round Snowball's body, and the end of it drawn between his forelegs and through the ring of his headstall, when Donal swam with it to his mother, who stood on the stair, with the request that as soon as she saw Snowball's head under the water, she would pull with all her might and draw him in at the door. Donal then swam back, and threw his arms round Snowball's neck from below, while the same moment Gibbie cast his whole weight of it from above. The horse was over head and ears in an instant, and through the door in another. With snorting nostrils and blazing eyes, his head rose in the passage, and in terror he struck out for the stair. As he scrambled heavily up from the water, his master and Robert seized him, and with much petting and patting and gentling, though there was little enough difficulty in managing him now, conducted him into the bedroom to the rest of the horses. There he was welcomed by his companions, and immediately began devouring the hay upon his master's bedstead. Gibbie came close behind him, was seized by Janet at the top of the stair, embraced like one come alive from the grave, and led, all dripping as he was, into the room where the women were. The farmer followed soon after with the whisky, the universal medicine in those parts, of which he offered a glass to Gibbie, but the innocent turned from it with a curious look of mingled disgust and gratefulness. His father's life had not been all a failure. He had done what parents so rarely effect, handed the general results of his experience to his son. The sight and smell of whisky were to Gibbie a loathing flavoured with horror. The farmer looked back from the door as he was leaving the room. Gibbie was performing a wild circular dance of which Janet was the centre, throwing his limbs about like the toy the children call a jumping jack, which ended suddenly in a motionless ecstasy upon one leg. Having regarded for a moment the rescuer of Snowball with astonishment, John Duff turned away with the reflection how easy it was and natural for those who had nothing, and therefore could lose nothing, to make merry in others' adversity. It did not once occur to him that it was the joy of having saved that caused Gibbie's merriment thus to overflow. "The cratur's a born idiot," he said afterwards to Jean,
and it's just a marvel what he's capable of. But 'deed, there's little to choose atween Janet and him. They're both tarred with the same stick." He paused a moment, then added, "They'll do well enough in the other world, I doubt not, where nobody has to hold off o' themselves." That day, however, Gibbie had proved that a man may well afford both to have nothing and to take no care of himself, seeing he had, since he rose in the morning, rescued a friend, a foe, and a beast of the earth. Verily, he might stand on one leg. But when he had told Janet that he had been home, and had found the cottage uninjured and out of danger, she grew very sober in the midst of her gladness. She could say nothing there among strangers, but the dread arose in her bosom that, if indeed she had not like Peter denied her master before men, she had, like Peter, yielded homage to the might of the elements in his ruling presence, and she justly saw the same faithlessness in the two failures. She said to herself, "Gin only I had been praying instead of running away, I would have been there when he turned the water aside. I would have seen the miracle. Oh, my maester, what think ye o' me now?" For all the excitement Mistress Croale had shown at first view of Gibbie, she sat still in her dusky corner, made no movement towards him, nor did anything to attract his attention, only kept her eyes fixed upon him, and Janet in her mingled joy and pain forgot her altogether. When at length it recurred to her that she was in the room, she cast a somewhat anxious glance towards the place she had occupied all day. It was empty, and Janet was perplexed to think how she had gone unseen. She had crept out after Mr. Duff, and probably Janet saw her, but as one of those who seeing see not and immediately forget. Just as the farmer left the room, a great noise arose among the cattle in that adjoining. He set down the bottle on a chair that happened to be in the passage, and ran to protect the partitions. Exultation would be a poor word wherewith to represent the madness of the delight that shot its fires into Mistress Croale's eyes when she saw the bottle actually abandoned within her reach. It was to her as the very key of the universe. She darted upon it, put it to her lips, and drank. Yet she took heed, thought while she drank, and did not go beyond what she could carry. Little time such an appropriation required. Noiselessly she set the bottle down, darted into a closet containing a solitary calf, and there stood looking from the open window in right innocent fashion, curiously contemplating the raft attached to it, upon which she had seen the Highland woman arrive with her children. At supper time she was missing altogether. Nobody could with certainty say when he had last seen her. The house was searched from top to bottom, and the conclusion arrived at was that she must have fallen from some window and been drowned, only surely she would at least have uttered one cry. Examining certain of the windows to know whether she might not have left some sign of such an exit, the farmer discovered that the brander was gone. "Losh!" cried the Aura man, with a face bewildered to shapelessness, like that of an old moon rising in a fog. "Yon'll be her I saw an hour ago, hine down the water." "Ye muckle gowk," said his master. "Hoo could she win so far and gone to the bottom?" "Upon the branner, sir," answered the Aura man. "I took her for a muckle dog upon a door. The wife maun be a witch." John Duff stared at the man with his mouth open, and for half a minute all were dumb. The thing was incredible, yet hardly to be controverted. The woman was gone, the raft was gone, and something strange that might be the two together had been observed about the time, as near as they could judge, when she ceased to be observed in the house. Had the farmer noted the change in the level of the whisky in his bottle, he might have been surer of it, except indeed the doubt had then arisen whether they might not rather find her at the foot of the stair when the water subsided. Mr. Duff said the luck changed with the return of Snowball. His sister said with the departure of the beggar wife. Before dark the rain had ceased, and it became evident that the water had not risen for the last half hour. In 2 hours more it had sunk 1/4 of an inch. Gibbie threw himself on the floor beside his mother's chair. She covered him with her grey cloak, and he fell fast asleep. At dawn he woke with a start. He had dreamed that Ginevra was in trouble. He made Janet understand that he would return to guide them home as soon as the way was practicable, and set out at once. The water fell rapidly. Almost as soon as it was morning, the people at the Mains could begin doing a little towards restoration. But from that day forth, for about a year, instead of the waters of the Daur and the Lorrie, the house was filled with a gradually subsiding flood of Jean's lamentations over her house gear. One thing after another, and 20 things together. there was scarcely an article she did not, over and over, proclaim utterly ruined, in a tone apparently indicating ground of serious complaint against someone who did not appear, though most of the things, to other eyes than hers, remained seemingly about as useful as before. In vain her brother sought to comfort her with the assurance that there were worse losses at Culloden. She answered that if he had not himself been specially favoured in the recovery of Snowball, he would have made a much worse complaint about him alone than she did about all her losses. Whereupon, being an honest man, and not certain that she spoke other than the truth, he held his peace. But he never made the smallest acknowledgment to Gibbie for the saving of the said Snowball. What could an idiot understand about gratitude? And what use was money to a boy who did not set his life at a pin's fee? But he always spoke kindly to him thereafter, which was more to Gibbie than anything he could have given him. And when a man is content, his friends may hold their peace. The next day Jean had her dinner strangely provided. As her brother wrote to a friend in Glasgow, she found at the back of the house, and all lying in a heap, a handsome dish of trout, a pike, a hare, a partridge, and a turkey, with a dish of potatoes and a dish of turnips, all brought down by the burn, and deposited there for the good of the house, except the turkey, which, alas, was one of her own favourite flock. Footnote: see Sir Thomas Dick Lauder's account of the Morayshire floods in 1829, first edition, page 181. An enchanting book, especially to one whose earliest memories are interwoven with water floods. For details in such kind here given, I am much indebted to it. Again and again as I have been writing has it rendered me miserable, my tale showing so flat and poor beside Sir Thomas's narrative. Known to me from childhood, it wakes in me far more wonder and pleasure now than it did even in the days when the marvel of things came more to the surface. End of footnote. In the afternoon, Gibbie reappeared at the Mains, and Robert and Janet set out at once to go home with him. It was a long journey for them. He had to take them so many rounds. They rested at several houses, and saw much misery on their way. It was night before they arrived at the cottage. They found it warm and clean and tidy. Ginevra had, like a true lady, swept the house that gave her shelter. That ladies often do, and perhaps it is yet more their work in the world than they fully understand. For Ginevra, it was heavenly bliss to her to hear their approaching footsteps, and before she left them she had thoroughly learned that the poorest place where the atmosphere is love is more homely, and by consequence more heavenly, than the most beautiful even, where law and order are elements supreme. Gin I had only had faith and bidden," said Janet to herself as she entered, and to the day of her death she never ceased to bemoan her too hasty desertion of the wee housie upon the Muckle Rock. As to the strange woman's evident knowledge concerning Gibbie, she could do nothing but wait, fearing rather than hoping. But she had got so far above time and chance that nothing really troubled her, and she could wait quietly. At the same time, it did not seem likely they would hear anything more of the woman herself. No one believed she could have gone very far without being whelmed, or whummelled, as they said, in the fierce waters. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 37. Mr. Sclater. It may be remembered that upon Gibbie's disappearance from the city, great interest was felt in his fate, and such questions started about the boy himself as moved the Reverend Clement Sclater to gather all the information at which he could arrive concerning his family and history. That done, he proceeded to attempt interesting in his unknown fortunes those relatives of his mother whose existence and residences he had discovered. In this, however, he had met with no success. At the house where she was born, there was now no one but a second cousin, to whom her brother, dying unmarried, had left the small estate of the Withrops, along with the family contempt for her husband, and for her because of him, inasmuch as by marrying him she had brought disgrace upon herself and upon all her people. So said the cousin to Mr. Sclater, but seemed himself nowise humbled by the disgrace he recognized, indeed almost claimed. As to the orphan, he said, to speak honestly, as he did at least that once, the more entirely he disappeared, the better he would consider it. Not that personally he was the least concerned in the matter. Only if, according to the scripture, there were 2 more generations yet upon which had to be visited the sins of Sir George and Lady Galbraith, the greater the obscurity in which they remained, the less would be the scandal. The brother who had taken to business was the senior partner in a large shipbuilding firm at Greenock. This man, William Fuller Withrop by name, Wilful Withrop the neighbours had nicknamed him, was a bachelor, and reputed rich. Mr. Sclater did not hear of him what roused very brilliant hopes. He was one who would demand more reason than reasonable for the most reasonable of actions that involved parting with money. Yet he had been known to do a liberal thing for a public object. Waste was so wicked that any other moral risk was preferable. Of the 3, he would waste mind and body rather than estate. Man was made neither to rejoice nor to mourn, but to possess. To leave no stone unturned, however, Mr. Sclater wrote to Mr. Withrop. The answer he received was that, as the sister, concerning whose child he had applied to him, had never been anything but a trouble to the family, as he had no associations with her memory save those of misery and disgrace, as before he left home her name had long ceased to be mentioned among them, and as her own father had deliberately and absolutely disowned her because of her obstinate disobedience and wilfulness, it could hardly be expected of him, and indeed would ill become him, to show any lively interest in her offspring. Still, although he could not honestly pretend to the smallest concern about him, he had, from pure curiosity, made inquiry of correspondence with regard to the boy, from which the resulting knowledge was that he was little better than an idiot, whose character, education, and manners had been picked up in the streets. Nothing, he was satisfied, could be done for such a child which would not make him more miserable, as well as more wicked than he was already. Therefore, etc., etc., etc. Thus failing, Mr. Sclater said to himself he had done all that could be required of him. And he had indeed taken trouble. Nor could anything be asserted, he said further to himself, as his duty in respect of this child, that was not equally his duty in respect of every little wanderer in the streets of his parish. That a child's ancestors had been favoured above others, and had so misused their advantages that their last representative was left in abject poverty, could hardly be a reason why that child, born in more than probability with the same evil propensities which had ruined them, should be made an elect object of favour. Who was he, Clement Sclater, to intrude upon the divine prerogative, and presume to act on the doctrine of election? Was a child with a Sir to his name anything more in the eyes of God than a child without a name at all? Would any title, even that of Earl or Duke, be recognized in the kingdom of heaven? His relatives ought to do something. They failing, of whom could further requisition be made? There were vessels to honour, and vessels to dishonour. To which class this one belonged, let God in his time reveal. A duty could not be passed on. It could not become the duty of the minister of a parish, just because those who ought and could would not, to spend time and money to the neglect of his calling in hunting up a boy whom he would not know what to do with if he had him, a boy whose home had been with the dregs of society. In justice to Mr. Sclater, it must be mentioned that he did not know Gibbie, even by sight. There remains room, however, for the question whether, if Mr. Sclater had not been the man to change his course as he did afterwards, he would not have acted differently from the first. One morning, as he sat at breakfast with his wife, late Mrs. Bonniman, and cast, as is, I fear, the rude habit of not a few husbands, not a few stolen glances as he ate over the morning paper, his eye fell upon a paragraph announcing the sudden death of the well-known William Fuller Withrop, of the eminent shipbuilding firm of Withrop and Playtell of Greenock. Until he came to the end of the paragraph, his cup of coffee hung suspended in mid-air. Then down it went untasted, he jumped from his seat and hurried from the room, for the said paragraph ended with the remark that the not unfrequent incapacity of the ablest of businessmen for looking the inevitable in the face with coolness sufficient to the making of a will was not only a curious fact, but in the individual case a pity, where £200,000 was concerned. Had the writer been a little more philosophical still, he might have seen that the faculty for making money by no means involves judgment in the destination of it, and that the money may do its part for good and evil without, just as well as with, a will at the back of it. But though this was the occasion, it remains to ask what was the cause of the minister's precipitancy. Why should Clement Sclater thereupon spring from his chair in such a state of excitement that he set his cup of coffee down upon its side instead of its bottom, to the detriment of the tablecloth, and of something besides, more unquestionably the personal property of his wife? Why was it that, heedless of her questions, Backed although they were both by just anger and lawful curiosity, he ran straight from the room and the house, nor stayed until, at one and the same moment, his foot was on the top step of his lawyer's door and his hand upon its bell. No doubt it was somebody's business, and perhaps it might be Mr. Sclater's, to find the heirs of men who died intestate. But what made it so indubitably, so emphatically, so individually, so pressingly Mr. Sclater's, that he forgot breakfast, tablecloth, wife, and sermon altogether, that he might see to this boy's rights? Surely, if they were rights, they could be in no such imminent danger as this haste seemed to signify. Was it only that he might be the first in the race to right him? And if so, then again, why? Was it a certainty indisputable that any boy, whether such an idle tramp as the minister supposed this one to be or not, would be redeemed by the heirship to the hugest of fortunes? Had it, some time before this, become at length easier for a rich boy to enter into the kingdom of heaven? Or was it that, with all his honesty, all his religion, all his churchism, all his Protestantism, and his habitual appeal to the word of God, the minister was yet a most reverential worshipper of Mammon? Not the old god mentioned in the New Testament, of course, but a thoroughly respectable, modern Mammon, decently dressed, perusing a subscription list. No doubt justice ought to be done, and the young man over at Roughrigs was sure to be putting in a false claim, but where were the lawyers, whose business it was? There was no need of a clergyman to remind them of their duty where the picking of such a carcass was concerned. Had Mr. Sclater ever conceived the smallest admiration or love for the boy, I would not have made these reflections. But in his ignorance of him, and indifference concerning him, he believed there would at least be trouble in proving him of approximately sound mind and decent intellect. What then, I repeat, and leave it, did all this excitement on the part of one of the iron pillars of the church indicate? From his lawyer he would have gone at once to Mistress Croale. Indeed, I think he would have gone to her first, to warn her against imparting what information concerning Gibbie she might possess to any other than himself. But he had not an idea where she might even be heard of. He had cleansed his own parish, as he thought, by pulling up the tare, contrary to commandment, and throwing it into his neighbour's, where it had taken root, and grown a worse tare than before, until at length she who had been so careful over the manners and morals of her drunkards was a drunkard herself, and a wanderer, with the reputation of being a far worse woman than she really was. For some years now she had made her living, one poor enough, by hawking small household necessities, and not unfrequently where she appeared, the housewives bought of her because her eyes, and her nose, and an undefined sense of evil in her presence made them shrink from the danger of offending her. But the real cause of the bad impression she made was, that she was sorely troubled with what is, by huge discourtesy, called a bad conscience, being in reality a conscience doing its duty so well that it makes the whole house uncomfortable. On her next return to the Dowerfoot, as the part of the city was called where now she was most at home, she heard the astounding and welcome news that Gibbie had fallen heir to a large property, and that the reward of £100, a modest sum indeed, but where was the good of wasting money, thought Mr. Sclater, had been proclaimed by tuck of drum to anyone giving such information as should lead to the discovery of Sir Gilbert Galbraith, commonly known as wee Sir Gibbie. A description of him was added, and the stray was so kenspeckle that Mistress Croale saw the necessity of haste to any hope of advantage. She had nothing to guide her beyond the fact of Sir George's habit, in his cups, of referring to the property on Daurside, and the assurance that with the said habit Gibbie must have been as familiar as herself. With this initiative, as she must begin somewhere, and could prosecute her business anywhere, she filled her basket, and set out at once for Daurside. There, after a good deal of wandering hither and thither, and a search whose fruitlessness she probably owed to too great caution, she made the desired discovery unexpectedly and marvellously, and left behind her in the valley the reputation of having been on more familiar terms with the flood and the causes of it than was possible to any but one who kept company worse than human. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. The Muckle Hoose. The next morning, Janet felt herself in duty bound to make inquiry concerning those interested in Miss Galbraith. She made, therefore, the best of her way with Gibbie to the Muckle Hoose, but as the latter expected, found it a ruin in a wilderness. Acres of trees and shrubbery had disappeared, and a hollow waste of sand and gravel was in their place. What was left of the house stood on the edge of a red gravelly precipice of 50 feet in height, at whose foot lay the stones of the kitchen wing, in which had been the room whence Gibbie carried Ginevra. The newer part of the house was gone from its very roots. The ancient portion, all innovation wiped from it, stood grim, desolate, marred, and defiant as of old. Not a sign of life was about the place. The very birds had fled. Angus had been there that same morning, and had locked or nailed up every possible entrance. The place looked like a ruin of centuries. With difficulty they got down into the gulf, with more difficulty crossed the burn, clambered up the rocky bank on the opposite side, and knocked at the door of the gamekeeper's cottage. But they saw only a little girl, who told them her father had gone to find the laird, that her mother was ill in bed, and Mistress MacFarlane on her way to her own people. It came out afterwards that when Angus and the housekeeper heard Gibbie's taps at the window, and looking out saw nobody there but the burn within a few yards of the house, they took the warning for a supernatural interference to the preservation of their lives, and fled at once. Passing the foot of the stair, Mistress MacFarlane shrieked to Ginevra to come, but ran on without waiting a reply. They told afterwards that she left the house with them, and that suddenly missing her they went back to look for her, but could find her nowhere, and were just able to make their second escape with their lives, hearing the house fall into the burn behind them. Mistress MacFarlane had been severe as the law itself against lying among the maids, but now, when it came to her own defence where she knew herself wrong, she lied just like one of the wicked. "My dear missy," said Janet when they got home, "ye maun write to your father, or he'll be out o' his wits about you." Ginevra wrote therefore to the Duke's, and to the laird's usual address in London as well, but he was on his way from the one place to the other when Angus overtook him, and received neither letter. Now came to the girl a few such days of delight, of freedom, of life, as she had never even dreamed of. She roamed Glashgar with Gibbie, the gentlest, kindest, most interesting of companions. Wherever his sheep went, she went too, and to many places besides, some of them such strange, wild, terrible places as would have terrified her without him. How he startled her once by darting off a rock like a seagull, straight, head foremost, into the death-pot. She screamed with horror, but he had done it only to amuse her, for after what seemed to her a fearful time, he came smiling up out of the terrible darkness. What a brave, beautiful boy he was! He never hurt anything, and nothing ever seemed to hurt him. And what a number of things he knew! He showed her things on the mountain, things in the sky, things in the pools and streams wherever they went. He did better than tell her about them. He made her see them, and then the things themselves told her. She was not always certain she saw just what he wanted her to see, but she always saw something that made her glad with knowledge. He had a New Testament Janet had given him, which he carried in his pocket, and when she joined him, for he was always out with his sheep hours before she was up, she would generally find him seated on a stone, or lying in the heather with the little book in his hand, looking solemn and sweet. But the moment he saw her, he would spring merrily up to welcome her. It were indeed an argument against religion as strong as sad, if one of the children the kingdom specially claims could not be possessed by the life of the Son of God without losing his simplicity and joyousness. Those of my readers will be the least inclined to doubt the boy who, by obedience, have come to know its reward. For obedience alone holds wide the door for the entrance of the spirit of wisdom. There was as little to wonder at in Gibbie as there was much to love and admire, for from the moment when, yet a mere child, he heard there was such a one claiming his obedience, he began to turn to him the hearing ear, the willing heart, the ready hand. The main thing which rendered this devotion more easy and natural to him than to others was that, more than in most, the love of man had in him prepared the way of the Lord. He who so loved the sons of men was ready to love the Son of Man the moment he heard of him. Love makes obedience a joy, and of him who obeys all heaven is the patrimony. He is fellow heir with Christ. On the 4th day, the rain, which had been coming and going, finally cleared off, the sun was again glorious, and the farmers began to hope a little for the drying and ripening of some portion of their crops. Then first Ginevra asked Gibbie to take her down to Glashruach. She wanted to see the ruin they had described to her. When she came near, and notions changed into visible facts, she neither wept nor wailed. She felt very miserable, it is true, but it was at finding that the evident impossibility of returning thither for a long time woke in her pleasure and not pain. So utterly altered was the look of everything, that had she come upon it unexpectedly, she would not have recognized either place or house. They went up to a door. She seemed never to have seen it, but when they entered, she knew it as one from the hall into a passage which, with what it led to being gone, the inner had become an outer door. A quantity of sand was heaped up in the hall, and the wainscot was wet and swelled and bulging. They went into the dining room. It was a miserable sight, the very picture of the soul of a drunkard. The thick carpet was sodden, spongy like a bed of moss after heavy rains. The leather chairs looked diseased. The colour was all gone from the table. The paper hung loose from the walls, and everything lay where the water, after floating it about, had let it drop as it ebbed. She ascended the old stone stair which led to her father's rooms above, went into his study, in which not a hair was out of its place, and walked towards the window to look across to where once had been her own chamber. But as she approached it, there, behind the curtain, she saw her father, motionless, looking out. She turned pale, and stood. Even at such a time, had she known he was in the house, she would not have dared set her foot in that room. Gibbie, who had followed and entered behind her, perceived her hesitation, saw and recognized the back of the laird, knew that she was afraid of her father, and stood also waiting he knew not what. He said to himself, hers is not like mine. Not many has had fathers so good as mine. Becoming aware of a presence, the laird half turned, and seeing Gibbie, imagined he had entered in a prowling way, supposing the place deserted. With stately offence, he asked him what he wanted there, and waved his dismissal. Then first he saw another, standing white-faced, with eyes fixed upon him. He turned pale also, and stood staring at her. The memory of that moment ever after disgraced him in his own eyes. For one instant of unreasoning weakness, he imagined he saw a ghost, believed what he said he knew to be impossible. It was but one moment, but it might have been more had not Ginevra walked slowly up to him, saying in a trembling voice, as if she expected the blame of all that had happened, "I couldn't help it, Papa." He took her in his arms, and for the first time since the discovery of her atrocious familiarity with Donal, kissed her. She clung to him, trembling now with pleasure as well as apprehension. But alas, there was no impiety in the faithlessness that pronounced such a joy too good to endure, and the end came yet sooner than she feared. For when the father rose erect from her embrace and was again the laird, there, to his amazement, still stood the odd-looking, outlandish intruder, smiling with the most impertinent interest. Gibbie had forgotten himself altogether, beholding what he took for a thorough reconciliation. "Go away, boy! You have nothing to do here," said the laird, anger almost overwhelming his precious dignity. "Oh, Papa!" cried Ginevra, clasping her hands. "That's Gibbie! He saved my life! I should have been drowned but for him." The laird was both proud and stupid, therefore more than ordinarily slow to understand what he was unprepared to hear. "I am much obliged to him," he said haughtily, "but there is no occasion for him to wait." At this point, his sluggish mind began to recall something. Why, this was the very boy he saw in the meadow with her that morning. He turned fiercely upon him where he lingered, either hoping for a word of adieu from Ginevra, or unwilling to go while she was uncomfortable. "Leave the house instantly," he said, "or I will knock you down." "Oh, Papa!" moaned Ginevra wildly. It was the braver of her that she was trembling from head to foot. "Don't speak so to Gibbie! He is a good boy. It was he that Angus whipped so cruelly. Long ago. I have never been able to forget it." Her father was confounded at her presumption. How dared she expostulate with him? She had grown a bold, bad girl. Good heavens! Evil communications. "If he does not get out of this directly," he cried, "I will have him whipped again. Angus!" He shouted the name, and its echo came back in a wild tone, altogether strange to Ginevra. She seemed struggling in the meshes of an evil dream. Involuntarily she uttered a cry of terror and distress. Gibbie was at her side instantly, putting out his hand to comfort her. She was just laying hers on his arm, scarcely knowing what she did, when her father seized him, and dashed him to the other side of the room. He went staggering backwards, vainly trying to recover himself, and fell, his head striking against the wall. The same instant Angus entered, saw nothing of Gibbie where he lay, and approached his master. But when he caught sight of Ginevra, He gave a gasp of terror that ended in a broken yell, and stared as if he had come suddenly on the verge of the bottomless pit, while all round his head his hair stood out as if he had been electrified. Before he came to himself, Gibbie had recovered and risen. He saw now that he could be of no service to Ginevra, and that his presence only made things worse for her. But he saw also that she was unhappy about him, and that must not be. He broke into such a merry laugh, and it had need to be merry, for it had to do the work of many words of reassurance, that she could scarcely refrain from a half-hysterical response as he walked from the room. The moment he was out of the house he began to sing, and for many minutes, as he walked up the gulf hollowed by the Glashburn, Ginevra could hear the strange, other-world voice, and knew it was meant to hold communion with her and comfort her. "What do you know of that fellow, Angus?" asked his master. "He's the verra divil himself, sir," muttered Angus, whom Gibbie's laughter had in a measure brought to his senses. "You will see that he is sent off the property at once, and for good, Angus," said the laird. "His insolence is insufferable, the scoundrel." On the pretext of following Gibbie, Angus was only too glad to leave the room. Then Mr. Galbraith upon his daughter. "So, Jenny," he said, with his loose lips pulled out straight, "that is the sort of companion you choose when left to yourself. A low, beggarly, insolent scamp. Scarcely the equal of the brutes he has the charge of." "They're sheep, papa!" pleaded Ginevra, in a wail that rose almost to a scream. "I do believe the girl is an idiot," said her father, and turned from her contemptuously. "I think I am, papa," she sobbed. "Don't mind me. Let me go away, and I will never trouble you any more." She would go to the mountains, she thought, and be a shepherdess with Gibbie. Her father took her roughly by the arm, pushed her into a closet, locked the door, went and had his luncheon, and in the afternoon, having borrowed Snowball, took her just as she was, drove to meet the mail coach, and in the middle of the night was set down with her at the principal hotel in the city, whence the next morning he set out early to find a school where he might leave her, and his responsibility with her. When Gibbie knew himself beyond the hearing of Ginevra, his song died away, and he went home sad. The gentle girl had stepped at once from the day into the dark, and he was troubled for her. But he remembered that she had another father besides the laird, and comforted himself. When he reached home, he found his mother in serious talk with a stranger. The tears were in her eyes, and had been running down her cheeks, but she was calm and dignified as usual. "Here he comes," she said as he entered. "The will of the Lord be done, noo and for evermair. I'm at his bidding, and so is Gibbie." It was Mr. Sclater. The witch had sailed her brander well. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 39. Daur Street. One bright afternoon, towards the close of the autumn, the sun was shining straight down one of the wide, clean, stony streets of the city, with a warmth which he had not been able to impart to the air. A company of schoolgirls, 2 and 2 in long file, mostly with innocent, and, for human beings, rather uninteresting faces, was walking in orderly manner, a female grenadier at its head, along the pavement, more than usually composed, from having the sun in their eyes. Amongst the faces was one very different from the rest, a countenance almost solemn and a little sad, of still, regular features, in the eyes of which by loving eyes might have been read uneasy thought patiently carried, and the lack of some essential to conscious well-being. The other girls were looking on this side and that, eager to catch sight of anything to trouble the monotony of the daily walk, but the eyes of this one were cast down, except when occasionally lifted in answer to words of the schoolmistress, the grenadier by whose side she was walking. They were lovely brown eyes, trustful and sweet, and although, as I have said, a little sad, they never rose, even in reply to the commonest remark, without shining a little. Though younger than not a few of them, and very plainly dressed like all the others, I have a suspicion that Scotch mothers dress their girls rather too plainly, which tends to the growth of an undue and degrading love of dress, She was not so girlish, was indeed, in some respects, more of a young woman than even the governess who walked by the side of them. Suddenly came a rush, a confusion, a fluttering of the doves, whence or how none seemed to know, a gentle shriek from several of the girls, a general sense of question and no answer, but, as their ruffled nerves composed themselves a little, there was the vision of the schoolmistress poking the point of her parasol at a heedless face, radiant with smiles, that of an odd-looking lad, as they thought, who had got hold of one of the daintily gloved hands of her companion, laid a hand which, considered conventionally, was not that of a gentleman, upon her shoulder, and stood, without a word, gazing in rapturous delight. "Go away, boy! What do you mean by such impertinence?" cried the outraged Miss Kimble, changing her thrust, and poking in his chest the parasol with which she had found it impossible actually to assail his smiling countenance. Such a strange-looking creature! He could not be in his sound senses, she thought. In the momentary meantime, however, she had failed to observe that, after the first start and following tremor, her companion stood quite still, and was now looking in the lad's face with roseate cheeks and tear-filled eyes, apparently forgetting to draw her hand from his or to move her shoulder from under his caress. The next moment, up with hasty yet dignified step, came the familiar form of their own minister, the Reverend Clement Sclater, who, with reproof in his countenance, which was red with annoyance and haste, laid his hands on the lad's shoulders to draw him from the prey on which he had pounced. "Remember, you are not on a hillside, but in a respectable street," said the reverend gentleman, a little foolishly. The youth turned his head over his shoulder, not otherwise changing his attitude, and looked at him with some bewilderment. Then not he, but the young lady spoke. "Gibbie and I are old friends," she said, and reaching up laid her free hand in turn on his shoulder, as if to protect him, for, needlessly, with such grace and strength before her, the vision of an old horror came rushing back on the mind of Ginevra. Gibbie had darted from his companion's side some 100 yards off. The cap which Mr. Sclater had insisted on his wearing had fallen as he ran, and he had never missed it. His hair stood out on all sides of his head, and the sun behind him shone in it like a glory, just as when first he appeared to Ginevra in the peat moss, like an angel standing over her. Indeed, while to Miss Kimble and the girls he was a mad-like object, in his awkward, ill-fitting clothes, made by a village tailor in the height of the village fashion, to Ginevra he looked hardly less angelic now than he did then. His appearance, judged without prejudice, was rather that of a sailor boy on shore than a shepherd boy from the hills. "Miss Galbraith," said Miss Kimble in the tone that indicates nostrils distended, "I am astonished at you. What an example to the school! I never knew you misbehave yourself before. Take your hand from this very strange-looking person's shoulder directly." Ginevra obeyed, but Gibbie stood as before. "Remove your hand, boy, instantly!" cried Miss Kimble, growing more and more angry, and began knocking the hand on the girl's shoulder with her parasol, which apparently Gibbie took for a joke, for he laughed aloud. "Pray do not alarm yourself, ma'am," said Mr. Sclater, slowly recovering his breath. He was not yet quite sure of Gibbie, or confident how best he was to be managed. "This young gentleman is Sir Gilbert Galbraith, my ward. Sir Gilbert, this lady is Miss Kimble. You must have known her father well, the Reverend Matthew Kimble of the next parish to your own?" Gibbie smiled. He did not nod, for that would have meant that he did know him, and he did not remember having ever even heard the name of the Reverend Matthew Kimble. "Oh!" said the lady, who had ceased her battery, and stood bewildered and embarrassed, the more that by this time the girls had all gathered round, staring and wondering. Ginevra's eyes, too, had filled with wonder. She cast them down, and a strange smile began to play about her strong, sweet mouth. All at once she was in the middle of a fairy tale, and had not a notion what was coming next. Her dumb shepherd boy a baronet, and more wonderful still, a Galbraith. She must be dreaming in the wide street. The last she had seen of him was as he was driven from the house by her father, when he had just saved her life. That was but a few weeks ago, and here he was, called Sir Gilbert Galbraith. It was a delicious bit of wonderment. "Oh," said Miss Kimble a second time, recovering herself a little. "I see. A relative, Miss Galbraith. I did not understand. That of course sets everything right, at least, even then, the open street, you know. You will understand, Mr. Sclater. I beg your pardon, Sir Gilbert. I hope I did not injure you with my parasol?" Gibbie again laughed aloud. "Thank you," said Miss Kimble, confused, and annoyed with herself for being so, especially before her girls. "I should be sorry to have hurt you. Going to college, I presume, Sir Gilbert?" Gibbie looked at Mr. Sclater. "He is going to study with me for a while first," answered the minister. "I am glad to hear it. He could not do better," said Miss Kimble. "Come, girls!" And with friendly farewells she moved on, her train after her, thinking with herself what a boor the young fellow was. The young baronet? Yes, he must be a baronet. He was too young to have been knighted already. But wherever could he have been brought up? Mr. Sclater had behaved judiciously, and taken gentle pains to satisfy the old couple that they must part with Gibbie. One of the neighbouring clergy knew Mr. Sclater well, and with him paid the old people a visit, to help them to dismiss any lingering doubt that he was the boy's guardian legally appointed. To their own common sense, indeed, it became plain that, except some such story was true, there could be nothing to induce him to come after Gibbie, or desire to take charge of the outcast. But they did not feel thoroughly satisfied until Mr. Sclater brought Fergus Duff to the cottage, to testify to him as being what he pretended. It was a sore trial, but amongst the griefs of losing him, no fear of his forgetting them was included. Mr. Sclater's main difficulty was with Gibbie himself. At first he laughed at the absurdity of his going away from his father and mother and the sheep. They told him he was Sir Gilbert Galbraith. He answered on his slate, as well as by signs which Janet at least understood perfectly, that he had told them so, and had been so all the time. "And what differ does that mak?" he added. Mr. Sclater told him he was, or would be at least, he took care to add, when he came of age, a rich man as well as a baronet. "Rich men," wrote Gibbie, "dee as they like, and I's bide." Mr. Sclater told him it was only poor boys who could do as they pleased, for the law looked after boys like him, so that, when it came into their hands, they might be capable of using their money properly. Almost persuaded at length that he had no choice, that he could no longer be his own master until he was 21, he turned and looked at Janet, his eyes brimful of tears. She gave him a little nod. He rose and went out, climbed the crest of Glashruach, and did not return to the cottage till midnight. In the morning appeared on his countenance signs of unusual resolve. Amid the many thoughts he had had the night before, had come the question, what he would do with the money when he had it. First of all, what he could do for Janet and Robert, and every one of their family, and naturally enough to a Scotch boy. The first thing that occurred to him was, to give Donal money to go to college, like Fergus Duff. In that he knew he made no mistake. It was not so easy to think of things for the rest, but that was safe. Had not Donal said 20 times he would not mind being a herd all his life, if only he could go to college first? But then he began to think what a long time it was before he would be 21, and what a number of things might come and go before then. Donal might by that time have a wife and children, and he could not leave them to go to college. Why should not Mr. Sclater manage somehow that Donal should go at once? It was now the end almost of October, and the college opened in November. Some other rich person would lend them the money, and he would pay it with compound interest when he got his. Before he went to bed, he got his slate and wrote as follows: "My dear minister, if you will take Donal too, and let him go to the college, I will go with you as soon's you like. But if you will not, I will run away." When Mr. Sclater, who had a bed at the Gamekeeper's, appeared the next morning, Anxious to conclude the business, and get things in motion for the departure, Gibbie handed him the slate the moment he entered the cottage, and while he read, stood watching him. Now Mr. Sclater was a prudent man, and always looked ahead, therefore apparently took a long time to read Gibbie's very clear, though unscholarly, communication. Before answering it, he must settle the probability of what Mrs. Sclater would think of the proposal to take 2 savages into her house together, where also doubtless the presence of this Donal would greatly interfere with the process of making a gentleman of Gibbie. Unable to satisfy himself, he raised his head at length, unconsciously shaking it as he did so. That instant Gibbie was out of the house. Mr. Sclater, perceiving the blunder he had made, hurried after him, but he was already out of sight. Returning in some dismay, he handed the slate to Janet, who, with sad resigned countenance, was baking. She rubbed the oatmeal dough from her hands, took the slate, and read with a smile. "Ye maunna tak Gibbie for a young colt, Maister Sclater, and think to brak him in," she said, after a thoughtful pause, "or ye'll hae to learn your mistake. There's no enough o' himself in him for ye to get a grip o' him by that handle. He aye kens what he would hae, and he'll aye get it, as sure's it'll aye be right. As anent Donal, Donal's my ain, and I say naething. Sit ye doon, sir, ye'll no see Gibbie the day again." "Is there no means of getting at him, my good woman?" said Mr. Sclater, miserable at the prospect of a day utterly wasted. "I could gie ye the saich to him, I daur say, but what better would ye be for that? Gien ye had a' the lawyers o' Embro at your back, ye wadna touch Gibbie upo Glashruach." "But you could persuade him, I am sure, Mr. Scrant. You have only to call him in your own way, and he will come at once." "What would ye hae me persuade him till, sir? To onything that's richt, Gibbie wants nae persuading. And for this that's atween ye, the laddies are just verra brithers, and I hae no richt to interfere with what the tane wad do for the thither. The thing seemin' to me rising enough." "What sort of lad is this son of yours? The boy seems much attached to him." "He's a laddie 'at's been gaein' o'er till's book sin' ever I learnt him to read mysel'," Janet answered. "But he'll be here the nicht, I'm thinking, to see the last o' poor Gibbie, and ye can jeedge for yoursel." It required but a brief examination of Donal to satisfy Mr. Sclater that he was more than prepared for the university. But I fear me greatly the time is at hand when such as Donal will no more be able to enter her courts. Unwise and unpatriotic are any who would rather have a few prime scholars sitting about the wells of learning, than to see those fountains flow freely for the poor, who are yet the strength of a country. It is better to have many upon the high road of learning than a few even at its goal, if that were possible. As to Donal's going to Mr. Sclater's house, Janet soon relieved him. Na, sir," she said, "it wad be to learn ways that wadna be fitting a poor lad like him." "It would be much safer for him," said Mr. Sclater, but incidentally. "Gien I couldna lippen my Donal till's ain company and the hunger for better, I would begin to doot wha made the world," said his mother, and Donal's face flushed with pleasure at her confidence. "Now, he maun get a garret roomie some gate in the toon, and there had his book. And ye'll lat Gibbie gang and see him whiles when he can be spared. There maun be many a decent woman that wad be pleased to take him in." Mr. Sclater seemed to himself to foresee no little trouble in his new responsibility, but consoled himself that he would have more money at his command, and in the end would sit, as it were, at the fountain-head of large wealth. Already, with his wife's property, he was a man of consideration, but he had a great respect for money, and much overrated its value as a means of doing even what he called good. Religious people generally do, with a most unchristian dullness. We are not told that the master made the smallest use of money for his end. When he paid the temple rate, he did it to avoid giving offence, and he defended the woman who divinely wasted it. 10 times more grace and magnanimity would be needed, wisely and lovingly, to avoid making a fortune, than it takes to spend one for what are called good objects when it is made. When they met Miss Kimble and her young ladies, they were on their way from the coach office to the minister's house in Daur Street. Gibbie knew every corner, and strange was the swift variety of thoughts and sensations that went filing through his mind. Up this same street he had tended the wavering steps of a well-known, if not highly respected, town councillor. That was the door where, one cold morning of winter, the cook gave him a cup of hot coffee and a roll. What happy days they were, with their hunger and adventure! There had always been food and warmth about the city, and he had come in for his share. The master was in its streets as certainly as on the rocks of Glashruach. Not one sheep did he lose sight of, though he could not do so much for those that would not follow, and had to have the dogs sent after them. End of chapter 39. Recording by Hannah Mary.
Chapter 40 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie, by George MacDonald. Chapter 40. Mrs. Sclater. Gibbie was in a dream of mingled past and future delights when his conductor stopped at a large and important-looking house with a flight of granite steps up to the door. Gibbie had never been inside such a house in his life, but when they entered he was not much impressed. He did look with a little surprise, it is true, but it was down, not up. He felt his feet walking soft, and wondered for a moment that there should be a field of grass in a house. Then he gave a glance round, thought it was a big place, and followed Mr. Sclater up the stair with the free-mounting step of the Glashruach shepherd. Forgetful and unconscious, he walked into the drawing-room with his bonnet on his head. Mrs. Sclater rose when they entered, and he approached her with a smile of welcome to the house which he carried, always full of guests, in his bosom. He never thought of looking to her to welcome him. She shook hands with him in a doubtful kind of way. "How do you do, Sir Gilbert?" she said. "Only ladies are allowed to wear their caps in the drawing-room, you know," she added, in a tone of courteous and half-rallying rebuke, speaking from a flowery height of conscious superiority. What she meant by the drawing-room, Gibbie had not an idea. He looked at her head, and saw no cap. She had nothing upon it but a quantity of beautiful black hair. Then suddenly remembered his bonnet. He knew well enough bonnets had to be taken off in house or cottage. He had never done so because he had never worn a bonnet. But it was with a smile of amusement only that he now took it off. He was so free from selfishness that he knew nothing of shame. Never a shadow of blush at his bad manners tinged his cheek. He put the cap in his pocket, and catching sight of a footstool by the corner of the chimney-piece, was so strongly reminded of his creepy by the cottage hearth, which, big lad as he now was, he had still haunted, that he went at once and seated himself upon it. From this coign of vantage he looked round the room with a gentle curiosity, casting a glance of pleasure every now and then at Mrs. Sclater, to whom her husband, in a manner somewhat constrained because of his presence, was recounting some of the incidents of his journey, making choice, after the manner of many, of the most commonplace and uninteresting. Gibbie had not been educated in the relative grandeur of things of this world, and he regarded the things he now saw just as things, without the smallest notion of any power in them to confer superiority by being possessed. Can a slave knight his master? The reverend but poor Mr. Sclater was not above the foolish consciousness of importance accruing from the refined adjuncts of a more needy corporeal existence. His wife would have felt out of her proper sphere had she ceased to see them around her, and would have lost some of her aplomb. But the divine idiot Gibbie was incapable even of the notion that they mattered a straw to the life of any man. Indeed, to compare man with man was no habit of his. Hence it cannot be wonderful that stone hearth and steel grate, clay floor and Brussels carpet were much the same to him. Man was the one sacred thing. Gibbie's unconscious creed was a powerful leveller, but it was a leveller up, not down. The heart that revered the beggar could afford to be incapable of homage to position. His was not one of those contemptible natures which have no reverence because they have no aspiration, which think themselves fine because they acknowledge nothing superior to their own essential baseness. To Gibbie every man was better than himself. It was for him a sudden and strange descent, from the region of poetry and closest intercourse with the strong and gracious and vital simplicities of nature, human and other, to the rich commonplaces, amongst them not a few fashionable vulgarities, of an ordinary well-appointed house, and ordinary well-appointed people. But, however bedizened, humanity was there, and he who does not love human more than any other nature has not life in himself, does not carry his poetry in him, as Gibbie did, therefore cannot find it except where it has been shown to him. Neither was a common house like this by any means devoid of any things to please him. If there was not the lovely homeliness of the cottage which at once gave all it had, there was a certain stateliness which afforded its own reception. If there was little harmony, there were individual colours that afforded him delight, as for instance afterwards the crimson covering the walls of the dining-room, whose colour was of that soft, deep penetrable character which a flock paper alone can carry. Then there were pictures, bad enough most of them no doubt in the eyes of the critic, but endlessly suggestive, therefore endlessly delightful to Gibbie. It is not the man who knows most about nature that is hardest to please, however he may be hardest to satisfy with the attempt to follow her. The accomplished poet will derive pleasure from verses which are a mockery to the soul of the unhappy mortal whose business is judgment, the most thankless of all labours, and justly so. Certain fruits one is unable to like until he has eaten them in their perfection. After that, the reminder in them of the perfect will enable him to enjoy even the inferior a little, recognizing their kind, always provided he be not one given to judgment, a connoisseur that is, one who cares less for the truth than for the knowing comparison of one embodiment of it with another. Gibbie's regard, then, as it wandered round the room, lighting on this colour and that texture in curtain or carpet or worked screen, found interest and pleasure. Amidst the mere upholstery of houses and hearts, amidst the common life of the common crowd, he was and had to be what he had learned to be amongst the nobility and in the palace of Glashruach. Mrs. Sclater, late Mrs. Bonnyman, was the widow of a merchant who had made his money in foreign trade, and to her house Mr. Sclater had flitted when he married her. She was a well-bred woman, much the superior of her second husband in the small duties and graces of social life, and already a sufferer in some of his not very serious grossièretés, regarded with no small apprehension the arrival of one in whom she expected the same kind of thing, in largely exaggerated degree. She did not much care to play the mother to a bear cub, she said to her friends with a good-humoured laugh. "Just think," she added, "with such a childhood as the poor boy had, what a mass of vulgarity must be lying in that uncultivated brain of his. It is no small mercy, as Mr. Sclater says, that our ears at least are safe. Poor boy." She was a woman of about 40, rather tall, of good complexion tending to the ruddy, with black smooth shining hair parted over a white forehead, black eyes, nose a little aquiline, good mouth, and fine white teeth, altogether a handsome woman, some notion of whose style may be gathered from the fact that, upon the testimony of her cheval-glass, she preferred satin to the richest of silks, and almost always wore it. Now and then she would attempt a change, but she was always defeated and driven back into satin. She was precise in her personal rules, but not stiff in the manners wherein she embodied them. These were indeed just a little florid and wavy, a trifle profuse in their grace. She kept an excellent table, and every appointment about the house was in good style, a favourite phrase with her. She was her own housekeeper, an exact mistress, but considerate, so that her servants had no bad time of it. She was sensible, kind, always responsive to appeal, had scarcely a thread of poetry or art in her upper texture, loved fair play, was seldom in the wrong, and never confessed it when she was. But when she saw it, she took some pains to avoid being so in a similar way again. She held hard by her own opinion, was capable of a mild admiration of truth and righteousness in another, had one or two pet commandments to which she paid more attention than to the rest, was a safe member of society, never carrying tales, was kind with condescension to the poor, and altogether a good wife for a minister of Mr. Sclater's sort. She knew how to hold her own with any who would have established superiority. A little more coldness, pride, indifference, and careless restraint, with just a touch of rudeness, would have given her the freedom of the best society if she could have got into it. Altogether, it would not have been easy to find one who could do more for Gibbie in respect for the social reports that seemed to await him. Even some who would gladly themselves have undertaken the task admitted that he might have fallen into much less qualified hands. Her husband was confident that, if anybody could, His wife would make a gentleman of Sir Gilbert, and he ought to know, for she had done a good deal of polishing upon him. She was now seated on a low chair at the other side of the fire, leaning back at a large angle, slowly contemplating out of her black eyes the lad on the footstool, whose blue eyes she saw wandering about the room in a manner neither vague nor unintelligent, but showing more of interest than of either surprise or admiration. Suddenly he turned them full upon her. They met hers, and the light rushed into them like a torrent, breaking forth after its way in a soulful smile. I hope my readers are not tired of the mention of Gibbie's smiles. I can hardly avoid it. They were all Gibbie had for the small coin of intercourse. And if my readers care to be just, they will please to remember that they have been spared many a he said and she said. Unhappily for me, there is no way of giving the delicate differences of those smiles. Much of what Gibbie perhaps felt the more that he could not say it, had got into the place where the smiles are made, and like a variety of pollens, had impregnated them with all shades and colours of expression, whose varied significance those who had known him longest, dividing and distinguishing, had gone far towards being able to interpret. In that which now shone on Mrs. Sclater, there was something, she said the next day to a friend, which no woman could resist, and which must come of his gentle blood. If she could have seen a few of his later ancestors at least, she would have doubted if they had anything to do with that smile, beyond its mere transmission from the first stock-father of gentleness. She responded, and from that moment the lady and the shepherd lad were friends. Now that a real introduction had taken place between them, and in her answering smile Gibbie had met the lady herself, he proceeded, in most natural sequence, without the smallest shyness or suspicion of rudeness, to make himself acquainted with the phenomena presenting her. As he would have gazed upon a rainbow, trying perhaps to distinguish the undistinguishable in the meeting and parting of its colours, only that here behind was the all-powerful love of his own, he began to examine the lady's face and form, dwelling and contemplating with eyes innocent as any baby's. This lasted, but did not last long before it began to produce in the lady a certain uncertain embarrassment, a something she did not quite understand, therefore could not account for, and did not like. Why should she mind eyes such as those making acquaintance with what a whole congregation might see any Sunday at church, or for that matter the whole city on Monday if it pleased to look upon her as she walked shopping in Pearl Street? Why indeed? Yet she began to grow restless, and feel as if she wanted to let down her veil. She could have risen and left the room, but she had no notion of being thus put to flight by her bear cub. She was ashamed that a woman of her age and experience should be so foolish, and besides, she wanted to come to an understanding with herself as to what herself meant by it. She did not feel that the boy was rude. She was not angry with him, as with one taking a liberty. Yet she did wish he would not look at her like that, and presently she was relieved. Her hands, which had been lying all the time in her lap, white upon black, had at length drawn and fixed Gibbie's attention. They were very ladylike hands, long-fingered, and with the orthodox long oval nails, each with a quarter segment of a pale rising moon at the root. Hands nearly faultless, and I suspect considered by their owner entirely such. But a really faultless hand, who has ever seen? To Gibbie's eyes they were such beautiful things, that after a moment or two spent in regarding them across the length of the hairy hearthrug, he got up, took his footstool, crossed with it to the other side of the fire, set it down by Mrs. Sclater, and reseated himself. Without moving more than her fine neck, she looked down upon him curiously, wondering what would come next. And what did come next was, that he laid one of his hands on one of those that lay in the satin lap. Then, struck with the contrast between them, burst out laughing. But he neither withdrew his hand, nor showed the least shame of the hard, brown, tarry-seamed, strong, though rather small prehensile member, with its worn and blackened nails, but let it calmly remain outspread, side by side with the white, shapely, spotless, gracious and graceful thing, adorned in sign of the honour it possessed in being the hand of Mrs. Sclater, it was her favourite hand, with a half-hoop of fine blue-green turkises, and a limpid activity of many diamonds. She laughed also. Who could have helped it? That laugh would have set silver bells ringing in a responsive sympathy, and patted the lumpy thing, which, odd as the fact might be, was also called a hand, with short little pecking pats. She did not altogether like touching so painful a degeneracy from the ideal. But his very evident admiration of hers went far to reconcile her to his, as was but right, seeing a man's admirations go farther to denote him truly than the sort of hands or feet either he may happen to have received from this or that vanished ancestor. Still, she found his presence, more than his proximity, discomposing, and was glad when Mr. Sclater, who, I forgot to mention, had left the room, returned and took Gibbie away to show him his, and instruct him what changes he must make upon his person in preparation for dinner. When Mrs. Sclater went to bed that night, she lay awake a good while thinking, and her main thought was, what could be the nature of the peculiar feeling which the stare of the boy had roused in her? Nor was it long before she began to suspect that, unlike her hand beside his, she showed to some kind of disadvantage beside the shepherd lad. Was it dissatisfaction then with herself that his look had waked? She was aware of nothing in which she had failed or been in the wrong of late. She never did anything to be called wrong, by herself that is, or indeed by her neighbours. She had never done anything very wrong, she thought, and anything wrong she had done was now afar away and so nearly forgotten that it seemed to have left her almost quite innocent. Yet the look of those blue eyes, searching without seeming to know it, made her feel something like the discomfort of a dream of expected visitors, with her house not quite in a condition to receive them. She must see to her hidden house. She must take dustpan and broom, and go about a little. For there are purifications in which king and cowboy must each serve himself. The things that come out of a man are they that defile him, and to get rid of them, a man must go into himself, be a convict, and scrub the floor of his cell. Mrs. Sclater's cell was very tidy and respectable for a cell, but no human consciousness can be clean until it lies wide open to the eternal sun and the all-potent wind, until from a dim-lighted cellar it becomes a mountain-top. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 41. Initiation. Mrs. Sclater's first piece of business the following morning was to take Gibbie to the most fashionable tailor in the city, and have him measured for such clothes as she judged suitable for a gentleman's son. As they went through the streets, going and returning, the handsome lady walking with the youth in the queer country-made clothes attracted no little attention, and most of the inhabitants who saw them, having by this time heard of the sudden importance of their old acquaintance, wee Sir Gibbie, and the search after him, were not long in divining the secret of the strange conjunction. But although Gibbie seemed as much at home with the handsome lady as if she had been his own mother, and walked by her side with a step and air as free as the wind from Glashruach, he felt anything but comfortable in his person. For here and there Tammy Breeks's seams came too close to his skin, and there are certain kinds of hardship which, though the sufferer be capable of the patience of Job, will yet fret. Gibbie could endure cold or wet or hunger, and sing like a mavis. He had borne pain upon occasion with at least complete submission, but the tight armholes of his jacket could hardly be such a decree of Providence as it was rebellion to interfere with, and therefore I do not relate what follows as a pure outcome of that benevolence in him which was yet equal to the sacrifice of the best fitting of garments. As they walked along Pearl Street, the handsomest street of the city, he darted suddenly from Mrs. Sclater's side, and crossed to the opposite pavement. She stood and looked after him, wondering. Hitherto he had broken out in no vagaries. As he ran, worse and worse, he began tugging at his jacket, and had just succeeded in getting it off as he arrived at the other side, in time to stop a lad of about his own size, who was walking barefooted and in his shirt-sleeves, if shirt or sleeves be a term applicable to anything visible upon him. With something of the air of the tailor who had just been waiting upon himself, but with as much kindness and attention as if the boy had been Donal Grant instead of a stranger, he held the jacket for him to put on. The lad lost no time in obeying, gave him one look and nod of gratitude, and ran down a flight of steps to a street below, never doubting his benefactor an idiot, and dreading someone to whom he belonged would be after him presently to reclaim the gift. Mrs. Sclater saw the proceeding with some amusement and a little foreboding. She did not mourn the fate of the jacket. Had it been the one she had just ordered, or anything like it, the loss would have been to her not insignificant. But was the boy altogether in his right mind? She in her black satin on the opposite pavement, and the lad scudding down the stair in the jacket, were of similar mind concerning the boy, who, in shirt-sleeves indubitable, now came bounding back across the wide street. He took his place by her side as if nothing had happened, only that he went along swinging his arms as if he had just been delivered from manacles. Having for so many years roamed the streets with scarcely any clothes at all, he had no idea of looking peculiar, and thought nothing more of the matter. But Mrs. Sclater soon began to find that even in regard to social externals, she could never have had a readier pupil. He watched her so closely, and with such an appreciation of the difference in things of the kind between her and her husband, that for a short period he was in danger of falling into habits of movement and manipulation too dainty for a man, a fault happily none the less objectionable in the eyes of his instructress, that she, on her own part, carried the feminine a little beyond the limits of the natural. But here also she found him so readily set right, that she imagined she was going to do anything with him she pleased, and was not a little proud of her conquest and the power she had over the young savage. She had yet to discover that Gibbie had his own ideas too, that it was the general noble teachableness and affection of his nature that had brought about so speedy an understanding between them, in everything wherein he saw she could show him the better way, but that nowhere else would he feel bound or inclined to follow her injunctions. Much and strongly as he was drawn to her by her ladyhood, and the sense she gave him of refinement and familiarity with the niceties, he had no feeling that she had authority over him. So neglected in his childhood, so absolutely trusted by the cottagers, who had never found in him the slightest occasion for the exercise of authority, he had not an idea of owing obedience to any but the one. Gifted from the first with a heart of devotion, the will of the master set the will of the boy upon the throne of service, and what he had done from inclination he was now capable of doing against it, and would most assuredly do against it if ever occasion should arise. What other obedience was necessary to his perfection? For his father and mother and Donal he had reverence, profound and tender, and for no one else as yet among men, but at the same time something far beyond respect for every human shape and show. He would not, could not make any of the social distinctions which to Mr. and Mrs. Sclater seemed to belong to existence itself, and the recognition essential to the living of their lives, whence it naturally resulted that upon occasion he seemed to them devoid of the first rudiments of breeding, without respect or any notion of subordination. Mr. Sclater was conscientious in his treatment of him. The very day following that of their arrival, he set to work with him. He had been a tutor, was a good scholar and a sensible teacher, and soon discovered how to make the most of Gibbie's facility in writing. He was already possessed of a little Latin, and after having for some time accustomed him to translate from each language into the other, the minister began to think it might be of advantage to learning in general, if at least half the boys and girls at school, and 3 parts of every Sunday congregation were as dumb as Sir Gilbert Galbraith. When at length he set him to Greek, he was astonished at the avidity with which he learned it. He had hardly got him over tiptoe, when he found him one day so intent upon the Greek Testament, that, exceptionally keen of hearing as he was quite unaware that anyone had entered the room. What Gibbie made of Mr. Sclater's prayers, either in congregational or family devotion, I am at some loss to imagine. Beside his memories of the direct fervid outpouring and appeal of Janet, in which she seemed to talk face to face with God, they must have seemed to him like the utterances of some curiously constructed wooden automaton, doing its best to pray, without any soul to be saved, any weakness to be made strong, any doubt to be cleared, any hunger to be filled. What can be less like religion than the prayers of a man whose religion is his profession, and who, if he were not in the church, would probably never pray at all? Gibbie, however, being the reverse of critical, must, I can hardly doubt, have seen in them a good deal more than was there, a pitiful faculty to the man who cultivates that of seeing in everything less than is there. To Mrs. Sclater it was at first rather depressing, and for a time grew more and more painful, to have a live silence by her side. But when she came into rapport with the natural utterance of the boy, his presence grew more like a constant speech, and that which was best in her was not unfrequently able to say for the boy what he would have said could he have spoken. The nobler part of her nature was in secret alliance with the thoughts and feelings of Gibbie. But this relation between them, though perceptible, did not become at all plain to her until after she had established more definite means of communication. Gibbie, for his part, full of the holy simplicities of the cottage, had a good many things to meet which disappointed, perplexed, and shocked him. Middling good people are shocked at the wickedness of the wicked. Gibbie, who knew both so well, and what ought to be expected, was shocked only at the wickedness of the righteous. He never came quite to understand Mr. Sclater. The inconsistent never can be understood. That only which has absolute reason in it can be understood of man. There is a bewilderment about the very nature of evil, which only he who made us capable of evil, that we might be good, can comprehend. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 42. Donal's Lodging. Donal had not accompanied Mr. Sclater and his ward, as he generally styled him, to the city, but continued at the Mains until another herd boy should be found to take his place. All were sorry to part with him, but no one desired to stand in the way of his good fortune by claiming his service to the end of his half-year. It was about a fortnight after Gibbie's departure when he found himself free. His last night he spent with his parents on Glashruach, and the next morning set out in the moonlight to join the coach, with some cakes and a bit of fresh butter tied up in a cotton handkerchief. He wept at leaving them, nor was too much excited with the prospect before him to lay up his mother's parting words in his heart. For it is not every son that will not learn of his mother. He who will not goes to the school of Gideon. Those last words of Janet to her Donal were, "Noo, mind ye're no a winley stray," a straw dried on its root, "but a growing stalk at mon Luke tilt's corn." When he reached the spot appointed, there already was the cart from the Mains, with his kist containing all his earthly possessions. They did not half fill it, and would have tumbled about in the great chest, had not the bounty of Mistress Jean complemented its space with provision, a cheese, a bag of oatmeal, some oatcakes, and a pound or two of the best butter in the world, for now that he was leaving them a herd boy no more, but a colliginer, and going to be a gentleman, it was right to be liberal. The box, whose ponderosity was unintelligible to its owner, having been hoisted, amid the smiles of the passengers, to the mid-region of the roof of the coach, Donal clambered after it, and took, for the first time in his life, his place behind 4 horses, to go softly rushing through the air towards endless liberty. It was to the young poet an hour of glorious birth, in which there seemed nothing too strange, nothing but what should have come. I fancy, when they die, many will find themselves more at home than ever they were in this world. But Donal is not the subject of my story, and I must not spend upon him. I will only say that his feelings on this grand occasion were the less satisfactory to himself, that, not being poet merely, but philosopher as well, he sought to understand them. The mere poet, the man-bird, would have been content with them in themselves. But if he who is both does not rise above both by learning obedience, he will have a fine time of it between them. The streets of the city at length received them with noise and echo. At the coach office, Mr. Sclater stood waiting, welcomed him with dignity rather than kindness, hired a porter with his truck, whom he told where to take the chest, said Sir Gilbert would doubtless call on him the next day, and left him with the porter. It was a cold afternoon, the air half mist, half twilight. Donal followed the rattling, bumping truck over the stones, walking close behind it, almost in the gutter. They made one turning, went a long way through a narrow, sometimes crowded, woody hill, and stopped. The man opened a door, returned to the truck, and began to pull the box from it. Donal gave him effective assistance, and they entered with it between them. There was just light enough from a tallow candle with a wick like a red-hot mushroom, to see that they were standing in what appeared to Donal a house in most appalling disorder, but was in fact a furniture shop. The porter led the way up a dark stair, and Donal followed with his end of the trunk. At the top was a large room, into which the last of the day glimmered through windows covered with the smoke and dust of years, showing this also full of furniture, chiefly old. A lane through the furniture led along the room to a door at the other end. To Donal's eyes it looked a dreary place, but when the porter opened the other door, he saw a neat little room with a curtained bed, a carpeted floor, a fire burning in the grate, a kettle on the hob, and a table laid for tea. This was like a bit of a palace, for he had never in his life even looked into such a chamber. The porter set down his end of the chest, said, "Good night to ye," and walked out, leaving the door open. Knowing nothing about towns and the ways of them, Donal was yet a little surprised that there was nobody to receive him. He approached the fire and sat down to warm himself, taking care not to set his hobnailed shoes on the grandeur of the little hearth-rug. A few moments, and he was startled by a slight noise, as of suppressed laughter. He jumped up. One of the curtains of his bed was strangely agitated. Out leaped Gibbie from behind it, and threw his arms about him. Crater, ye gae me sic a fleg," said Donal. "But losh, they hae made a gentleman o' ye already," he added, holding him at arm's length, and regarding him with wonder and admiration. A notable change had indeed passed upon Gibbie, mere externals considered, in that fortnight. He was certainly not so picturesque as before, yet the alteration was entirely delightful to Donal. Perhaps he felt it gave a good hope for the future of his own person. Mrs. Sclater had had his hair cut. His shirt was of the whitest of linen, his necktie of the richest of black silk, his clothes were of the newest cut and best possible fit, and his boots perfect. The result was altogether even to her satisfaction. In one thing only was she foiled. She could not get him to wear gloves. He had put on a pair, but found them so miserably uncomfortable that, in merry wrath, he pulled them off on the way home, and threw them, "The best kid," exclaimed Mrs. Sclater, over the Pearl Bridge. Prudently fearful of overstraining her influence, she yielded for the present, and let him go without. Mr. Sclater had also hitherto exercised prudence in his demands upon Gibbie. Not that he desired anything less than unlimited authority with him, but knowing it would be hard to enforce, he sought to establish it by a gradual tightening of the rein, a slow encroachment of law upon the realms of disordered license. He had never yet refused to do anything he required of him, had executed entirely the tasks he set him, was more than respectful, and always ready. Yet somehow Mr. Sclater could never feel that the lad was exactly obeying him. He thought it over, but could not understand it, and did not like it, for he was fond of authority. Gibbie, in fact, did whatever was required of him from his own delight in meeting the wish expressed, not from any sense of duty or of obligation to obedience. The minister had no perception of what the boy was, and but a very small capacity for appreciating what was best in him, and had a foreboding suspicion that the time would come when they would differ. He had not told him that he was going to meet the coach, but Gibbie was glad to learn from Mrs. Sclater that such was his intention, for he preferred meeting Donal at his lodging. He had recognized the place at once from the minister's mention of it to his wife, having known the shop and its owner since ever he could remember himself. He loitered near until he saw Donal arrive, then crept after him and the porter up the stair, and when Donal sat down by the fire, got into the room and behind the curtain. The boys had then a jolly time of it. They made their tea, for which everything was present, and ate as boys know how, Donal enjoying the rarity of the white bread of the city, Gibbie, who had not tasted oatmeal since he came, devouring mother's cakes. When they had done, Gibbie, who had learned much since he came, looked about the room till he found a bell rope, and pulled it, whereupon the oddest-looking old woman, not a hair altered from what Gibbie remembered her, entered, and with friendly chatter proceeded to remove the tray. Suddenly something arrested her, and she began to regard Gibbie with curious looks. In a moment she was sure of him, and a torrent of exclamations and reminiscences and appeals followed, which lasted, the two lads now laughing, now all but crying, for nearly an hour, while all the time the old woman kept doing and undoing about the hearth and the tea-table. Donal asked many questions about his friend, and she answered freely, except as often as one approached his family, when she would fall silent and bustle about as if she had not heard. Then Gibbie would look thoughtful and strange and a little sad, and a far-away gaze would come into his eyes, as if he were searching for his father in the other world. When the good woman at length left them, they uncorded Donal's kist, discovered the cause of its portentous weight, took out everything, put the provisions in a cupboard, arranged the few books, and then sat down by the fire for a read together. The hours slipped away. It was night, and still they sat and read. It must have been after 10 o'clock when they heard footsteps coming through the adjoining room. The door opened swiftly, in walked Mr. Sclater, and closed it behind him. His look was angry, severe enough for boys caught card-playing, or drinking, or reading something that was not divinity on a Sunday. Gibbie had absented himself without permission, had stayed away for hours, had not returned even when the hour of worship arrived, and these were sins against the respectability of his house, which no minister like Mr. Sclater could pass by. It mattered nothing what they were doing. It was all one when it got to midnight. Then it became revelling, and was sinful and dangerous, vulgar and ungentlemanly, giving the worst possible example to those beneath them. What could their landlady think? The very first night, and a lodger whom he had recommended. Such was the sort of thing with which Mr. Sclater overwhelmed the two boys. Donal would have pleaded in justification, or at least excuse, but he silenced him peremptorily. I suspect there had been some difference between Mrs. Sclater and him just before he left. How otherwise could he have so entirely forgotten his wise resolves anent Gibbie's gradual subjugation? When first he entered, Gibbie rose with his usual smile of greeting, and got him a chair. But he waved aside the attention with indignant indifference, and went on with his foolish reproof, unworthy of record except for Gibbie's following behaviour. Beaten down by the suddenness of the storm, Donal had never risen from his chair, but sat glowering into the fire. He was annoyed, vexed, half ashamed, with that readiness of the poetic nature to fit itself to any position, especially one suggested by an unjust judgment. He felt, with the worthy parson thus storming at him, almost as if guilty in everything laid to their joint charge. Gibbie, on his feet, looked the minister straight in the face. His smile of welcome, which had suddenly mingled itself with bewilderment, gradually faded into one of concern, then of pity, and by degrees died away altogether, leaving in its place a look of question. More and more settled his countenance grew, while all the time he never took his eyes off Mr. Sclater's, until its expression at length was that of pitiful, unconscious reproof, mingled with sympathetic shame. He had never met anything like this before, nothing low like this, for all injustice, and especially all that sort of which Janet called "ding in the motes with the beam," is eternally low, had Gibbie seen in the holy temple of Glashruach. He had no way of understanding or interpreting it, save by calling to his aid the sad knowledge of evil gathered in his earliest years. Except in the laird and Fergus and the gamekeeper, he had not, since fleeing from Lucky Croale's houff, seen a trace of unreasonable anger in anyone he knew. Robert or Janet had never scolded him. He might go and come as he pleased. The night was sacred as the day in that dear house. His father, even when most overcome by the wicked thing, had never scolded him. The boys remaining absolutely silent, the minister had it all his own way. But before he had begun to draw to a close, across the blinding mists of his fog-breeding wrath, he began to be aware of the shining of two heavenly lights, the eyes, namely, of the dumb boy fixed upon him. They jarred him a little in his onward course. They shook him as if with a doubt. The feeling undefined slowly grew to a notion, first obscure, then plain. They were eyes of reproof that were fastened upon his. At the first suspicion his anger flared up more fierce than ever, but it was a flare of a doomed flame. Slowly the rebuke told, was telling. The self-satisfied in the rightness, a very different thing from righteousness, of the man was sinking before the innocent difference of the boy. He began to feel awkward. He hesitated. He ceased. For the moment Gibbie, unconsciously, had conquered. Without knowing it, he was the superior of the two, and Mr. Sclater had begun to learn that he could never exercise authority over him. But the worldly wise man will not seem to be defeated even where he knows he is. If he do give in, he will make it look as if it came of the proper motion of his own goodness. After a slight pause, the minister spoke again, but with the changed tone of one who has had an apology made to him, whose anger is appeased, and who therefore acts the Neptune over the billows of his own sea. That was the way he would slide out of it. "Donal Grant," he said, "you had better go to bed at once, and get fit for your work to-morrow. I will go with you to call upon the principal. Take care you are not out of the way when I come for you. Get your cap, Sir Gilbert, and come. Mrs. Sclater was already very uneasy about you when I left her." Gibbie took from his pocket the 2 ivory tablets Mrs. Sclater had given him, wrote the following words, and handed them to the minister. "Dear Sir, I am going to sleep this night with Donal. The bed is big enough for 2. Good night, sir." For a moment the minister's wrath seethed again. Like a volcano, however, that has sent out a puff of steam, but holds back its lava, he thought better of it. Here was a chance of retiring with grace, in well-conducted retreat, instead of headlong rout. "Then be sure you are home by lesson time," he said. "Donal can come with you. Good night. Mind you don't keep each other awake." Donal said, "Good night, sir," and Gibbie gave him a serious and respectful nod. He left the room, and the boys turned and looked at each other. Donal's countenance expressed an indignant sense of wrong, but Gibbie's revealed a more profound concern. He stood motionless, intent on the receding steps of the minister. The moment the sound of them ceased, he darted soundlessly after him. Donal, who from Mr. Sclater's reply had understood what Gibbie had written, was astonished, and starting to his feet followed him. By the time he reached the door, Gibbie was past the second lamp, his shadow describing a huge half-circle around him, as he stole from lamp to lamp after the minister, keeping always a lamp-post still between them. When the minister turned a corner, Gibbie made a soundless dart to it, and peeped around, lingered a moment looking, then followed again. On and on went Mr. Sclater, and on went Gibbie, careful constantly not to be seen by him, and on went Donal, careful to be seen of neither. They went a long way, as he thought, for to the country boy distance between houses seemed much greater than between dykes or hedges. At last the minister went up the steps of a handsome house, took a key from his pocket, and opened the door. From some impulse or other, as he stepped in, he turned sharp round, and saw Gibbie. "Come in," he said in a loud, authoritative tone, probably taking the boy's appearance for the effect of repentance and a desire to return to his own bed. Gibbie lifted his cap and walked quietly on towards the other end of Daur Street. Donal dared not follow, for Mr. Sclater stood between, looking out. Presently, however, the door shut with a great bang, and Donal was after Gibbie like a hound. But Gibbie had turned a corner, and was gone from his sight. Donal turned a corner too, but it was a wrong corner. Concluding that Gibbie had turned another corner ahead of him, he ran on and on, in the vanishing hope of catching sight of him again. But he was soon satisfied he had lost him, nor him only, but himself as well, for he had not the smallest idea how to return, even as far as the minister's house. It rendered the matter considerably worse that, having never heard the name of the street where he lodged but once, when the minister gave direction to the porter, he had utterly forgotten it. So there he was, out in the night, astray in the streets of a city of many tens of thousands, in which he had never till that day set foot, never before having been in any larger abode of men than a scattered village of thatched roofs. But he was not tired, and so long as a man is not tired he can do well, even in pain. But a city is a dreary place at night, even to one who knows his way in it, much drearier to one lost, in some respects drearier than a heath, except there be old mine shafts in it. It's as gien all the birds o' a country had creepit intil their bit eggs again, and the day was left bare o' sang, said the poet to himself as he walked. Night amongst houses was a new thing to him. Night on the hillsides and in the fields he knew well, but this was like a place of tombs. What else, when all were dead for the night? The night is the world's graveyard, and the cities are its catacombs. He repeated to himself all his own few ballads, then repeated them aloud as he walked, indulging the fancy that he had a long audience on each side of him, but he dropped into silence the moment any night wanderer appeared. Presently he found himself on the shore of the river, and tried to get to the edge of the water, but it was low tide, the lamps did not throw much light so far, the moon was clouded. He got among logs and mud, and regained the street bemired, and beginning to feel weary. He was saying to himself, whatever was he to do all the night long, when round a corner a little way off came a woman. It was no use asking counsel of her, however, or of anyone, he thought, so long as he did not know even the name of the street he wanted, a street which, as he walked along it, had seemed interminable. The woman drew near. She was rather tall, erect in the back, but bowed in the shoulders, with fierce black eyes, which were all that he could see of her face, for she had a little tartan shawl over her head, which she held together with one hand, while in the other she carried a basket. But those eyes were enough to make him fancy he must have seen her before. They were just passing each other under a lamp, when she looked hard at him, and stopped. "Man," she said, "I set eyen upo' your face afore." "Gien that be the case," answered Donal, "ye set eyen upo' 't again." "Whaur come ye frae?" she asked. "That's what I wad fain speir mysel'," he replied. "But, woman," he went on, "I fancy I hae set eyen upo' your eyen afore. I canna weel say for your face. Whaur come ye frae?" "Ken ye a place they ca' Daurside?" she rejoined. "Daurside's a gey lang place," answered Donal, "an' this maun be aboot the tae en' o' 't, I'm thinking." "Ye're no far wrang there," she returned, "an' ye hae a gey gleg tongue i' yer heid for a lad frae Daurside." "I never heard 'at tongues were cuttit shorter there nor ither gates," said Donal, "but I didna mean ye ony offence." "There's nane ta'en, nor like to be," answered the woman. "Ken ye a place they ca' Mains the Glashruach?" As she spoke, she let go her shawl, and it opened from her face like two curtains. "Lord, it's the witch-wife!" answered Donal, retreating a pace in his astonishment. The woman burst into a great laugh, a hard, unmusical, but not unmirthful laugh. "Ay," she said, "was that who the folk would hae to me?" "It wasna muckle won'er, iffer ye came wadin' through water yed steep, and syne gaed doon the spate on a brenner." "Weel, it was the maddest thing," she returned, with another laugh which stopped abruptly. "I wouldna dee the like again to save my life. But the Michty carried me through. And who's wee Sir Gibbie? Come in, I dinna ken your name, but we're jist at the door o' my bit garret. Come quiet up the stair and tell me aboot it." "Weel, I wadna be sorry to rest a bit, for I hae tint mysel' a'thegither, and I'm some tiret," answered Donal. "I but left the mains this treen." "Come in and welcome, and whan ye rested, as I'm rid o' my basket, I'll soon pit ye i' the gate to hame." Donal was too tired and too glad to be once more in the company of a human being to pursue further explanation at present. He followed her, as quietly as he could, up the dark stair. When she struck a light, he saw a little garret room, better than decently furnished, it seemed to the youth from the hills, though his mother would have thought it far from tidy. The moment the woman got a candle lighted, she went to a cupboard, and brought thence a bottle and a glass. When Donal declined the whisky she poured out, she seemed disappointed, and setting down the glass, let it stand. But when she had seated herself and begun to relate her adventures in quest of Gibbie, she drew it towards her, and sipped as she talked. Some day she would tell him, she said, the whole story of her voyage on the brander, which would make him laugh. It made her laugh, even now, when it came back to her in her bed at night, though she was far enough from laughing at the time. Then she told him a great deal about Gibbie and his father. "Ah, no," remarked Donal. "He'll be thinking 't a' ower again, as he rins aboot the toon this very minute, luikin' for me." "Dinna ye trouble yoursel aboot him," said the woman. "He kens the toon as weel's any rotten kens the drains o't." "But whaur div ye pit up?" she asked, "for it's time dacent folk was goin' to their beds." Donal explained that he knew neither the name of the street nor of the people where he was lodging. "Tell me this or that, something, onything about the hoose or the folk, or what they're like, and it may be 'at I'll ken 'em," she said. But scarcely had he begun his description of the house when she cried, "Hoot, man! It's at Lucky Murkison's ye are, in the Widdy Hill. Come awa, and I'se take ye hame in a jiffy." So saying, she rose, took the candle, showed him down the stair, and followed. It was past midnight, and the moon was down, but the street lamps were not yet extinguished, and they walked along without anything to interrupt their conversation, chiefly about Sir Gibbie and Sir George. But perhaps if Donal had known the cause of Gibbie's escape from the city, and that the dread thing had taken place in this woman's house, he would not have walked quite so close to her. Poor Mistress Croale, however, had been nowise to blame for that, and the shock it gave her had even done something to check the rate of her downhill progress. It let her see, with a lightning flash from the pit, how wide the rent now yawned between her and her former respectability. She continued, as we know, to drink whisky, and was not unfrequently overcome by it. But in her following life as a pedlar, she measured her madness more, and much in the open air, and walking a great deal, with a basket sometimes heavy, her indulgence did her less physical harm. Her temper recovered a little, she regained a portion of her self-command, and at the close of those years of wandering she was less of a ruin, both mentally and spiritually, than at their commencement. When she received her £100 for the finding of Sir Gibbie, she rented a little shop in the gallery of the market, where she sold such things as she had carried about the country, adding to her stock, upon the likelihood of demand, without respect to unity either conventional or real, in the character of the wares she associated. The interest and respectability of this new start in life made a little fresh opposition to the inroads of her besetting sin, so that now she did not consume as much whisky in 3 days as she did in 1 when she had her houff on the shore. Some people seem to have been drinking all their lives, of necessity getting more and more into the power of the enemy, but without succumbing at a rapid rate, having even their times of uplifting and betterment. Mistress Croale's complexion was a little clearer, her eyes were less fierce, her expression was more composed. Some of the women who, like her, had shops in the market, had grown a little friendly with her, and, which was of more valuable significance, she had come to be not a little regarded by the poor women of the lower parts behind the market, who were in the way of dealing with her. For the moment a customer of this class, and she had but few of any other, appeared at her shop, or covered stall rather, she seemed in spirit to go outside the counter and buy with her, giving her the best counsel she had, now advising the cheaper, now the dearer of 2 articles, while now and then one could tell of having been sent by her to another shop, where in the particular case she could do better. A love of affairs, no doubt, bore a part in this peculiarity, but there is all the difference between the 2 ways of embodying activity, to one's own advantage only, and to the advantage of one's neighbour as well. For my part, If I knew a woman behaved to her neighbours as Mistress Croale did to hers, were she the worst of drunkards in between, I could not help both respecting and loving her. Alas, that such virtue is so portentously scarce! There are so many that are sober for one that is honest. Deep are the depths of social degradation to which the clean, purifying light yet reaches, and lofty are the heights of social honour, where yet the light is nothing but darkness. Any thoughtful person who knew Mistress Croale's history would have feared much for her, and hoped a little. Her so-called fate was still undecided. In the meantime she made a living, did not get into debt, spent an inordinate portion of her profits in drink, but had regained and was keeping up a kind and measure of respectability. Before they reached the Widdiehill, Donal, with the open heart of a poet, was full of friendliness to her, and rejoiced in the mischance that had led him to make her acquaintance. "Ye ken, of course," he happened to say, "at Gibbie's wi' Master Sclater." "Weel eneuch," she answered. "I hae seen him tee, but he's a grand gentleman grown, and I wouldna have liked to be affronted layin' claim till 's acquaintance, welcome as he ance was to my hoose." She had more reason for the doubt and hesitation she thus expressed than Donal knew, but his answer was none the less true, as one regarded his friend. "Ye little ken Gibbie," he said, "gien ye think that gait to him. Gang ye go to the minister's door and speir for him. He'll be doon the stair like a shot. But deed, maybe he's come back, and's in my chamber the noo. Ye'll come up the stair and see." "Na, I wunna dee that," said Mistress Croale, who did not wish to face Mistress Murkison, well known to her in the days of her comparative prosperity. She pointed out the door to him, but herself stood on the other side of the way, till she saw it opened by her old friend in her nightcap, and heard her make jubilee over his return. Gibbie had come home and gone out again to look for him, she said. "Weel," remarked Donal, "there wad be sma good in me gaein to look for him. It wad be but the sheep gaein to look for the shepherd." "Ye're recht there," said his landlady. "A tint bairn sud aye sit doon and sit still." "Weel, ye gang till your bed, mem," returned Donal. "Lat me see who your door works, and I'll let him in when he comes." Gibbie came within an hour, and all was well. They made their communication, of which Donal's was far the more interesting, had their laugh over the affair, and went to bed. End of chapter 42. Recording by Hannah Mary. Chapter 43 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. The Minister's Defeat. The minister's wrath, when he found he had been followed home by Gibbie, who yet would not enter the house, instantly rose in redoubled strength. He was ashamed to report the affair to Mrs. Sclater, just as it had passed. He was but a married old bachelor, and fancied he must keep up his dignity in the eyes of his wife, not having yet learned that, if a man be true, his friends and lovers will see to his dignity. So his anger went on smouldering all night long, and all through his sleep, without a touch of cool assuagement, and in the morning he rose with his temper very feverish. During breakfast he was gloomy, but would confess to no inward annoyance. What added to his unrest was that, though he felt insulted, he did not know what precisely the nature of the insult was. Even in his wrath he could scarcely set down Gibbie's following of him to a glorying mockery of his defeat. Doubtless, for a man accustomed to deal with affairs, to rule over a parish, for one who generally has his way in the kirk session, and to whom his wife showed becoming respect, it was scarcely fitting that the rude behaviour of an ignorant country dummy should affect him so much. He ought to have been above such injury. But the lad whom he so regarded had first with his mere looks lowered him in his own eyes, then showed himself beyond the reach of his reproof by calmly refusing to obey him, and then become unintelligible by following him like a creature over whom surveillance was needful. The more he thought of this last, the more inexplicable it seemed to become, except on the notion of deliberate insult. And the worst was, that henceforth he could expect to have no power at all over the boy. If it was like this already, how would it be in the time to come? If, on the other hand, he were to re-establish his authority at the cost of making the boy hate him, then, the moment he was of age, his behaviour would be that of a liberated enemy. He would go straight to the dogs, and his money with him. The man of influence and scheme did well to be annoyed. Gibbie made his appearance at 10 o'clock, and went straight to the study, where at that hour the minister was always waiting him. He entered with his own smile, bending his head in morning salutation. The minister said, "Good morning," but gruffly, and without raising his eyes from the last publication of the Spalding Club. Gibbie seated himself in his usual place, arranged his book and slate, and was ready to commence, when the minister, having now summoned resolution, lifted his head, fixed his eyes on him, and said sternly, "Sir Gilbert, what was your meaning in following me after refusing to accompany me?" Gibbie's face flushed. Mr. Sclater believed he saw him for the first time ashamed of himself. His hope rose, his courage grew. He augured victory and a re-established throne. He gathered himself up in dignity, prepared to overwhelm him. But Gibbie showed no hesitation. He took his slate instantly, found his pencil, wrote, and handed the slate to the minister. There stood these words: "I thought you was drunk." Mr. Sclater started to his feet, the hand which held the offending document uplifted, his eyes flaming, his cheeks white with passion, and with the flat of the slate came down a great blow on the top of Gibbie's head. Happily the latter was the harder of the two, and the former broke, flying mostly out of the frame. It took Gibbie terribly by surprise. Half stunned, he started to his feet, and for one moment the wild beast which was in him, as it is in everybody, rushed to the front of its cage. It would have gone ill then with the minister, had not as sudden a change followed. The very same instant, it was as if an invisible veil, woven of gracious air and odour and dew, had descended upon him. The flame of his wrath went out, quenched utterly. A smile of benignest compassion overspread his countenance. In his offender he saw only a brother. But Mr. Sclater saw no brother before him, for when Gibbie rose he drew back to better his position, and so doing made it an awkward one indeed. For it happened occasionally that, the study being a warm room, Mrs. Sclater on a winter evening sat there with her husband, whence it came that on the floor squatted a low footstool, subject to not unfrequent clerical imprecation. When he stepped back, he trod on the edge of it, stumbled, and fell. Gibbie darted forward. A part of the minister's body rested upon the stool, and its elevation made the first movement necessary to rising rather difficult, so that he could not at once get off his back. What followed was the strangest act for a Scotch boy, but it must be kept in mind how limited were his means of expression. He jumped over the prostrate minister, who the next moment, seeing his face bent over him from behind, and seized, like the gamekeeper, with suspicion born of his violence, raised his hands to defend himself, and made a blow at him. Gibbie avoided it, laid hold of his arms inside each elbow, clamped them to the floor, kissed him on forehead and cheek, and began to help him up like a child. Having regained his legs, the minister stood for a moment, confused and half blinded. The first thing he saw was a drop of blood stealing down Gibbie's forehead. He was shocked at what he had done. In truth, he had been frightfully provoked, but it was not for a clergyman so to avenge an insult, and as mere chastisement it was brutal. What would Mrs. Sclater say to it? The rascal was sure to make his complaint to her. and there too was his friend, the herd lad, in the drawing-room with her. "Go and wash your face," he said, "and come back again directly." Gibbie put his hand to his face, and feeling something wet, looked, and burst into a merry laugh. "I am sorry I have hurt you," said the minister, not a little relieved at the sound. "But how dared you write such an insolence? A clergyman never gets drunk." Gibbie picked up the frame which the minister had dropped in his fall. A piece of the slate was still sticking in one side, and he wrote upon it: "I will know better the next time. I thought it was always whiskey that made people like that. I beg your pardon, sir." He handed him the fragment, ran to his own room, returned presently, looking all right, and when Mr. Sclater would have attended to his wound, would not let him even look at it, laughing at the idea. Still further relieved to find there was nothing to attract observation to the injury, and yet more ashamed of himself, the minister made haste to the refuge of their work. But it did not require the gleam of the paper substituted for the slate to keep him that morning in remembrance of what he had done. Indeed, it hovered about him long after the grey of the new slate had passed into a dark blue. From that time, after luncheon, which followed immediately upon lessons, Gibbie went and came as he pleased. Mrs. Sclater begged he would never be out after 10 o'clock, without having let them know that he meant to stay all night with his friend. Not once did he neglect this request, and they soon came to have perfect confidence, not only in any individual promise he might make, but in his general punctuality. Mrs. Sclater never came to know anything of his wounded head, and it gave the minister a sharp sting of compunction, as well as increased his sense of moral inferiority, when he saw that for a fortnight or so he never took his favourite place at her feet, evidently that she should not look down on his head. The same evening they had friends to dinner. Already Gibbie was so far civilized, as they called it, that he might have sat at any dining table without attracting the least attention. But that evening he attracted a great deal, for he could scarcely eat his own dinner for watching the needs of those at the table with him, ready to spring from his chair and supply the least lack. This behaviour naturally harassed the hostess, and at last, upon one of those occasions, the servants happening to be out of the room, she called him to her side and said, "You were quite right to do that now, Gilbert, but please never do such a thing when the servants are in the room. It confuses them and makes us all uncomfortable." Gibbie heard her with obedient ear, but took the words as containing express permission to wait upon the company in the absence of other ministration. When therefore the servants finally disappeared, as was the custom there in small households, immediately after placing the dessert, Gibbie got up, and much to the amusement of the guests, waited on them as quite a matter of course. But they would have wondered could they have looked into the heart of the boy, and beheld the spirit in which the thing was done, the soil in which was hid the root of the service, for to him the whole thing was sacred as an altar rite to the priest who ministers. Round and round the table, deft and noiseless, he went, altogether aware of the pleasure of the thing, not at all of its oddity, which, however, had he understood it perfectly, he would not in the least have minded. All this may, both in Gibbie and the narrative, seem trifling, but I more than doubt whether, until our small services are sweet with divine affection, our great ones, if such we are capable of, will ever have the true Christian flavour about them. And then such eagerness to pounce upon every smallest opportunity of doing the will of the Master could not fail to further proficiency in the service throughout. Presently the ladies rose, and when they had left the room, the host asked Gibbie to ring the bell. He obeyed with alacrity, and a servant appeared. She placed the utensils for making and drinking toddy, after Scotch custom, upon the table. A shadow fell upon the soul of Gibbie. For the first time since he ran from the city, he saw the well-known appointments of midnight orgy, associated in his mind with all the horrors from which he had fled. The memory of old nights in the street, as he watched for his father and then helped him home, of his father's last prayer, drinking and imploring, of his white, motionless face the next morning, of the row at Lucky Crowell's, and poor Black Samble's gaping throat, all these horrible things came back upon him as he stood staring at the tumblers and the wine glasses and the steaming kettle.
"What is the girl thinking of?" exclaimed the minister, who had been talking to his next neighbour, when he heard the door close behind the servant. "She has actually forgotten the whisky. Sir Gilbert," he went on, with a glance at the boy, "as you are so good, will you oblige me by bringing the bottle from the sideboard?"
Gibbie started at the sound of his name, but did not move from the place. After a moment, the minister, who had resumed the conversation, thinking he had not heard him, looked up. There, between the foot of the table and the sideboard, stood Gibbie, as if fixed to the floor, gazing out of his blue eyes at the minister, those eyes filmy with gathering tears, the smile utterly faded from his countenance. Would the master have drunk out of that bottle? He was thinking with himself. Imagining some chance remark had hurt the boy's pride, and not altogether sorry, it gave hope of the gentleman he wanted to make of him. Mr. Sclater spoke again. "It's just behind you, Sir Gilbert, the whisky bottle, that purple one with a silver top." Gibbie never moved, but his eyes began to run over. A fearful remembrance of the blow he had given him on the head rushed back on Mr. Sclater. Could it be the consequence of that? Was the boy paralyzed? He was on the point of hurrying to him, but restrained himself, and rising with deliberation, approached the sideboard. A nearer sight of the boy's face reassured him. "I beg your pardon, Sir Gilbert," he said. "I thought you would not mind waiting on us as well as on the ladies. It is your own fault, you know. There," he added, pointing to the table, "take your place, and have a little toddy. It won't hurt you." The eyes of all the guests were by this time fixed on Gibbie. What could be the matter with the curious creature, they wondered. His gentle merriment and quiet delight in waiting upon them had given a pleasant concussion to the spirits of the party, which had at first threatened to be a rather stiff and dull one. And there now was the boy all at once looking as if he had received a blow, or some cutting insult which he did not know how to resent. Between the agony of refusing to serve, and the impossibility of putting his hand to unclean ministration, Gibbie had stood as if spellbound. He would have thought little of such horrors in Lucky Crowell's Hoff, but the sight of the things here terrified him. He felt as a Corinthian Christian must, catching a sight of one of the elders of the church feasting in a temple. But the last words of the minister broke the painful charm. He burst into tears, and darting from the room, not a little to his guardian's relief, hurried to his own. The guests stared, bewildered. "He'll be gone to the ladies," said their host. "He's an odd creature. Mrs. Sclater understands him better than I do. He's more at home with her." Therewith he proceeded to tell them his history, and whence the interest he had in him, not bringing down his narrative beyond the afternoon of the preceding day. The next morning Mrs. Sclater had a talk with him concerning his whim of waiting at table, telling him he must not do so again. It was not the custom for gentlemen to do the things that servants were paid to do. It was not fair to the servants, and so on, happening to end with an utterance of mild wonder at his fancy for such a peculiarity. This exclamation Gibbie took for a question, or at least the expression of a desire to understand the reason of the thing. He went to a side table, and having stood there a moment or two, returned with a New Testament, in which he pointed out the words, "But I am among you as he that serveth." Giving her just time to read them, he took the book again, and in addition presented the words, "The disciple is not above his master, but every one that is perfect shall be as his master." Mrs. Sclater was as much put out as if he had been guilty of another and worse indiscretion. The idea of anybody ordering his common doings, not to say his oddities, by principles drawn from a source
far too sacred to be practically regarded, was too preposterous to have ever become even a notion to her. Henceforth, however, it was a mote to trouble her mind's eye, a mote she did not get rid of until it began to turn to a glimmer of light. I need hardly add that Gibbie waited at her dinner table no more. End of chapter 43. Recording by Hannah Mary.
Chapter 44 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. The Sinner. No man can order his life, for it comes flowing over him from behind. But if it lay before us, and we could watch its current approaching from a long distance, what could we do with it before it had reached the now? In likewise a man thinks foolishly who imagines he could have done this and that with his own character and development, if he had but known this and that in time. Were he as good as he thinks himself wise, he could but at best have produced a fine cameo in very low relief. With a work in the round, which he is meant to be, he could have done nothing. The one secret of life and development is not to devise and plan, but to fall in with the forces at work, to do every moment's duty aright, that being the part in the process allotted to us, and let come, not what will, for there is no such thing, but what the eternal thought wills for each of us, has intended in each of us from the first. If men would but believe that they are in process of creation and consent to be made, let the Maker handle them as the potter his clay, yielding themselves in respondent motion and submissive hopeful action with the turning of his wheel, they would ere long find themselves able to welcome every pressure of that hand upon them, even when it was felt in pain, and sometimes not only to believe but to recognize the divine end in view, the bringing of a son into glory. Whereas, behaving like children who struggle and scream while their mother washes and dresses them, they find they have to be washed and dressed notwithstanding, and with the more discomfort. They may even have to find themselves set half naked and but half dried in a corner to come to their right minds and ask to be finished. At this time neither Gibbie nor Donal strove against his creation, what the wise of this world call their fate. In truth, Gibbie never did, and for Donal the process was at present in a stage much too agreeable to rouse any inclination to resist. He enjoyed his new phase of life immensely. If he did not distinguish himself as a scholar, it was not because he neglected his work, but because he was at the same time doing that by which alone the water could ever rise in the well he was digging. He was himself growing. Far too eager after knowledge to indulge in emulation, he gained no prizes. What had he to do with how much or how little those around him could eat as compared with himself? No work noble or lastingly good can come of emulation any more than of greed. I think the motives are spiritually the same. To excite it is worthy only of the commonplace vulgar schoolmaster, whose ambition is to show what fine scholars he can turn out, that he may get the more pupils. Emulation is the devil-shadow of aspiration. The set of the current in the schools is at present towards a boundless swamp, but the wise among the scholars see it, and wisdom is the tortoise which shall win the race. In the meantime, how many with the legs and the brain of the hare will think they are gaining it, while they are losing things whose loss will make any prize unprized? The result of Donal's work appeared but very partially in his examinations, which were honest and honourable to him. It was hidden in his thoughts, his aspirations, his growth, and his verse, all which may be seen should I one day tell Donal's story. For Gibbie, the minister had not long been teaching him, before he began to desire to make a scholar of him. Partly from being compelled to spend some labour upon it, the boy was gradually developing an unusual facility in expression. His teacher, compact of conventionalities, would have modelled the result upon some writer imagined by him a master of style. But the hurtful folly never got any hold of Gibbie. All he ever cared about was to say what he meant, and avoid saying something else. To know when he had not said what he meant, and to set the words right. It resulted that, when people did not understand what he meant, the cause generally lay with them, not with him, and that if they sometimes smiled over his mode, it was because it lay closer to nature than theirs. They would have found it a hard task to improve it. What the fault with his organs of speech was, I cannot tell. His guardian lost no time in having them examined by a surgeon in high repute, a professor of the university. But Dr. Skinner's opinion put an end to question and hope together. Gibbie was not in the least disappointed. He had got on very well as yet without speech. It was not like sight or hearing. The only voice he could not hear was his own, and that was just the one he had neither occasion nor desire to hear. As to his friends, those who had known him the longest minded his dumbness the least. But the moment the defect was understood to be irreparable, Mrs. Sclater very wisely proceeded to learn the finger speech, and as she learned it, she taught it to Gibbie. As to his manners, which had been and continued to be her chief care, a certain disappointment followed her first rapid success. She never could get them to take on the case-hardening needful for what she counted the final polish. They always retained a certain simplicity which she called childishness. It came, in fact, of childlikeness, but the lady was not child enough to distinguish the difference, as great as that between the back and the front of a head. As then the minister found him incapable of forming a style, though time soon proved him capable of producing one, so the minister's wife found him as incapable of putting on company manners of any sort, as most people are incapable of putting them off, without being rude. It was disappointing to Mrs. Sclater, but Gibbie was just as content to appear what he was, as he was unwilling to remain what he was. Being dumb, she would say to herself he would pass in any society, but if he had had his speech, she never could have succeeded in making him a thorough gentleman. He would have always been saying the right thing in the wrong place. By the wrong place, she meant the place where alone the thing could have any pertinence. In after years, however, Gibbie's manners were, whether pronounced such or not, almost universally felt to be charming. But Gibbie knew nothing of his manners, any more than of the style in which he wrote. One night, on their way home from an evening party, the minister and his wife had a small difference, probably about something of as little real consequence to them as the knowledge of it is to us, but by the time they reached home, they had got to the very summit of politeness with each other. Gibbie was in the drawing-room, as it happened, waiting their return. At the first sound of their voices, he knew, before a syllable reached him, that something was wrong. When they entered, they were too much engrossed in difference to heed his presence, and went on disputing, with the utmost external propriety of words and demeanour, but with both injury and a sense of injury in every tone. Had they looked at Gibbie, I cannot think they would have been silenced, but while neither of them dared turn eyes the way of him, neither had moral strength sufficient to check the words that rose to the lips. A discreet, socially wise boy would have left the room, but how could Gibbie abandon his friends to the fiery darts of the wicked one? He ran to the side table before mentioned. With a vague presentiment of what was coming, Mrs. Sclater, feeling rather than seeing him move across the room like a shadow, sat in dread expectation, and presently her fear arrived in the shape of a large New Testament, and a face of loving sadness and keen discomfort, such as she had never before seen Gibbie wear. He held out the book to her, pointing with a finger to the words, she could not refuse to let her eyes fall upon them, "Have salt in yourselves, and have peace one with another." What Gibbie made of the salt I do not know, and whether he understood it or not was of little consequence, seeing he had it. But the rest of the sentence he understood so well that he would fain have the writhing yoke-fellows think of it. The lady's cheeks had been red before, but now they were redder. She rose, cast an angry look at the dumb prophet, a look which seemed to say, "How dare you suggest such a thing?" and left the room. "What have you got there?" asked the minister, turning sharply upon him. Gibbie showed him the passage. "What have you got to do with it?" he retorted, throwing the book on the table. "Go to bed." A detestable prig, you say, reader? That is just what Mr. and Mrs. Sclater thought him that night, but they never quarrelled again before him. In truth, they were not given to quarrelling. Many couples who love each other more, quarrel more, and with less politeness. For Gibbie, he went to bed, puzzled, and afraid there must be a beam in his eye. The very first time Donal and he could manage it, they set out together to find Mistress Croale. Donal thought he had nothing to do but walk straight from Mistress Murkison's door to hers, but to his own annoyance, and the disappointment of both, he soon found he had not a notion left as to how the place lay, except that it was by the river. So, as it was already rather late, they put off their visit to another time, and took a walk instead. But Mistress Croale, haunted by old memories, most of them far from pleasant, grew more and more desirous of looking upon the object of perhaps the least disagreeable amongst them. She summoned resolution at last, went to the market a little better dressed than usual, and when business there was over, and she had shut up her little box of a shop, walked to Daur Street, to the minister's house. "He's often enough crossed my door," she said to herself, speaking of Mr. Sclater, "and though, well I wot, the sight o' him never boded me anything but ill, I never loot him ken he was less nor welcome. And gin being a minister gies the freedom o' poor folks' houses, it ought in the niffer to gie them the freedom o' his." Therewith encouraging herself, she walked up the steps and rang the bell. It was a cold, frosty, winter evening, and as she stood waiting for the door to be opened, much the poor woman longed for her own fireside and a dram. Her period of expectation was drawn out not a little through the fact that the servant whose duty it was to answer the bell was just then waiting at table. Because of a public engagement, the minister had to dine earlier than usual. They were in the middle of their soup, cocky-leaky, nice and hot, when the maid informed her master that a woman was at the door, wanting to see Sir Gilbert. Gibbie looked up, put down his spoon, and was rising to go, when the minister, laying his hand on his arm, pressed him gently back to his chair, and Gibbie yielded, waiting. "What sort of a woman?" he asked the girl. "A decent-looking, working-like body," she answered. "I couldna see her very well. It's sae foggy the night about the door." "Tell her we're at dinner. She may call again in an hour. Or if she likes to leave a message. Stay, tell her to come again tomorrow morning. I wonder who she is," he added, turning, he thought, to Gibbie. But Gibbie was gone. He had passed behind his chair, and all he saw of him was his back as he followed the girl from the room. In his eagerness he left the door open, and they saw him dart to the visitor, shake hands with her in evident delight, and begin pulling her towards the room. Now Mistress Croale, though nowise inclined to quail before the minister, would not willingly have intruded herself upon him, especially while he sat at dinner with his rather formidable lady. But she fancied, for she stood where she could not see into the dining-room, that Gibbie was taking her where they might have a quiet news together, and occupied with her bonnet or some other source of feminine disquiet, remained thus mistaken until she stood on the threshold, when looking up she started, stopped, made an obedience to the minister, and another to the minister's lady, and stood doubtful, if not a little abashed. "Not here, my good woman," said Mr. Sclater, rising. "Oh, it's you, Mistress Croale. I will speak to you in the hall." Mistress Croale's face flushed, and she drew back a step. But Gibbie still held her, and with a look to Mr. Sclater that should have sent straight to his heart the fact that she was dear to his soul, kept drawing her into the room. He wanted her to take his chair at the table. It passed swiftly through her mind that one who had been so intimate both with Sir George and Sir Gibbie in the old time, and had given the latter his tea every Sunday night for so long, might surely, even in such changed circumstances, be allowed to enter the same room with him, however grand it might be, and involuntarily almost she yielded half a doubtful step, while Mr. Sclater, afraid of offending Sir Gilbert, hesitated on the advance to prevent her. How friendly the warm air felt! How consoling the crimson walls with the soft flicker of the great fire upon them! How delicious the odour of the cocky-leaky! She could give up whisky a good deal more easily, she thought, if she had the comforts of a minister to fall back upon. And this was the same minister who had once told her that her soul was as precious to him as that of any other in his parish, and then driven her from respectable Jink Lane to the disreputable Dowerfoot. It all passed through her mind in a flash, while yet Gibbie pulled, and she resisted. "Gilbert, come here," called Mrs. Sclater. He went to her side, obedient and trusting as a child. "Really, Gilbert, you must not," she said, rather loud for a whisper. "It won't do to turn things upside down this way. If you are to be a gentleman and an inmate of my house, you must behave like other people. I cannot have a woman like that sitting at my table. Do you know what sort of a person she is?" Gibbie's face shone up. He raised his hands. He was already able to talk a little. "Is she a sinner?" he asked on his fingers. Mrs. Sclater nodded. Gibbie wheeled round and sprang back to the hall, whither the minister had, coming down upon her bows on like a sea-shouldering whale, in a manner ejected Mistress Croale, and where he was now talking to her with an air of confidential condescension, willing to wipe out any feeling of injury she might perhaps be inclined to cherish at not being made more welcome. To his consternation, Gibbie threw his arms round her neck and gave her a great hug. "Sir Gilbert!" he exclaimed, very angry, and the more angry that he knew he was in the right. Leave Mistress Croale alone, and go back to your dinner immediately. Jane, open the door." Jane opened the door, Gibbie let her go, and Mrs. Croale went. But on the threshold she turned. "Weel, sir," she said, with more severity than pique, and a certain sad injury not unmingled with dignity, "ye hae steppit over my door-sill mony's the time, and that was sairer words in your mouth nor I ever minded at paying ye back. And I never said to ye gang. Sae first ye turn't me out of my ain house, and noo ye turn't me out of yours, and what's left to turn me out of but the hoose of the Lord? Indeed, sir, ye need never wonder gin the likes o' me doesn't care about gangin' to hear preached gospel. We would fain see a practised one. Gin ye had said to me no the night, 'Come away ben, Mistress Croale, and take a plate o' cocky leekie with us. It's a cold night.' It's myself would ha' been so uplifted with your kindness, 'at I would ha' gone hame and ta'en, I dinna ken, aiblins a read at my Bible, and been to be seen at the kirk upon Sunday I would. O that ye may be sure, for it's a heap easier to gang to the kirk nor to read the book you're layin', where ye canna help thinking upon what it says to ye. But no, as 'tis, I'm away home to the whisky bottle, and the sin o' it, gin there be ony, and sic a night of cold and fog, 'll just lie at your door." "You shall have a plate of soup, and welcome, Mistress Croale," said the minister, in a rather stagey tone of hospitality. "Jane, take Mistress Croale to the kitchen with you, and—" "The deil's tail in your soup! 'At I should say it!" cried Mistress Croale, drawing herself up suddenly with a snort of anger. "When turn't I beggar? I would fain be informed. Was it your soup or your grace I sought till, sir? The Lord be atween you and me. There's first 'at'll be last, and last 'at'll be first, but the tane's no me, and the tither's no you, sir." With that she turned and walked down the steps, holding her head high. "Really, Sir Gilbert," said the minister, going back into the dining-room. But no Gibbie was there. Nobody but his wife, sitting in solitary discomposure at the head of her dinner-table. The same instant, he heard a clatter of feet down the steps, and turned quickly into the hall again, where Jane was in the act of shutting the door. "Sir Gilbert's run out, after the woman, sir," she said. "Hoot!" grunted the minister, greatly displeased, and went back to his wife. "Take Sir Gilbert's plate away," said Mrs. Sclater to the servant. "That's his New Testament again," she went on, when the girl had left the room. My dear, take care," said her husband. He had not much notion of obedience to God, but he had some idea of respect to religion. He was just an idolater, of a Christian shade. "Really, Mr. Sclater," his wife continued, "I had no idea what I was undertaking. But you gave me no choice. The creature is incorrigible. But of course he must prefer the society of women like that. They are the sort he was accustomed to when he received his first impressions, and how could it be otherwise? You knew how he had been brought up, and what you had to expect." "Brought up!" cried the minister, and caused his spoonful of cocky leekie to rush into his mouth with the noise of the German schlürfen. Then burst into a loud laugh. "You should have seen him about the streets, with his trousers." "Mr. Sclater, then you ought to have known better," said his wife, and laying down her spoon, sat back into the embrace of her chair. But in reality she was not the least sorry he had undertaken the charge. She could not help loving the boy, and her words were merely the foam of vexation, mingled with not a little jealousy that he had left her, and his nice hot dinner, to go with the woman. Had she been a fine lady like herself, I doubt if she would have liked it much better, but she specially recoiled from coming into rivalry with one in whose house a horrible murder had been committed, and who had been before the magistrates in consequence. Nothing further was said until the second course was on the table. Then the lady spoke again. "You really must, Mr. Sclater, teach him the absurdity of attempting to fit every point of his behaviour to words which were of course quite suitable to the time when they were spoken, but which it is impossible to take literally nowadays. As impossible as to go about the streets with a great horn on your head and a veil hanging across it. Why—" Here she laughed, a laugh the less ladylike that, although it was both low and musical, it was scornful, and a little shaken by doubt. "You saw him throw his arms round the horrid creature's neck. Well, he had just asked me if she was a sinner. I made no doubt she was. Off with the word goes my gentleman to embrace her." Here they laughed together. Dinner over, they went to a missionary meeting, where the one stood and made a speech, and the other sat and listened, while Gibbie was having tea with Mistress Croale. From that day Gibbie's mind was much exercised as to what he could do for Mistress Croale, and now first he began to wish he had his money. As fast as he learned the finger alphabet, he had taught it to Donal, and as already they had a good many symbols in use between them, so many indeed that Donal would often, instead of speaking, make use of signs, They had now the means of intercourse almost as free as if they had had between them 2 tongues instead of 1. It was easy, therefore, for Gibbie to impart to Donal his anxiety concerning her, and his strong desire to help her, and doing so, he lamented in a gentle way his present inability. This communication Donal judged it wise to impart in his turn to Mistress Croale. "Ye see, mem," he said in conclusion, "he's some way or anither gotten it intil his head 'at ye're just a ween o'er free with the bottle. I kenna. Ye'll be the best judge o' that yoursel." Mistress Croale was silent for a whole minute by the clock. From the moment when Gibbie forsook his dinner and his grand new friends to go with her, the woman's heart had begun to grow to the boy, and her old memories fed the new crop of affection. "Weel," she replied at length, with no little honesty, "I mayna be so ill as he thinks me, for he aye had his poor father afore his ain. But the bairn's right in the main, and we maun look till it, and see what can be done. For I would be loath to disappoint the bonny lad. Mr. Grant, gien ever there was a Christian soul upon the face of this wicked world, that Christian soul's wee Sir Gibbie. And who could have thought it? But it's the Lord's doing, and marvellous in our eyes. Oh, ye needna look like that. I ken my Bible not that ill," she added, catching a glimmer of surprise on Donal's countenance. "But for that Maister Sclater, Dod, I winna be sair upon him, but gien he be fit to caw a nail here and a nail there, and fix a sklet or 2 creepin' upon the riggin' o' the kirk, I'm weel sure he's no wise maister builder fit to lay any foundation. Ay, I tell ye I ken my book not that ill," she added with some triumph, then resumed. "What the waur would he or she or Sir Gibbie ha' been though they had invited me, as I was there, to sit me down and take a plate o' their cocky leekie with them? There was one 'at thought them that was far waur nor me good enough company for him. And maybe I may sit down with him after all, with the help o' my bonny wee Sir Gibbie. I canna help callin' him wee Sir Gibbie. All the town called him that, though haith, he'll be a big man or he behold. And as for his title, I was aye one to gie honour where honour was due, and never once, weel as I kenned him, did I call his honest father, for gien ever there was an honest man, yon was him. Never did I call him anything but Sir George, neither more nor less, and that though he wrought at the hardest o' the cobblin' o' the wick, and upon Saturdays was pleased to have a good wash in my ain bedroom, and put on a clean sark o' my dead man's, rest his soul. Not 'at I'm a papist, Mr. Grant, and I kent better nor think it was any use prayin' for them 'at's gone, for who is there to pay any heed to sic heathenish prayers as that would be? No, we maun pray for the living 'at it may do some good till, and not for them 'at it's all ower with. The Lord hae mercy upon them." My readers may suspect, one for one reason, another for another, that she had already, before Donal came that evening, been holding communion with the idol in the 3-cornered temple of her cupboard. And I confess that it was so. But it is equally true that before the next year was gone, she was a shade better, and that not without considerable struggle, and more failures than successes. Upon one occasion, let those who analyse the workings of the human mind as they would the entrails of an 8-day clock explain the phenomenon I am about to relate, or decline to believe it, as they choose, she became suddenly aware that she was getting perilously near the brink of actual drunkenness. "I'll take but this one mouthful more," she said to herself. "It's but a mouthful, and it's the last in the bottle, and it wad be a pity naebody to get the good of it." She poured it out. It was nearly half a glass. She took it in one large mouthful, but while she held it in her mouth, to make the most of it, even while it was between her teeth, something smote her with a sudden sense that this very moment was the crisis of her fate, that now the axe was laid to the root of her tree. She dropped on her knees, not to pray like poor Sir George, but to spout the mouthful of whisky into the fire. In roaring flame it rushed up the chimney. She started back. "Eh!" she cried. "Good God! Sic a devils I maun be, to carry the like o' that in my inside. Lord, I'm a perfect bike o' devils. My name it maun be Legion. What is to become o' my poor soul?" It was a week before she drank another drop. And then she took her devils with circumspection, and the firm resolve to let no more of them enter into her than she could manage to keep in order. Mr. and Mrs. Sclater got over their annoyance as well as they could, and agreed that in this case no notice should be taken of Gibbie's conduct. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 45. Shoals Ahead. It had come to be the custom that Gibbie should go to Donal every Friday afternoon about 4 o'clock, and remain with him till the same time on Saturday, which was a holiday with both. One Friday, just after he was gone, the temptation seized Mrs. Sclater to follow him, and, paying the lads an unexpected visit, see what they were about. It was a bright, cold afternoon, and in fur tippet and muff, amidst the snow that lay everywhere on roofs and window-sills and pavements, and the wind that blew cold as it blows in few places besides, she looked, with her bright colour and shining eyes, like life itself laughing at death. But not many of those she met carried the like victory in their countenances, for the cold was bitter. As she approached the Widdiehill, she reflected that she had followed Gibbie so quickly and walked so fast that the boys could hardly have had time to settle to anything, and resolved therefore to make a little round and spend a few more minutes upon the way. But as through a neighbouring street she was again approaching the Widdiehill, she caught sight of something which, as she was passing a certain shop, that of a baker known to her as one of her husband's parishioners, made her stop and look in through the glass which formed the upper half of the door. There she saw Gibbie, seated on the counter, dangling his legs, eating a penny loaf, and looking as comfortable as possible. "So soon after luncheon, too," said Mrs. Sclater to herself with indignation, reading through the spectacles of her anger a reflection on her housekeeping. But a second look revealed, as she had dreaded, far weightier cause for displeasure. A very pretty girl stood behind the counter, with whose company Gibbie was evidently much pleased. She was fair of hue, with eyes of grey and green, and red lips whose smile showed teeth whiter than the whitest of flour. At the moment she was laughing merrily and talking gaily to Gibbie. Clearly they were on the best of terms, and the boy's bright countenance, laughter, and eager motions were making full response to the girl's words. Gibbie had been in the shop 2 or 3 times before, but this was the first time he had seen his old friend, Mysie, of the amethyst earring. And now one of them had reminded the other of that episode in which their histories had run together. From that, Mysie had gone on to other reminiscences of her childhood, in which wee Gibbie bore a part, and he had, as well as he could, replied with others of his, in which she was concerned. Mysie was a simple, well-behaved girl, and the entrance of neither father nor mother would have made the least difference in her behaviour to Sir Gilbert, though doubtless she was more pleased to have a chat with him than with her father's apprentice, who could speak indeed, but looked dull as the dough he worked in, whereas Gibbie, although dumb, was radiant. But the faces of people talking often look more meaningful to one outside the talk circle than they really are, and Mrs. Sclater, gazing through the glass, found, she imagined, large justification of displeasure. She opened the door sharply and stepped in. Gibbie jumped from his seat on the counter, and with a smile of playful roguery offered it to her. A vivid blush overspread Mysie's fair countenance. "I thought you had gone to see Donal," said Mrs. Sclater in the tone of one deceived, and took no notice of the girl. Gibbie gave her to understand that Donal would arrive presently, and they were then going to the point of the pier, that Donal might learn what the sea was like in a nor'easter. "But why did you make your appointment here?" asked the lady. "Because Mysie and I are old friends," answered the boy on his fingers. Then first Mrs. Sclater turned to the girl. Having got over her first indignation, she spoke gently and with a frankness natural to her. "Sir Gilbert tells me you are old friends," she said. Thereupon Mysie told her the story of the earring, which had introduced their present conversation, and added several other little recollections, in one of which she was drawn into a description, half pathetic, half humorous, of the forlorn appearance of wee Gibbie, as he ran about in his truncated trousers. Mrs. Sclater was more annoyed, however, than interested, for in view of the young baronet's future she would have had all such things forgotten. But Gibbie was full of delight in the vivid recollections thus brought him of some of the less painful portions of his past,
and appreciated every graphic word that fell from the girl's pretty lips. Mrs. Sclater took good care not to leave until Donal came. Then the boys, having asked her if she would not go with them, which invitation she declined with smiling thanks, took their departure and went to pay their visit to the German Ocean, leaving her with Mysie, which they certainly would not have done could they have foreseen how the well-meaning lady, 9/10 of the mischiefs in the world are well meant, would hurt the feelings of the gentle conditioned girl. For a long time after, as often as Gibbie entered the shop, Mysie left it and her mother came, a result altogether as Mrs. Sclater would have had it, but hardly anybody was ever in less danger of falling in love than Gibbie, and the thing would not have been worth recording but for the new direction it caused in Mrs. Sclater's thoughts. Measures, she judged, must be taken. Gladly as she would have centred Gibbie's boyish affections on herself, she was too conscientious and experienced not to regard the danger of any special effort in that direction, and began therefore to cast about in her mind what could be done to protect him from at least one of the natural consequences of his early familiarity with things unseemly, exposure, namely, to the risk of forming low alliances, the more imminent that it was much too late to attempt any restriction of his liberty, so as to keep him from roaming the city at his pleasure. Recalling what her husband had told her of the odd meeting between the boy and a young lady at Miss Kimball's school, some relation, she thought he had said, also the desire to see her again, which Gibbie on more than one occasion had shown, she thought whether she could turn the acquaintance to account. She did not much like Miss Kimball, chiefly because of her affectations, which, by the way, were caricatures of her own, but she knew her very well, and there was no reason why she should not ask her to come and spend the evening, and bring 2 or 3 of the elder girls with her. A little familiarity with the looks, manners, and dress of refined girls of his own age would be the best antidote to his taste for low society, from that of bakers' daughters downwards. It was Mrs. Sclater's own doing that Gibbie had not again spoken to Ginevra. Nowise abashed at the thought of the grenadier or her array of doves, he would have gone the very next day after meeting them in the street to call upon her. It was some good, he thought, of being a rich instead of a poor boy, that having lost thereby those whom he loved best, he had come where he could at least see Miss Galbraith. But Mrs. Sclater had pretended not to understand where he wanted to go, and used other artifices besides, well meant of course, to keep him to herself until she should better understand him. After that he had seen Ginevra more than once at church, but had had no chance of speaking to her. For in the sudden dispersion of its agglomerate particles, a Scotch congregation is, or was in Gibbie's time, very much like the well-known vitreous drop called a Prince Rupert's tear, in which the mutually repellent particles are held together by a strongly contracted homogeneous layer, to separate with explosion the instant the tough skin is broken and vibration introduced. And, as Mrs. Sclater generally sat in her dignity to the last, and Gibbie sat with her, only once was he out in time to catch a glimpse of the ultimate rank of the retreating girls. He was just starting to pursue them when Mrs. Sclater, perceiving his intention, detained him by requesting the support of his arm, a way she had, pretending to be weary or to have given her ankle a twist, when she wanted to keep him by her side. Another time he had followed them close enough to see which turn they took out of Daur Street, but that was all he had learned, and when the severity of the winter arrived and the snow lay deep, sometimes for weeks together the chances of meeting them were few. The first time the boys went out together, that when they failed to find Mistress Croale's garret, they made an excursion in search of the girls' school, but had been equally unsuccessful in that, and although they never after went for a walk without contriving to pass through some part of the region in which they thought it must lie, they had never yet even discovered a house upon which they could agree as presenting probabilities. Mr. Galbraith did not take Miss Kimball into his confidence with respect to his reasons for so hurriedly placing his daughter under her care. He was far too reticent, too proud, and too much hurt for that. Hence, when Mrs. Sclater's invitation arrived, the schoolmistress was aware of no reason why Miss Galbraith should not be one of the girls to go with her, especially as there was her cousin Sir Gilbert, whom she herself would like to meet again, in the hope of removing the bad impression which, In the discharge of her duty, she feared she must have made upon him. One day, then, at luncheon, Mrs. Sclater told Gibbie that some ladies were coming to tea, and they were going to have supper instead of dinner. He must put on his best clothes, she said. He did as she desired, was duly inspected, approved on the whole, and finished off by a few deft fingers at his necktie, and a gentle push or two from the loveliest of hands against his hair thatch, and was seated in the drawing-room with Mrs. Sclater when the ladies arrived. Ginevra and he shook hands, she with the sweetest of rose flushes, he with the radiance of delighted surprise. But a moment after, when Mrs. Sclater and her guests had seated themselves, Gibbie, their only gentleman, for Mr. Sclater had not yet made his appearance, had vanished from the room. Tea was not brought until some time after, when Mr. Sclater came home, and then Mrs. Sclater sent Jane to find Sir Gilbert, but she returned to say he was not in the house. The lady's heart sank, her countenance fell, and all was gloom. Her project had miscarried. He was gone, who could tell whither? Perhaps to the baker's daughter, or to the horrid woman Croll. The case was, however, very much otherwise. The moment Gibbie ended his greetings, he had darted off to tell Donal. It was not his custom to enjoy alone anything shareable. The news that Ginevra was at that moment seated in Mrs. Sclater's house, at that moment, as his eagerness had misunderstood Gibbie's, expecting his arrival, raised such a commotion in Donal's atmosphere that for a time it was but a huddle of small whirlwinds. His heart was beating like the trample of a trotting horse. He never thought of inquiring whether Gibbie had been commissioned by Mrs. Sclater to invite him, or reflected that his studies were not half over for the night. An instant before the arrival of the blessed fact, he had been absorbed in a rather abstruse metaphysico-mathematical question. Now not the metaphysics of the universe would have appeared to him worth a moment's meditation. He went pacing up and down the room, and seemed lost to everything. Gibbie shook him at length, and told him by two signs that he must put on his Sunday clothes. Then first, shyness, like the shroud of northern myth that lies in wait in a man's path, leaped up and wrapped itself around him. It was very well to receive ladies in a meadow, quite another thing to walk into their company in a grand room such as, before entering Mrs. Sclater's, he had never beheld even in fairyland or the Arabian Nights. He knew the ways of the one, and not the ways of the other. Chairs ornate were doubtless poor things to daisied banks, yet the other day he had hardly brought himself to sit on one of Mrs. Sclater's. It was a moment of awful seeming. But what would he not face to see once more the lovely lady girl? He bethought himself that he was no longer a cowherd but a student, and that such feelings were unworthy of one who would walk level with his fellows. He rushed to the labours of his toilette, performed severe ablutions, endued his best shirt, coarse but sweet from the fresh breezes of Glashruach, a pair of trousers of buff-coloured fustian stamped over with a black pattern, an olive-green waistcoat, a blue tail-coat with lappets behind, and a pair of well-polished shoes, the soles of which, in honour of Sunday, were studded with small instead of large knobs of iron, set a tall beaver hat, which no brushing would make smooth, on the back of his head, stuffed a silk handkerchief, crimson and yellow, in his pocket, and declared himself ready. Now Gibbie, although he would not have looked so well in his woolly coat in Mrs. Sclater's drawing-room as on the rocks of Glashruach, would have looked better in almost any other than the evening dress, now, alas, nearly European. Mr. Sclater, on the other hand, would have looked worse in any other, because being less commonplace, it would have been less like himself. And so long as the commonplace conventional so greatly outnumbered the simply individual, it is perhaps well the present fashion should hold. But Donal could hardly have put on any clothes that would have made him look worse, either in respect of himself or of the surroundings of social life, than those he now wore. Neither of the boys, however, had begun to think about dress in relation either to custom or to fitness, and it was with complete satisfaction that Gibbie carried off Donal to present to the guests of his guardians. Donal's preparations had taken a long time, and before they reached the house tea was over and gone.
They had had some music, and Mrs. Sclater was now talking kindly to two of the schoolgirls, who, seated erect on the sofa, were looking upon her elegance with awe and envy. Ginevra was looking at the pictures of an annual. Mr. Sclater was making Miss Kimble agreeable to herself. He had a certain gift of talk, depending in a great measure on the assurance of being listened to, an assurance which is, alas, nowise the less hurtful to many a clergyman out of the pulpit, that he may be equally aware no one heeds him in it. End of chapter 45. Recording by Hannah Mary.
Chapter 46 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 46. The Girls. The door was opened. Donal spent fully a minute rubbing his shoes on the mat, as diligently as if he had just come out of the cattle yard, and then Gibbie led him in triumph up the stair to the drawing-room. Donal entered in that loose-jointed way which comes of the brains being as yet all in the head, and stood resisting Gibbie's pull on his arm, his keen hazel eyes looking gently round upon the company, until he caught sight of the face he sought, when, with the stride of a sower of corn, he walked across the room to Ginevra. Mrs. Sclater rose. Mr. Sclater threw himself back and stared, the latter astounded at the presumption of the youths, the former uneasy at the possible results of their ignorance. To the astonishment of the company, Ginevra rose, respect and modesty in every feature, as the youth, clownish rather than awkward, approached her, and almost timidly held out her hand to him. He took it in his horny palm, shook it hither and thither sideways, like a leaf in a doubtful air, then held it like a precious thing he was at once afraid of crushing by too tight a grasp, and of dropping from too loose a hold, until Ginevra took charge of it herself again. Gibbie danced about behind him, all but standing on one leg, but, for Mrs. Sclater's sake, restraining himself. Ginevra sat down, and Donal, feeling very large and clumsy, and wanting to be not a while, looked about him for a chair, and then first espying Mrs. Sclater, went up to her with the same rolling, clamping stride, but without embarrassment, and said, holding out his hand, "How are ye the night, mem? I sawna your bonny face when I came in. A gran' house like this o' yours, and I'm sure, mem, it couldna be ower gran' to fit yourself, but it's just some perplexin' to plain folk like me, 'at's been used to mair room, and less intil it." Donal was thinking of the meadow on the Lorrie bank. "I was sure of it," remarked Mrs. Sclater to herself. "One of nature's gentlemen. He would soon be taught." She was right, but he was more than a gentleman, and could have taught her what she could have taught nobody in turn. "You will soon get accustomed to our town ways, Mr. Grant. But many of the things we gather about us are far more trouble than use," she replied in her sweetest tones, and with a gentle pressure of the hand which went a long way to set him at his ease. "I am glad to see you have friends here," she added. "Only one, mem. Gibbie and me, excuse me, Mr. Grant, but would you oblige me, of course with me it is of no consequence, but just for habit's sake, would you oblige me by calling Gilbert by his own name? Sir Gilbert, please. I wish him to get used to it." "Your wull be it, mem. Well, as I was sayin', Sir Gibbie, Sir Gilbert that is, mem, and myself, we have kenned Miss Galbraith this long time, being o' the laird's own folk, as I may say." "Will you take a seat beside her, then?" said Mrs. Sclater, and rising, herself placed a chair for him near Ginevra, wondering how any Scotch laird, the father of such a little lady as she, could have allowed her such an acquaintance. To most of the company he must have looked very queer. Gibbie, indeed, was the only one who saw the real Donal. Miss Kimble and her pupils stared at the distorted reflection of him in the spoon-bowl of their own elongated narrowness. Mrs. Sclater saw the possible gentleman through the loophole of a compliment he had paid her, and Mr. Sclater beheld only the minimum which the reverse telescope of his own enlarged importance, he having himself come of sufficiently humble origin, made of him, while Ginevra looked up to him more as one who marvelled at the grandly unintelligible than one who understood the relations and proportions of what she beheld. Nor was it possible she could help feeling that he was a more harmonious object to the eye both of body and mind, when dressed in his corduroys and blue bonnet, walking the green fields, with cattle about him, his club under his arm and a book in his hand. So seen, his natural dignity was evident. Now he looked undeniably odd. A poet needs a fine house rather than a fine dress to set him off, and Mrs. Sclater's drawing-room was neither large nor beautiful enough to frame this one, especially with his Sunday clothes to get the better of. To the school ladies, mistress and pupils, he was simply a clodhopper, and from their report became a treasure of poverty-stricken amusement to the school. Often did Ginevra's cheek burn with indignation at the small insolences of her fellow pupils. At first she attempted to make them understand something of what Donal really was, but finding them unworthy of the confidence, was driven to betake herself to such a silence as put a stop to their offensive remarks in her presence. "I thank ye, mem," said Donal, as he took the chair. "Ye're very condescending." Then, turning to Ginevra, and trying to cross one knee over the other, but failing from the tightness of certain garments, which, like David with Saul's not similarly faulty armour, he had not hitherto proved. "Weel, mem," he said, "ye haena forgotten Hornie, I hope." The other girls must be pardoned for tittering, offensive as is the habit so common to their class, for the only being they knew by that name was one to whom the merest reference sets pit and gallery in a roar. Miss Kimble was shocked, disgusted, she said afterwards, and until she learned that the clown was there uninvited, cherished a grudge against Mrs. Sclater. Ginevra smiled him a satisfactory negative. "I never read the ballant about the worm lingled round the tree," said Donal, making rather a long link in the chain of association. "On thought upon that day, mem, when first ye came down the brae with my sister Nicie, and I came o'er the burn till ye, and ye garred me laugh about wetting of my feet. Mem, wi' you afore me there, I see the blue lift again, and the gerse just low and green, and the knot at their busiest, the wind asleep, and the burn saying, 'Ye need none o' ye speak. I'm here, and it's my business.' Mem, when I think upon it all, it seems to me that the human heart closed in the midst of sic a coffer of cunning workmanship maun be a terrible precious-like thing." Gibbie, behind Donal's chair, seemed pulsing light at every pore, but the rest of the company, understanding his words perfectly, yet not comprehending a single sentence he uttered, began to wonder whether he was out of his mind, and were perplexed to see Ginevra listening to him with such respect. They saw a human offence, where she knew a poet. A word is a word, but its interpretations are many, and the understanding of a man's words depends both on what the hearer is, and on what is his idea of the speaker. As to the pure, all things are pure, because only purity can enter, so to the vulgar all things are vulgar, because only the vulgar can enter. Wherein then is the commonplace man to be blamed? For as he is, so must he think. In this, that he consents to be commonplace, willing to live after his own idea of himself, and not after God's idea of him, the real idea, which every now and then stirring in him makes him uneasy with silent rebuke. Ginevra said little in reply. She had not much to say. In her world the streams were still, not vocal. But Donal meant to hold a little communication with her which none of them, except indeed Gibbie, he did not mind Gibbie, should understand. "I had sic a queer dream the other night, mim," he said, "and I'll just tell ye it. I thought I was down in an awful kind of a wet bog, wi' dry gravelly-like hills all about it, and nothing upon them but a ween short hunger-like gutters. And out o' the midst of the bog there grew just one tree, a soch I think it was, but unco old, mass past kennin' with age. And round the rough knurlet trunk o' it was twisted 3 folds o' the ugliest, ill-fauredest creature of a serpent that ever was seen. It was just loathly to look upon. I could describe it till ye, mem, but it would only gar ye runkle your bonny brow, and look as I would not have ye look, mem, 'cause ye wouldna look freely so bonny as ye do now, when ye look just yoursel. But a queer thing was, at atween hit and the tree, it grippit a book, and I kent it for the Book o' Balance. And I gaed nearer, looking and some frightit. But I wouldna stand for that would be to be caitiff vile, and no true man. I gaed nearer and nearer, till I had gotten within a yard of the tree, when all at once, with a swing and a swirl, I was 3-fold about the tree, and the laithly worm was me myself, and I was the laithly worm. The verra heart gaed from me for horrible dread, and scunner at myself. So there I was. But I wasna long there in my misery, afore I saw, out my ain serpent ain, mos blindit with greetin', o'er the top of the brae afore me, atween me and the lift, as gin it reached up to the verra stars,
for it wasna day but night by this time about me, as weel it might be. I saw the bonny sight come up, of a knight in armour, helmet and shield and iron sheen and all. But somehow I kent by the gang and the stand and the sway of the bonny body of the knight, 'at it wasna a man, but a woman. Ye see, mem, sin' I came from Daurside, I had been able to get a grip of books that I couldna get up there, and I had been reading Spenser's Fairy Queen the night afore, a yawn about the lady 'at put on the armour of a man, and fought like a good one for the right and the truth. And that had putten it in my head, maybe. Only when I saw her, I kent her, and her name wasna Britomart. She had a twisted branch of blue berries about her helmet, and they called her Juniper. Wasna that queer now? And she came down the hill wi' bonny big strides, not o'er big for a stately woman, but so different frae the nipperty mincin' stippety stap of the ladies you see upon the streets here. And so she came down the brae, and I sought sair to cry out, first o' all to tell her, gin she didna look till her feet, she wad be lairt in the bog, and then to beg of her for mercy's sake to draw her sword, and caw the ugly head off o' me, and let me dae. Now I maun confess, at the ballant o' Kemp Owen was running in the worm head o' me, and I couldna help thinking what, notwithstanding the change o' hands in the story, lay still to the part of the night. But who was any man, not to say a mere ugsome serpent, to mind at such a thing till a lady, whether she was in steel beats and spurs, or in long train and silver slippers? And haith, I soon found that I couldna ha' spoken the word, gin I had dared ever so stout. For when I opened my mouth to cry till her, I could do nothing but shoot out a forked tongue, and cry "Sss." Mem, it was dreadful. So I had just to take in my tongue again and say nothing, for fear of flegging away my bonny lady in the steel clothes. And she came and came, down, and on to the bog, and for all the weight of her armour, she sank not a foot into it. And she came and she stood, and she looked at me, and I had seen her afore, and I kenned her weel. And she looked at me, and I looked, and I winna say what was in the poor worm's heart. But at the last she gave a great sigh, and a sob like, and stood just as gin she was trying sair, but could not make up her bonny mind to yon it was in the ballant. And how I grippit the book atween me and the tree, for there it was, all as I saw it afore. And so at last she gave a kind of a cry, and turned and goed away, with her head hanging down, and her sword trailing, and never turned to look ahind her, but up the brae, and o'er the top of the hill, and down and away. And the branch with the blue berries was the last I saw her, going down like the moon ahint the hill. And just with the fail grating I came to myself, and my heart was going like a pump it would fain put out o' fire. Now wasna that a queer like dream? I'll not say, mem, but I had curried and comped it up a wee to gar it tell better. Ginevra had from the first been absorbed in listening, and her brown eyes seemed to keep growing larger and larger as he went on. Even the girls listened and were silent, looking as if they saw a peacock's feather in a turkey's tail. When he ended, the tears rushed from Ginevra's eyes, for bare sympathy. She had no perception of personal intent in the parable. It was long before she saw into the name of the Lady Knight, for she had never been told the English of Ginevra. She was the simplest, sweetest of girls, and too young to suspect anything in the heart of a man. "Oh, Donal," she said, "I am very sorry for the poor worm, but it was naughty of you to dream such a dream." "How's that, ma'am?" returned Donal, a little frightened. "It was not fair of you," she replied, "to dream a night of a lady, and then dream her doing such an unknightly thing. I am sure if ladies went out in that way they would do quite as well on the whole as gentlemen." "I make no doubt of it, ma'am. Heaven forbid!" cried Donal. "But ye see, dreams is such senseless things that they winna be helpit, and that was how I dreamt it." "Well, well, Donal," broke in the harsh pompous voice of Mr. Sclater, who, unknown to the poet, had been standing behind him almost the whole time, "you have given the ladies quite enough of your romancing. That sort of thing, you know, my man, may do very well round the fire in the farm kitchen, but it's not the sort of thing for a drawing-room. Besides, the ladies don't understand your word of mouth. They don't understand such broad Scotch. Come with me, and I'll show you something you would like to see." He thought Donal was boring his guests, and at the same time preventing Gibbie from having the pleasure in their society for the sake of which they had been invited. Donal rose, replying, "Think you so, sir? I thought I was in old Scotland still, here as well as upon Glashgar, but maybe my geography book's some old-fashioned. Dinna ye understand me, mem?" he added, turning to Ginevra.
"Every word, Donal," she answered. Donal followed his host, contented. Gibbie took his place and began to teach Ginevra the finger alphabet. The other girls found him far more amusing than Donal, first of all because he could not speak, which was much less objectionable than speaking like Donal, and funny too, though not so funny as Donal's clothes. And then he had such a romantic history, and was a baronet. In a few minutes Ginevra knew the letters, and presently she and Gibbie were having a little continuous talk together, a thing they had never had before. It was so slow, however, as to be rather tiring. It was mainly about Donal. But Mrs. Sclater opened the piano and made a diversion. She played something brilliant, and then sang an Italian song in strelacious style, revealing to Donal's clownish ignorance a thorough mastery of caterwauling. Then she asked Miss Kimble to play something, who declined, without mentioning that she had neither voice nor ear nor love of music, but said Miss Galbraith should sing, for once in a way, as a treat. "That little Scotch song you sing now and then, my dear," she added. Ginevra rose timidly, but without hesitation, and going to the piano sang, to a simple old Scotch air to which they had been written, the following verses. Before she ended, the minister, the late herd boy, and the dumb baronet were grouped crescent-wise behind the music-stool. "I dinna ken what's come o'er me. There's a how where once was a heart. I never look out afore me, and a cry winna gar me start. There's naething nae more to come o'er me, blow the wind from any art. For in yon kirkyard there's a hillock, a heart where once was a hoe, and a joy there's no left o' me look, dead ash where once was a low. For in yon kirkyard in the hillock lies a seed 'at winna grow. It's my heart 'at holds up the wee hillie, that's how there's a hoe in my breast. It's away down there with my Willie, God with him when he was released. It's down in the green grown hillie, but I should be after it next. Come away nights and mornings, come weeks, years, all time's clan. You're welcome a yont o' scornin', take me till him as fast as ye can. Come away nights and mornings, ye are wings o' a mighty span. For I ken he's lookin' and waitin', lookin' aye down as I climb. Would I hae him see me sit greetin', instead o' goin' to him? I'll step out like one sure of a meetin', I'll travel and run to him." 3 of them knew that the verses were Donal's. If the poet went home feeling more like a fellow in blue coat and fustian trousers, or a winged genius of the tomb, I leave my reader to judge. Anyhow, he felt he had had enough for one evening, and was able to encounter his work again. Perhaps also, when supper was announced, he reflected that his reception had hardly been such as to justify him in partaking of their food, and that his mother's hospitality to Mr. Sclater had not been in expectation of return. As they went down the stair he came last and alone, behind the 2 whispering schoolgirls, and when they passed on into the dining-room, he spilt out of the house, and ran home to the furniture shop and his books. When the ladies took their leave, Gibbie walked with them, and now at last he learned where to find Ginevra. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. Sir Gibbie by George MacDonald. Chapter 47. A Lesson of Wisdom. In obedience to the suggestion of his wife, Mr. Sclater did what he could to show Sir Gilbert how mistaken he was in imagining he could fit his actions to the words of our Lord. Shocked as even he would probably have been at such a characterization of his attempt, it amounted practically to this: do not waste your powers in the endeavor to keep the commandments of our Lord, for it cannot be done. And he knew it could not be done, and never meant it should be done. He pointed out to him, not altogether unfairly, the difficulties and the causes of mistake with regard to his words, but said nothing to reveal the spirit and the life of them. Showing more of them to be figures than at first appeared, he made out the meanings of them to be less, not more, than the figures, his pictures to be greater than their subjects, his parables larger and more lovely than the truths they represented. In the whole of his lecture, through which ran from beginning to end a tone of reproof, there was not one flash of enthusiasm for our Lord, not a sign that, to his so-called minister, he was a refuge or a delight, that he who is the joy of his Father's heart, the essential bliss of the universe, was anything to the soul of his creature, who besides had taken upon him to preach his good news more than a name to call himself by, that the story of the Son of God was to him anything better than the soap and water wherewith to blow theological bubbles with the tobacco pipe of his speculative understanding. The tendency of it was simply to the quelling of all true effort after the knowing of him through obedience, the quenching of all devotion to the central good. Doubtless Gibbie, as well as many a wiser man, might now and then make a mistake in the embodiment of his obedience, but even where the action misses the command, it may yet be obedience to him who gave the command, and by obeying one learns how to obey. I hardly know, however, where Gibbie blundered, except it was in failing to recognize the animals before whom he ought not to cast his pearls, in taking it for granted that, because his guardian was a minister, and his wife a minister's wife, they must therefore be the disciples of the Jewish carpenter, the eternal Son of the Father of us all. Had he had more of the wisdom of the serpent, he would not have carried them the New Testament as an ending of strife, the words of the Lord as an enlightening law. He would perhaps have known that to try too hard to make people good is one way to make them worse, that the only way to make them good is to be good, remembering well the beam and the mote, that the time for speaking comes rarely, the time for being never departs. But in talking thus to Gibbie, the minister but rippled the air. Gibbie was all the time pondering with himself where he had met the same kind of thing, the same sort of person before. Nothing he said had the slightest effect upon him. He was too familiar with truth to take the yeasty bunghole of a working barrel for a fountain of its waters. The unseen Lord and his reported words were to Gibbie realities, compared with which the very visible Mr. Sclater and his assured utterance were as the merest seemings of a phantom mood. He had never resolved to keep the words of the Lord, he just kept them, but he knew amongst the rest the Lord's words about the keeping of his words, and about being ashamed of him before men, and it was with a pitiful indignation he heard the minister's wisdom drivel past his ears. What he would have said, and withheld himself from saying, had he been able to speak, I cannot tell. I only know that in such circumstances the less said the better. For what can be more unprofitable than a discussion where but one of the disputants understands the question and the other has all the knowledge? It would have been the eloquence of the wise and the prudent against the perfected praise of the suckling. The effect of it all upon Gibbie was to send him to his room to his prayers, more eager than ever to keep the commandments of him who had said, "If ye love me." Comforted then and strengthened, he came down to go to Donal, not to tell him, for to none but Janet could he have made such a communication. But in the middle of his descent he remembered suddenly of what and whom Mr. Sclater had all along been reminding him, and turned aside to Mrs. Sclater to ask her to lend him the Pilgrim's Progress. This, as a matter almost of course, was one of the few books in the cottage on Glashruach, a book beloved of Janet's soul, and he had read it again and again. Mrs. Sclater told him where in her room to find a copy, and presently he had satisfied himself that it was indeed Mr. Worldly Wiseman whom his imagination had, in cloudy fashion, been placing side by side with the talking minister. Finding his return delayed, Mrs. Sclater went after him, fearing he might be indulging his curiosity amongst her personal possessions. Peeping in, she saw him seated on the floor beside her little bookcase, lost in reading. She stole behind and found that what so absorbed him was the conversation between Christian and worldly. I beg his pardon, he is nothing without his Mr. Between Christian and Mr. Worldly Wiseman. In the evening, when her husband was telling her what he had said to the young Pharisee in the morning, The picture of Gibbie on the floor, with the Pilgrim's Progress and Mr. Worldly Wiseman, flashed back on her mind, and she told him the thing. It stung him, not that Gibbie should perhaps have so paralleled him, but that his wife should so interpret Gibbie. To her, however, he said nothing. Had he been a better man, he would have been convinced by the lesson. As it was, he was only convicted, and instead of repenting, was offended grievously. For several days he kept expecting the religious gadfly to come buzzing about him with his sting, that is, his forefinger stuck in the Pilgrim's Progress, and had a swashing blow ready for him. But Gibbie was beginning to learn a lesson or two, and if he was not yet so wise as some serpents, he had always been more harmless than some doves. That he had gained nothing for the world was pretty evident to the minister the following Sunday, from the lofty watchtower of the pulpit where he sat throned while the first psalm was being sung. His own pew was near one of the side doors, and at that door some who were late kept coming in. Amongst them were a stranger or two, who were at once shown to seats. Before the psalm ended, an old man came in and stood by the door, a poor man in mean garments, with the air of a beggar who had contrived to give himself a Sunday look. Perhaps he had come hoping to find it warmer in church than at home. There he stood, motionless as the leech-gatherer, leaning on his stick, disregarded of men. It may have been only by innocent accident, I do not know. But just ere the minister must rise for the first prayer, he saw Gibbie, who had heard a feeble cough, cast a glance round, rise as swiftly as noiselessly, open the door of the pew, get out into the passage, take the old man by the hand, and lead him to his place beside the satin-robed and sable-muffed ministerial consort. Obedient to Gibbie's will, the old man took the seat, with an air both of humility and respect, while happily for Mrs. Sclater's remnant of ruffled composure, there was plenty of room in the pew so that she could move higher up. The old man, it is true, followed to make a place for Gibbie, but there was still an interval between them sufficient to afford space to the hope that none of the evils she dreaded would fall upon her to devour her. Flushed, angry, uncomfortable notwithstanding, her face glowed like a balefire to the eyes of her husband, and, I fear, spoiled the prayer, but that did not matter much. While the two thus involuntarily signalled each other, the boy who had brought discomposure into both pulpit and pew sat peaceful as a summer morning, while the old man beside him quiet in the reverence of being himself revered. And the minister, while he preached from the words, "Let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall," for the first time in his life began to feel doubtful whether he might not himself be a humbug. There was not much fear of his falling, however, for he had not yet stood on his feet. Not a word was said to Gibbie concerning the liberty he had taken. The minister and his wife were in too much dread, not of St. James and the poor man in vile raiment, for they were harmless enough in themselves, but of Gibbie's pointing finger to back them. 3 distinct precautions, however, they took. The pew opener on that side was spoken to. Mrs. Sclater made Gibbie henceforth go into the pew before her, and she removed the New Testament from the drawing-room. The end of chapter 47. Recording by Mark Penfold.